Junior. There's a bunch of little calves back here. Got a 1-month-old here, little Angus calf. Steer. 800, going to be 80, going to be 5 on, going to be 5, 5, going to be 500, he's a month old, 500, 600, going to be 5 and 600, where, 5 here, going to be 6, 5 here, going to be 600, who be 6, 6, going to be 600, 500, 600, where, going to be 600, where, 600, now 7 here, going to be 7, 800, going to be 888, who be 700 here, going to be 888, 700, going to be 800, where, 700, going to be 888, who's going to be 888, 700, 800, going to be 888, 888, 700 is not quite going to do it, Titus, sorry. Needs 1,000 to get him sold, needs 1,000 to get him sold. I think the next one will work. He's got a brother back there. Here we go. Nice deal here. 1,000 here. 1,000 here. Now 1,025. Going to be 1,020. Month old. 1,000. Going to be 1,025. Where? 1,025. 1,000 here. Going to be 1,025. 5. Going to be 1,025. 1,000 here. Going to be 1,025. Did you say? Now 1,050 here. Going to be 1,075. 5. Going to be 1,075 here. Going to be 1,075. 1,050. 1,070. Going to be 1,075. 5. All in all done. 1,050, 629, 629, thank you. That's Trenton. Good little white-faced calf there. Little Angus, little white-faced steer. 800, going to be 888, going to be 800 here, 5, going to be 500 here, going to be 600, 600, going to be 7 here, going to be 888, going to be 800, 800, you want to do that? 800 now 9, going to be 999, 1,000 here, going to be 1, 1, 1, 900, 1,000, 1,000 here, going to be 1,000, going to be 1, 1, 1, 900 here, 1,000, 1,000, going to be 900, going to be 1, 1, 1, 925, going to be 950, 50, 50, 975, going to be 1,000 here, going to be 1,025, 1,025 here, going to be 1,025, 1,000 here, going to be 1,025, 1,000 here, going to be 1,025, all in all, the 1,025, going to be 1,050 here, and 1,075, 1,075 right there, now 1,075, going to be 1,100, going to be 11 here, going to be 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,125, 1,120, going to be 1,125 here, 1,125, going to be 1,150, 50, 50, 50, 1,125, going to be 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, sold it to you, 1,125 your way. Put it on 614. Thank you, 614. Hey, we got a little 4-month-old Hereford heifer here. Weaned on hay and grain, up to date on shots, dewormed, hot wire broke, feed bump broke. Here we go. Gonna be 900. Gonna be 999. Who would 900 here? Gonna be 800. Who would 888? Gonna be 800. 800 right there. Now 9. 800. Gonna be 9. Now 1000. Gonna be 1 1 1 9 here. Gonna be 1000 here. Gonna be 1 1 9 now 1 9 here. Gonna be 1000. Gonna be 1 1 1 900 here. Gonna be 1000 1000 900 here. How about 925, sir? Gonna be 925 950. Gonna be 50 50 50 925. Gonna be 50 975 975 here. Gonna be 975 950 975 all in and all done. 950 your way. 631 950 631. Thank you. Holstein Bowl. By the head here, gonna be 400, gonna be 444, 400 by the head, gonna be 444, 200, gonna be 222, 200 where, gonna be 200 here, gonna be 222, 200 here, gonna be 3 now 3, gonna be 3, 203 where, gonna be 333, 200 here, gonna be 333. Are you bidding up there? 300, gonna be 2 now 3, gonna be 333, 300 now 4, gonna be 400 here, gonna be 444, 304, 304, gonna be 444. Be 1 little gonna be 4 down here, now 3 now 4, 3 here 4 now 5, 5 5 little gonna be 5, 425, little gonna be 425 here, little gonna be 425, 425, 400 here, little gonna be 425, 5 5 all in all done. Gonna be 400, put it on 629, 400, put it on 629. Charlotte calf. Another bowl. There we go. Little money on a bit here, little money by the head here, little money be 1,000 here, little money be 1,000 here. Now 1,100, 1,000, little money be 1,100, little money be 1,000 here, little money be 1,100 here, 1,100, little money be 1,100, 1,000 now 1,100, 1,025 where, little money be 1,025, little money be 1,000 here, little money be 1,025, 5 5, 1,025, 1,050, 1,050 here, little money be 1,050, 1,075, little money be 1,075 here, little money be 1,075, 5 5, gonna be 1,075, 1,050, 1,075. 1,015, little money gonna be 1,075, all in and all done. Where are we at? 1,050, put it on the 15s. Trenton, will you run over there and turn that fan on, please? There's a switch in the corner. Thank you. Here's Darla, the 3-month-old Holstein heifer there. Been on hay and grain. Little Christmas calf there. Here we go. Little money gonna be 200 on little money 222, little money 200 there. Now 300, little money gonna be 444, little money gonna be 400, sir, in the glasses. 304. You guys are right next to each other. You're 400 now. Now fine, little money gonna be 425, little money gonna be 425 here, little money gonna be 425, 5. Now 450 here, little money gonna be 454. 54, 75, they're going to be 500 here, they're going to be 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, either one of you guys can be 500, 475, 5, 475, they're 500 right there, and a 525, they're going to be 525, 550 down here, they're going to be 550, and a 575, they're going to be 575, 55, 575, they're going to be 575, 550 here, they're going to be 575, 5, they're going to be 575, 550, going to be 575, 515, 575, all in and all done, 550 here, 575. Sold it to you 550, 21, buyer 21, thank you. Here we go, 4-month-old little Maine and Jew short-horn cross heifer. Nice little calf there. Little gonna be 1,000 on. Little money 1,000 here. Little money gonna be 1 800 where. Little gonna be 888. Little money 800. Little gonna be 800. Little money 500 there. 600 7 8 now 9. Little money gonna be 8 here. Little money gonna be 9 who here 9 over here. Little money gonna be 809. 800 here. 9 where 9 1,000. Again, you want to be cool with that? And gonna be 1,000 here. Little money gonna be 900. How about 925, sir? 925. Little money gonna be 925. 950. Little money gonna be 50 925. Little money gonna be 50 50, 925 and 50, 950, 975, 975 here, little money gonna be 1,000 here, little money one, little money gonna be 1,000 there, and 1,025, little money gonna be 1,025, 1,000 here, and gonna be 1,025, little good little calf there, and little money gonna be 1,025, 500, little money 1,025 and 50, 150, 1,050, 1,000, little money gonna be 1,050 here, and little money 1,050 gonna be 1,075, little money 1,050 here, and little money 1,075, 1,050 gonna be 1,075, 1,050, 1,075, all in all done, and we sold it right here, 1,050, 614, 1,050, 614. Holstein Bowl, gonna be 500, gonna be 500, gonna be 500, where gonna be 200, 200, let's go, 200. 3, now 4, little gonna be 400 here, and 300 now 4, now 5, now 6 here, little gonna be 600, 5 here, 600, where little gonna be 600 here, 500, little gonna be 600, 500 and 600, 500, 600, where little gonna be 5 and 600 here, all in and all done, 500 going your way, 80 straight, thank you. Nice little set of heifers here. Maybe 225 on maybe 225 fine. Who'd be 225. Now 227 a hand. 225. We're going by the pound now. 225 here. Maybe 227 a hand. Maybe 225. Maybe 227 a half. 225 here. Maybe 227 a half. Where maybe 225. 27 a hand. Maybe 27 a half. 25 here. Maybe 27 a hand. 25. Who'd be 27 a hand. 25. 27 a half. All in and all done. Right there, 225. 626, thank you. Same deal, Hill. Gonna be $2 on. Maybe two, gonna be 2 right there, $2. Now 2 and a half, gonna be $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 2, gonna be 2 and a half, $2, 2 and a half, gonna be 205, gonna be 5 down here, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 5, 2 and a half, gonna be 205, now 2 7 and a half, 210, gonna be 210, gonna be 210, 212 and a half, gonna be 215 here, gonna be 217 and a half, gonna be 217, gonna be 220, 220 down here, gonna be 220, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 220, 220, 20, 20, 217 and a half, and 220, 220, all in and all done. 217 and a half right there, put it on the 15s. Nice little white face here. Heifer 360. This one's going to be almost a year old. 8-way Clostridial modified live dewormed. Good little calf there. Hey, gonna be 250 on it. Gonna be 250, gonna be 250, 225, 225 where? Gonna be 225 fine. 225 fine. Gonna be 220, 220, 220. Gonna be 220, $2. Now 2 and a half. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half where? $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half where? Gonna be 2 and a half. All in and all done. All in and all done. Got $2. 80 by 5. $2, 80 by 5. Here we go. Got a Coldstream heifer here. Gonna be 14 months old. Open. What do you want to do here? Going to be buck 40 here. Going to be 40, 40, 40. 125 where? Going to be 125. 127 a hand. Going to be 30, 30, 30. 132 to hand. Going to be 132 and a half here. 132 and a half. Going to be 135, 137 and a half here. 137 and a half. Now 140, 142 and a half. 142 and a hand. Going to be 145, 147 a hand. Going to be 50, 50, 50. 152 to hand. Going to be 152 and a hand. Going to be 155, 5, 5. 157 a hand. Going to be 160 here. Going to be 132 and a half. 162 and a hand. Going to be 135, 137 a hand. Going to be 170 here. Going to be 172 and a half. Now 175, 5, 5, 5. 175 here. Going to be 172 and a half. 175 where? Going to be 172 and a half and 5. 172 and a half. You're in. Need 5. 172 and a half. Going to be 5, 5, 5. 172 and a half. Going to be 175. All in all done. Sold it to you 172 and a half, 640. 172 and a half, 640. Thank you. What do we got here? Open heifer here. Going to be 150 here. 152 to hand. 150 here. Going to be 52 to hand. Going to be 52 to half. 150 here. Going to be 152 to half. Going to be 150 here. Going to be 152 to half. 150 here. Going to be 152 to hand. Going to be 155 5 5. Going to be 157 and a half here. Going to be 160 here. Going to be 162 and a half. Now 165. 157 and a half. Going to be 170 here. Going to be 170. 172 to half. Going to be 175 5 5. 175. 177 and a half here. Going to be 180 here. Going to be 80 80. Now 182 to half. Going to be 185 5 5. Going to be 187 and a half. Now 190. 190 here. Going to be 192 to hand. Going to be 195. 197 a hand. 197 a hand. Going to be $2 here. 222. 197 a hand. Going to be 222. 197 a hand. I got him in. 197 and a half. $2 win. $2. Now 2 going to get a 205 5 5. Going to be 207 and a half. 207 and a hand. 210 here. Going to be 212 and a hand. 15 here. Going to be 17 and a half. 217 and a half. 217 and a hand. 217 and a half. 217. I got 215. 217 and a half. You're done. 215 here. Going to be 217 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it right here. 215. Put it on 647. 647. Thank you. Looks like a heifer to me. Here we go. Going to be $2 here. $2 here. Now 2 and a hand. Going to be 2 and a hand. Going to be 205. Going to be 5 5. 205 here. Going to be 205. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 210. 210 here. Going to be 212 and a hand. 215 here. Going to be 15. 15. 215. 212 and a hand. Going to be 215. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. Going to be 220. Going to be 20. Now 222 to hand. Going to be 225. Going to be 225. 227 and a half. 227 and a hand. Going to be 30 here. Going to be 30. 30. 30. 227 and a half, 30, 32 and a half. They're going to be 32 and a half here. 232 and a half. You're in. 235. They're going to be 235 and 237 and a half. 237 and a half. Now 240 here. They're going to be 240, 40 and 242 to hand. They're going to be 242 to hand. Going to be 245 this way. They're going to be 245, 5, 5. Going to be 245. 242 to hand. They're going to be 245. 242 and a half up here. And they're going to be 245, 5. 242 and a half and 5. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 242 and a half up there. 617, 617. Thank you. Good black steer here. Going to be $2 here. $2 right there. Now 2 and a hand. Going to be $2 here. Going to be 2 and a half. Half hand. 2 and a hand. 2 and a half here. Going to be 205. 205. Going to be 27 and a half here. Going to be 210. Going to be 212 and a hand. Going to be going to be 217 and a half. Going to be 220. 222 and a half. 222 to hand. Going to be 225. 5 5. Going to be 222 to hand. Going to be 225. 5 5. 222 and a half. 225 where? Going to be 225. 222 to hand. Going to be 225. 222 to hand. Going to be 225. 5 5. All in and all done. 225, 227 a hand. Going to be 225. Going to be 227 a half here. Going to be 227 a hand. Going to be 227 a hand. Going to be 227. All in and all done right here. 225. Put it on Ron over there. Is that heater? That ain't going anymore, is it? It's hotter. Oh, those vents. Those vents could probably get opened. Bowl, black bowl. $2 here. Down about 225. Going to be 225. Going to be 227. Going to be 230 here. Going to be 30 and 32 to hand. Going to be 235. 5 5. Going to be 235. 5 5. Going to be 232 and a half here. 235. 237 and a half. Now 240. 242 to hand. Going to be 245. 247 to hand. Going to be 250. 252 to hand. Going to be 255 and a half here. Going to be 260 here. Going to be 262 and a half. Now 265. 7 a hand. Going to be 260. I got him. 237 and a half. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half. 272 to hand. Going to be 75. 5 5. 275. Going to be 277 and a half here. Going to be 277 and a half. half. 280, 282 to hand, little money, 282 to hand, gonna be 285, 287 to hand, little money, 287 to hand, gonna be 292, 92 to hand, little money, 292 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, $3 here, little money, 33, now 302 to hand, little money, 305, fine, then 307 and a half here, little money, 310, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, little money, 315, gonna be 317 and a hand, little money, 317 and a half, gonna be 320, done 20, 20, 20, 320, 20, 317 and a hand, little money, gonna be 320, 20, 20, 317 and a hand, little money, gonna be 320, 320, all in and all done, all in and all done, right here, 317 and a half, 260, 260. Heifer there, little black heifer. $3 here, maybe three right there. Now 302 and a half, $3 here, maybe 302 and a half where, maybe three here, maybe 302 and a half, $3 here, 302 and a half where, $3 here, maybe 302 and a half here, maybe 302 and a half hand, maybe $3 here, 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 305 in the doorway, 307 and a half, 310, maybe 10, 10, 10, 10, now 312 and a half, gonna be 315, maybe 17 and a half, gonna be 320, 320 and a half, gonna be 325, 325, 327 and a half, 325, gonna be 327 and a half, you're out over there, Tom. 325. 327 and a half. 325 and 7 and a half. All in and all done. 327 and a half. 330, 330 here, going to be 332 and a half, 332 and a half. That's by the pound. Now 335, 335, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half. Going to be 340, 340, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. Now 342 and a half, 342 and a half, 342 and a half, 342 and a half. Going to be 345 here, going to be 345, 55, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 347 and a half. Going to be 350. Now 352 and a half, going to be 352 and a half, and 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350. 352 and a half. You want to bid one more time? 357 here. 357. You got to be 360 here. Going to be 360 here. Going to be 360 here. All in and all done right there. 357 and a half on buyer number 51. You say? Buyer 51. Okay, nice black heifer here. 225, 225 there. Now 227 a hand, 225 here, 227 a hand, 225, 227 a half, 225, 7 a half, where, 227 a hand, 230. Now 230, 230 here, 30, 30 again, 30, 30, 30, 227 a half and 30, 227 a half, 30 there. Now 232 a hand, 232 and a half here in the cowboy hat, 232 and a half, 232 and a hand, 235 and 237 a half, 237 a hand, 237 and a half here, 237 and a half here, 237 and a half here, 235, 237 and a half, 235 right there, and a 237 and a half, 237 and a half, going to be 240, 242 and a half, now 245, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 247 and a half, 245, going to be 247 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, 245 here, going to be 247 and a half, going to be 247 and a half, 247 and a half, 245 and 7 and a half, 245, 7 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done, sold it to you, 245, 650, 245, buyer 650, thank you. $2 here, $2 there. Now the eliminating be two to hand. Eliminating be two to have where eliminating $2 here. They're going to be two to hand. Going to be 205. Eliminating be 555 205 here. Back to you there. 205. Eliminating 27 a hand. Eliminating 210. Eliminating 10 10 10. Eliminating 210 here. 212 and a half. 215 17 and a hand. Eliminating 217 and a hand. Going to be 220. 222 to hand. Eliminating 225 55. Eliminating 225. 227 and a half. 227 a hand. Eliminating 220. Going to be 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half here, 232 and a half. Now 235, going to be 235, 5, going to be 235, 235, 5, 237 a hand, going to be 235, 7 a hand, going to be 7 a half, going to be 235 and 7 a half, 235, 7 a half, 237 and 240, 240, 242 and a hand, 242 and a half here, 242 and a half. Got you in at 240, 242 and a half where, going to be 242 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you at 240. What's that? Bowls, yes sir. 364 bowls. 364 bowls. Thank you. Another good bull here, 220. That's a stag here, $2 here, money, $2 there, money, 202 to hand, money, $2 here, money, give me two and a half, $2, two and a half, two to hand, money, $2 here, money, two and a half. Where there's a stag in the ring here, money, two and a half, two to hand, money, give me 202 to hand, two and a half. Where yes sir, 205, money, give me 205, 7.5, 210, money, 210, 10, gonna be 212 and a hand, gonna be 215, money, 17 and a half. Now 220 here, money, 222 to hand, 222 to hand, 222 to hand, gonna be 225, 5, 225, 222 to half here, money, 225, where 225, 7 to hand, money, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, money, gonna be 227 and a hand, gonna be 230, money, 230 to 30, 227 and a half and 30, 227 and a half, 30, 32 to hand, money, gonna be 232 and a half here, gonna be 235, money, gonna be 235, 5, 235, 5, money, 235 here, money, gonna be 235, 7 and a half, now 40, 240, money, gonna be 240, 242 and a half here, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 5, 242 and a half and 5, gonna be 5, sold it to you, Todd, 242 and a half, 364 on bulls. It's a nice steer there, right? Nice steer. 150 here, gonna be 50 right there. Now gonna be 52 to hand, gonna be 50 here, gonna be 52 to hand, gonna be 155, 157 to hand, gonna be 152 to hand, gonna be 175, 177 to hand, gonna be 170 in the long hair. I got her, 170 here, 170 right there, 172 to half. Now 175, gonna be 177 to hand, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 to hand, gonna be 185, 185 down here, 187 and a half, 190. I already got 3. That other guy, what do we got? $2. Now two and a half. Now 205, money, 205, gonna be 207 and a half, gonna be 210, money, 212 and a half here, money, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 17 and a half. Now 220 here, 222 to hand, gonna be 225, 222 to hand, gonna be 225 up there, and gonna be 227 and a half. Now 230 here, money, 30, 227 and a half, gonna be 230. Now 232 to half. Now 235, money, 235 up there, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, money, 40, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, where money, gonna be 40, 237 and a half, and 240. Junior, your guy done. 237 and a half and 40, 237 and a half, money, gonna be 40, all in and all done. Right here, 237 and a half on 113. Thank you. What do we got here? A little steer here, 185, 150 on 50, 125, $1.25, 5, $1, where gonna be $1, $1, 2 and a half now, gonna be 2 and a half, where gonna be 2 and a half, $1, 2 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, 1 here now, done 1, we got 102 to hand, gonna be 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 to half, 102 to hand, gonna be 105, 102 to hand, gonna be 105. Who's my other guy? Right there, 105, 5. Seattle Seahawks got to be 105, gonna be 105, 102 to hand, gonna be 105, I got you in already, 105 right next to you, 105, 5, sold it to you, 102 and a half in the cowboy hat. What's your number? 657, thank you, 657. Black steer here, maybe 250 on 250, maybe 225, 225. Now 227 and a half, 225, maybe 227 and a half here, 225, maybe 227 and a half, where 225, 227 and a half, 225, maybe 227 and a half, right there. Now 230, maybe 30, 227 and a half, 230, 232 and a half. Blake. Back to you, 232 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235 here, Tom, gonna be 235, 237 and a half here, gonna be 237 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, gonna be 237 and a half, 235 here, and gonna be 237 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 235, 364, is that gonna be a straight? Steers. Yep. Bull calf, 250 here, 50, gonna be 250 by the pound here, 50, 225, gonna be 225, 225, 225. You can fix that up back there, gonna be 225, $2 where, $2 here, gonna be $2 there, gonna be $2 and a hand, $2 here, $2 and a half, $2, $2 and a half where, gonna be $2 and a half, $2 and a half, all in and all done. Now 5, gonna be 205, 205 fine, then I'm gonna be 205, 22 to hang, gonna be 205 here, and 205, 7.5, 27.5, 210, 210 here, and 210, 10, and 212 and a half here, and back to you, DL, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210 here, and then I'm gonna be 212 and a half, 212 and a half, all in and all done. 210 right there, 641, 641. Nice bull there, star cattle here, East Smith, bro. What do you want to do here? Going to be 185, 185, little money, 185, little money, going to be 187 and a half here, little money, going to be 185, fine, little money, going to be 187 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, little money, going to be 187 and a half, 185, little money, who do 187 and a half, half, 185, little money, going to be 187 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, little money, who do 187 and a half, 185, going to be 187 and a half, 190, 190 up top, little money, 192 and a half, little money, going to be 192 and a half, going to be 195, 5, and then 197 and a half, 197 and a half, 195 here, and then going to be 197 and a half, 195, going to be 197 and a half, 195 up top, going to be 197 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, all in and all done. 195 going Ron's way. Just giving you this. Three six three six six one. Van Berkham cattle here had all their shots ready to go. Heifers, nice heifers there. 225, maybe 225, fine, maybe 225, fine, 225, $2 on, maybe 222, now 2 to hand, 2 to hand, gonna be 2 fine, 5, 5, 5, 2, 5, 7 a hand, 7 and a half, and 10, now 10, 12 and a hand, maybe 15 here, maybe 17 and a hand, then gonna be 20, 20, 220, 220, 220, 222 and a half here, maybe 225, 227 a hand, maybe 227 and a half, yes sir, now 230, 230 here, maybe 232 to hand, gonna be 235, maybe 235, 237 and a half, now 240. 240 here, and 237 a hand, little money, 240, 40, 40, little money, 237 a hand, little money, who did 40, 40, 40, 237 a half and 40, 237 a half and 40, 240, little money, gonna be 40, 40, 40, 237 a half and 40, all in and all done, sold it to you, 237 a half on there. Gonna be a stag. 185 here, 185 fine, who do 185 fine, 150, 50, 50, gonna be 150 right there now, 152 to hand, gonna be 152 to hand, gonna be 155, 157 to hand, 160 here, gonna be 132 to hand, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, 170, 172 to hand, gonna be 175, 77 to hand, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 82 to hand, who do 82 to hand, gonna be 85, 87 and a half here, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, 85 here, 185, gonna be 187 to hand, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 192 to hand, gonna be 195, 97 to hand, gonna be $2 here. Now 2 to hand, gonna be 2 5 5 5 7 a hand, little money 210, now 212 and a half, 15 15 here, and 217 and a hand, little money 220 here, and gonna be 222 to hand, gonna be 225 5 5, gonna be 225 5, 227 and a half, 225 7 and a half, 225 little money gonna be 7 and a half, 225 and 7 and a half, 225 little money gonna be 225, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, all in and all done, 225 going on Blake. I don't know, haven't seen it. Nice little Hereford cross heifer there. Here we go. What do you want to be here? What do we got on the side of that thing, Junior? 4 months bred. Here we go. What do you want to do here? 125. 125 here. Going to be 127 a hand. 130 here. Going to be 30, 30, 30 up there. 130. Going to be 130. 130. Ron, you want to be 130 here? 132 to hand. Going to be 135. 135. Going to be 137 a hand. 140 here. Going to be 142 to hand. Going to be 145. 5. Going to be 147 a half. 150. 152 to hand. Going to be 155. 155. 157 a hand. 160 here. Going to be 132 to hand. Going to be 132 to hand. Going to be 132 to half here. Going to be 162 and a half. 160 here. Going to be 132 to hand. 130 here, 132 to hang, going to be 135, 5, 5, 135, 162 and a half, 165 where, another 132 to hang, going to be 135, 5, 132 to hang, going to be 135, all in and all done, 162 and a half, your way, 364 by heifers, thank you. Here's another 14-month-old heifer here, Angus cross, nice one, beautiful. Here we go, 150. 50 right there, now 152 to hand, 52 to hand, going to be 155, 57 to hand, going to be 130 here, 32 to hand, going to be 135, 37 to hand, going to be 170, 172 and a half, 175, 77 to hand, going to be 180 here, going to be 180 there, 180, 182 to hand, going to be 185, 187 to hand, going to be 190 here, and 192 to hand, 195, going to be 195 up there, 192 and a half. Ron, you want to be 195? 192 and a half here. And then I'm going to be 195, 197 and a half here. And then I'm going to be $2 here. And then I'm going to be 222, 197 and a half, $2 here. And then 22 to hang. Going to be 205. And then I'm going to be 55, 205 here. And then I'm going to be 55, 202 to hang. Going to be 205 here. 202 to hang. Yes, sir. 205, 203, 204. 204, 205. Back to you. And little going to be 205, 55, and 206 here. And little going to be 207, 207, 206 here. And little going to be 777. Where? And little 206 here. And then going to be 7. Little going to be 77, 206 and 7. Sold it to you. 206 right here. 206 right there. Yes, sir. 640. Thank you guys. 640. Buyer 640. Black bull here, and little 185, and little Bacchus cattle here, and little Angus cross bull, and little he's gentle here, and little gonna be 185, 185, and little gonna be 185, 150 on him, little 150 here, and 152 and a half, 150 here, and little gonna be 152 and a half, and little gonna be 150 here, and 152 and a half, 152 and a half, little gonna be 152 and a half here, and 152 and a half, half hand, little 150 here, and gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, and gonna be 152 and a half, all in and all done. 152 and a half. There it is. Now 155, 157 and a half. Going to be 160 here. Going to be 172 and a half. Going to be 175, 177 and a half. Going to be 170, 170, 172 and a half. 170 here. And then going to be 172 and a half. All in and all done. 170 going Ron's way. Red heifer here, gonna be $2 a pound. $222, be $2 here, and gonna be $2 and a half, $2 and a half. Now 205, 7 and a half here, and gonna be 210, 212 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220. Now 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 7 and a half here, and gonna be 230 here, and gonna be 232 and a half. Now 235, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 42 and a half here, and gonna be 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 7 and a half, gonna be 250, 250, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 555, gonna be 255. 257 and a half, 260 here, now 260, 260 here, and going to be 262 and a half, 262 and a half, going to be 265, 555, going to be 267 and a half, now 270, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 270, are you doing that? 272 and a half, going to be 275 here, 275, 277 and a half here, and going to be 280 here, and then who do it 80, 80, now 282 and a half here, and then who do it 282 and a half, going to be 282 and a half, 282 and a half, going to be 285, 7 and a half, 287 and a half here, and then 287 and a half, going to be 290 here, and then go to 290, 90, 90, now 292 and a half, 295, 295, 297 and a half, 297 and a half, 295, going to be 297 and a half, $333, $3 here, and then going to be 32 and a half, 302 and a half here, and 305, 307 and a half here, and 310, 10, 10, 210, 307 and a half, going to be 310, 307 and a half, and 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, sold at 307 and a half, 364 on heifers, 364 on heifers. Nice black white face Angus cross here. 250 here, gonna be 50, 50, 50, gonna be 50 here, 250, 225, gonna be 225, gonna be $2, $2 a pound here, $2 there. Now 22 and a half, 205, 7 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 17 and a half, gonna be 220, 222 and a half. Now 225, 7 and a half, gonna be 230, 232 and a half, 235, 5, gonna be 236 and a half. Now 240, gonna be 240, 40, 40, 40, 40, 237 and a half, and 40, 237 and 240, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, gonna be 245. 7 and a half, going to be 250, 252 and a half, 255, 7 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, going to be 260 here, and going to be 262 and a half, 262 and a half, going to be 265, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 70 here, 72 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, 270 here, and going to be 272 and a half, where, and 272 and a half, 270 here, and going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, all in and all done, 270, 364 on heifers. Here we go. 250 here. Going to be 250 right there. Now 252 and going to be 252 to ham. Good black heifer here. 250 here. Going to be 252 to ham. Going to be 255, 5. Now 257 to ham. Going to be 260, 252 to ham. 85, 87 to ham. Going to be 270 here. 272 to ham. Can't see your hand. 272 to ham. 75, 77 to ham. Going to be 80 here. Going to be 82 to ham. 82 to ham. Going to be 85, 87 to ham. 287 to ham. Going to be 290 here. 290, 92 to 87 to ham. 290 where? 287 to half and 90. 287 to ham. Going to be 290. 287 to half and 90. All in and all done. 287 and a half. Put it on 364 heifers. Not very hot so far. Star cattle here. Good ones here. What do you want to do here? Give me $2 a pound. $2 here. Now two and a half. Give me $2 here. Give me two and a half here. Where? Give me two and a half. $2 here. Give me two and a half. $2, two and a half here. Give me two and a half. $2 here. Give me two and a half. $2 here. Give me two and a half. All in and all done. All in and all done. One bid buy $2. You got it. Ron's got it. Yeah. 539 down there. It's a Highlander cross. Looks like this one's 7 months old. Angus Highlander cross, been wormed, 2 months weaned. Here you go. What do you want to bid here on this one here? By the pound here. $1.50 here. Gonna be 150. Gonna be 50. 125. Gonna be 125. Fine. 125. Now 127 and a half. 127 and a half. Gonna be 130. 30. 132 and a half. Gonna be 135. Fine. 137 and a half. Now 140. 140 here. 142 and a half. Gonna be 145. Fine. Gonna be 145. 147 and a half. Gonna be 150. 150 here. Gonna be 150. 150 right there. Now 157 and a half. Gonna be 150 here. Gonna be 160 here. One by the pound, 162 and a half. Money be 132 and a half. Money be 132 and a half. 160. Money be 162 and a half. All in and all done. 160, 614. 160 on 614. Thank you. $390. Turn them around there, Trenton. Turn them around in a circle there, please. No tags on them. Okay, what do we got here? Angus cross, Holstein cross here. They've had nasalage in his calves in the fall. Yeah, we'll sell you a choice. We'll sell you. We'll sell them choice. You betcha. On tags, you got one more to slap on there. Good. Here we go. Money, what do you want to do here? Gonna be $2 a pound here. Money, be two. What are we working with? Steers? It looks like steers. $2 here. Gonna be two. $2 a pound. $2 here. Gonna be two. 185 here. Gonna be 185. Fine. Gonna be 185. 150 there. Now 152 to hand. Gonna be 155. 157 a hand. Gonna be 160 here. 160. 162 and a half. 175. 177 a hand. Gonna be 170 here. 172 to hand. Gonna be 175. 77 and a half here. 177. Gonna be 80 here. 182 and a half. 185. 187 and a half. 190 here. Then gonna be 192 to hand. Then 195 here. Gonna be 195. 197 a hand. Gonna be $2 here. Then eliminating the two. Now two and a half. 205. 27 and a half here. Then gonna be 7 and a half here. Gonna be 210. Then eliminating 210. 10. Gonna be 210. 212 and a half. 215. 215. Then eliminating 217 and a half here. Then eliminating gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. 20 to 222 and a half. 225. 225. 222 to hand. Gonna be 225 here. Then eliminating 225. Gonna be 227 and a half now. Not 230. 230 here. Then eliminating gonna be 30. Gonna be 230. 230. Now 232 and a half here. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. Fine. Then eliminating gonna be 235. I'm gonna be 235. 235, sir. 232 and a half here. I need 235. 232 and a half. Then eliminating gonna be 235. Fine. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. All in all done. Sold them 232 and a half right there. 648. You want 1, 2, 3? What are you thinking? He takes all 3. Good man. Good man. No tag. This one's a heifer here. Had his shots ready to go. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 222. 222. 185. Gonna be 185 here. 187 a hand. Gonna be 185. 187 a hand. 187 a hand. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 190. 192 and a half. Now 195. 195 here. Gonna be 195. 5. 197 a hand. $2 here. 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here and 2 and a half. Where? Gonna be $2 $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. All in and all done. $2 your way, $2 your way. You're too late, sir. $2 here, 642, 642. Gotta be a little quicker. $671, $673. Ellen Boss cattle here. Good little black ones there. Gonna be $250 here. 250, don't wait, hold on. 250 here. Gonna be 250, 225, 225, 225 for one. He says now 227 and a half. We're selling choice. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225, 7 and a half. 227 and a half. 230 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. 235, 5. 237 and a half. Now 237 and a half here. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. 235 here. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235, 7 and a half. All in and all done. You done, Blake? 235. Going on Ron over there. Going on Ron. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty obvious, yeah. $150 here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50. 150 there. Gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. Gonna be 155, 5, 157 and a half. Gonna be 0 here. Gonna be 02 and a half. 165, 167 and a half. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 172 and a half. Gonna be 35, 77 and a half. Gonna be 80 here. Gonna be 82 and a half. Gonna be 85, 87 and a half. Gonna be 90 here. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195, 197 and a half, and $2 and 2 and a half. Now 205, 7 and a half. 210, 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 here. 222 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. 222 and sold at 220 right here. 260. 220, 260. Can we spin those one more time, please? 500 and 674. Here we go. 225. Gonna give you 225. $2 here. Gonna give you $2 there. Now 2 and a half. Gonna give you 2 and a half. Where? 2 and a half. Where? Gonna give you 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna give you 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Now 205. 207 and a half. 207 and a half. Gonna 210 here. Gonna 210. Gonna be 212 and a half. Gonna 212 and a half. 210. Gonna be 212 and a half. 215. 215. 17 and a half. Gonna give you 217 and a half here. Gonna give you 217 and a half. 215. Gonna be 220. 220, 222 and a half. Now 225, 227 and a half. 230 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. Now 235, 237 and a half. Gonna be 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Now 245, 247 and a half. 250 here. Gonna get 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. Gonna give me 285, 5, 252 and a half. 255, 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 252 and a half. Gonna give me 255. All in and all done. Sold them 252 and a half, buyer 4. 252 and a half, buyer 4. 5 months bred. 175, gonna be 175, fine, 175, fine, gonna be 150 here, 50 right there, now 150 do the hand, 50 do the half, 150 here, 52 to hand, gonna be 155, 57 a hand, 60 here, gonna be 172 to hand, gonna be 175, 77 a hand, gonna be 70 here, 72 and a half, 172 and a half, 172 to half, 170 here, 172 to hand, 170 here, 172 to half, where, gonna be 172 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, half, all in all done. 170, you bought her. 476, thank you, 476. 250 here, give me 50, 50, 50, give me 250 where, 252 to half, give me 250 here, 252 and a half, 250 here, give me 252 to half, give me 252 to half, 250 gonna be 252 and a half, now 255, 57 and a half, city here, gonna be 232 to half, gonna be 235, 77 and a half, gonna be 270 here, 72 and a half, 275, 77 and a half, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 82 to half, 82 to half, gonna be 85, 285, 282 to half, gonna be 285, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, gonna be 290, 292 and a half, now 292 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, gonna be 297 and a half here, would have been 297 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, 295, gonna be 297 and a half, 295, gonna be 297 and a half, 297 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done, 295, 364 on bulls, 364 on bulls, thank you. 250 here, 252 to hand, 250 here, 252 to hand, where, 252 to hand, 252 to hand, 250 here, gonna be 252 to hand, gonna be 255, 5 and a half. Now 260, 262 to hand, gonna be 235, 270 to hand, gonna be 270 here, 272 to hand, gonna be 275, 77 to hand, gonna be 80 here, 82 and a half, 285, 287 to hand, gonna be 290 here, 292 to hand, gonna be 295, 7 to hand, 297 to hand, 297 to hand, gonna be $3. Now 302 to hand, then gonna be 5, 7 to hand, then 307 and a half down here, then gonna be 310, 10, then 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, then maybe 12 and a half, 312 and a half. Yes, so you want to be 312 and a half down there? Yay or nay? Now 315, 315, then 212 and a hand, then gonna be 315, then 212 and a hand, gonna be 315, all in and all done. 312 and a half your way, buyer number 251, 251. I don't know. I think you started in the middle of the alphabet. Here we go. What are you gonna do here? Gonna be $1 here. $1 there. What do to hand? Gonna be 105. 107 a hand. Gonna be 110. Gonna be 112 and a half. 110, 12 and a hand. Gonna be 15. Now 17 and a half. 120. Gonna be 122 to hand. Gonna be 125. 7 a hand. 30 here. 2 to hang, gonna be 135, 37 to hang, gonna be 40, and 42 to hang, gonna be 45, 47 to hang, gonna be 50, 150, 150, I can't see your hands, 150, and 152 to hang, 155, 5 high, gonna be 155, 5 high, 157 to hang, gonna be 160 here, 162 and a half, 165, 177 to hang, gonna be 170 here, and 172 to hang, gonna be 175, 177 and a half here, gonna be 177 and a half, 180 here, Trenton, you need to look, somebody's got to look at him, 180 here, and gonna be 182 and a half, 182 to hang, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a hang, gonna be 185 over here with Marv, 185, 5 high, gonna be 185, 182 and a half here, 185, 182 to hang, gonna be 185, 182 to hang, gonna be 185, 5, 182 and a hang, gonna be 185, all in and all done. Sold him 182 and a half, 364 on heifers, 364 on heifers. I think I know where these came from. 709, 710, 708. Here we go. Crazy cattle here. Gonna be $2 here, two, $2 here, $2 $185 on, $185 high, $175 high, $175, $165 here, $175 high, $175, $187 hand, $185 gonna be 77 and a half, $165, 67 and a half, $170 here, gonna be 170, now 172 to hang, gonna be 175, 177 to hang, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 to hang, gonna be 185, gonna be 187 to hang, gonna be 190. 187 and a hand, gonna be 190, 192 to hand, 195, 5 hand, gonna be 197 and a half, 197 and a hand, gonna be 2, now 2 to hand, $2 here, who'd be 2 to hand, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, half hand, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, what's that? 2 and a half. Back in our 2 and a half, gonna be 205, money 2 and a half and 5, 2 to hand, gonna be 205 down here, 2 to hand, money gonna be 205, all in and all done, 2 and a half, Ron's way. He's a beauty. 175, give me 175, fine, give me 175, fine, give me 175, 150 on, give me 150 here, now 152 and a half, 150 here, give me 152 to half, 152 to hang, gonna be 155, 157 and a half here, gonna be 160 here, 160, 162 and a half, 165, 167 to hang, gonna be 170 here, 172 to hang, gonna be 175, 177 and a half here, gonna be 180, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 to hang, gonna be 185, 187 a hand, gonna be 187 a hand, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 90, 187 and a half, 190, 187 a hand, gonna be 190, 90, 187 and a half, and 90, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 187 and a half, 605. 250 here, gonna be 50, gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 225, 5, now 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, and 227, gonna be 230 now, 232 and a half, 232, gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 235, gonna be 237 and a half, 235, gonna be 237 and a half, gonna be 40 and 42 and a half, yeah, and gonna be 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a half, gonna be 247 and a half, 245, 7 and a half, gonna be 250 here, gonna be 250, 250, now 252 and a half, gonna get 255, gonna be 255, 5, gonna be 255, 255, 252 to hand, gonna be 255, 5, 252 to hand, gonna be 255, 252 and a half, 255, where, gonna be 255, 252 to hand, gonna be 255, 5, all in and all that last chance, 255, sold it right here, 252 and a half, put it on Ron. 630, you got her. Van Weerdeisen steers. Are these yours or the other Van Weerdeisen? I got 2 Van Weerdeisen. Oh, perfect. Here you go. You got limb flexes in here. They've been wormed. They've been vaccinated, weaned, eating good at the feed bunk. Here we go. Well, sell your choice then. Here we go. What do you want to do? Hey. You can wrap them up if you want. Here we go. What do you want to do here? 225. 225. 225. Good Limplex cattle here. 225. Where? $2 here. $2 a pound here. $2 a pound, sir. 222. I got $2. 2 to hang. 5 and 7 and a half. 210. Where are we at? 210. Trenton, move a little bit. 210. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 215. Who's my third one here? And then gonna be 215. 217 and a half. Gonna be 217 and a half. 215 here. And then gonna be 217 and a half. 215. Gonna be 217 and a half. There he is. 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 here. And then 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Gonna be 222 and a half. Who'd be 222 and a half. 225. 225. 5. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Gonna be 225. 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 230 here. Now 232 and a half. Gonna be 32 and a half. Who'd be 32 and a half. 230 here. And then I'm going to be 232 and a half. 232 and a half. He's nodding his head yes, but I'm not getting the card. I got 232 and a half. 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, money, give me 237 and a half, give me 240, money, 40, 40, 40, 40, right there, 240, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, half, come on guys, we gotta be 242 and a half, it'll be a little quicker, 240, gotta be 242 and a half down here, now 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a half, money, 245, money, 247 and a half, 245, gonna be 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 250, 50, 252 and a half, money, 252 and a half, 250 here, now 252 and a half, 250 here, money, give me 252 and a half, last chance up there, money, give me 252 and a half, all in and all done, 250 here and 252 and a half, sold him 250 your way, I can't read that, can't read his card, he wants the one over here, one coming around to you, one in the middle, 636, going out the door. What's your buyer number, sir? 650? 650. There you go, boys. 225. Got two left here. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 225. 225. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 230. 230. 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Now 235, 235, 5, I'm going to give you 235 here, 232 and a half and 5, 235, 235, 232 and a half, I'm going to give you 235, 5, 232 and a half here, and 235, 232 and a half, going to be 235, 5, 232 and a half and 5, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, now 240, 240 up top, I'm going to give you 240, 40, 40, 237 and a half and 40, 237 and a half, going to be 240, 237 and a half and 40, 237 and a half, I'm going to give you 40, 40, 40, 40, all in and all done, all in and all done. Sold it right here, 237 and a half, 665, 665. You want both of those? Thank you, sir. There's a dandy. 639. Another one here. Same man's cattle. Ready to rock and roll. A little bigger there. That's a dandy right there. Limb flex here. What do you want to do? $2 a pound. 222. Give me 2 here. Had his shots here. Ready to go. $2 here. $2. Thank you. Now 2 and a half. Give me 2 and a half here. 2 and a half. Give me 2 5. 5. Now 7 and a half. 10 10 12 and a half. Give me 12 and a half. Give me 15 here. Give me 217 and a half. Give me 220. 222 and a half. 222 and a half. 222 and a half. 220 here. Give me 222 and a half. Give me 225. 225. 225. 227 and a half. And 30. 230. 230. 230. Give me 230. 30. 230. 30. 227 and a half. 30. 227 and a half here. And 30 where? Give me 30. 30. 30. 227 and a half. Give me 230. 227 and a half and 30. 227 and a half. 30 all in and all done right here. Sold it to you 237 and a half. 665. Same way. 665. Thank you. I think so. Open heifer here. Get a little calf here. Same man's cattle. 225, 250 here. Does that work for you? Now 252 and a half. Give me 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 250 here. Need 252 and a half. Give me 252 and a half. Give me 252 and a half. 250 here. Going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. Give me 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 250, 252 and a half. 250. Give me 252 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you 250. I gotta take a leak, Terry. Can you run a couple? Well, let me get through Ben Weirdheisen's thing. Guess everybody just came to watch today. I don't know what's going on. Nice steer here, 640. Same deal here, gonna be 250 here, gonna be 250, 225, 225 here, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half. Now 230, 232 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half here, gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 235. 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, gonna be 240 here, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 240 gonna be 242 and a half, now 245, 247 and a half, 247, 247 and a half, 247 and a half here, gonna be 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 50, 50, gonna give you 52 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, gonna give you 252 and a half, 255, 5, 255, 255, 252 and a half, gonna give you 255, 5, all in and all done. 252 and a half, 648. Skillman cattle here. Little money. What do you want to do here? Good cattle here. 2 heifers here. 646. Here we go. Ready to go here. Little money. What do you want to do here? Little money. 225. Little money. 225. Fine. Little money. 225. Where? 225 here. Little money. 220 here. Then gonna be 220. 20. Little money. Pound, 222, $2 there. Now 22 and a half, little money, 2 and a half. Where little money, 2 and a half, little money, 2 and a half, little money, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Wean 2 months, hot wire broke, corn and grass silage here, second, third cutting hay, $2 and 2 and a half, little money, 2 and a half here, 2 and a half here, little money, give me 205, 207 and a half, little money, 210 here, gonna be 210, 10, 212 and a half, little money, give me 215 here, gonna be 217 and a half, now 220 here, little money, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 225, gonna be 227 and a half, gonna be 230 up top, little money, gonna be 30, 227 and a half, and 30, little money, get to 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 5, little money, gonna be 235, 5, 232 and a half and 5, 232 and a half and 235, all in and all done. Sold them over here, 232 and a half, 647. Same deal here, little bit $2.20 here, 220, 20, little money, be 220, now $2. Now $2 and a half, little money, be 2 and a half here, little $2 here, little bit 2 and a half, 205, little 7 and a half, little money, be 7 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, 215, 17 and a half, little money, 220, gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 7 and a half, little money, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 227 and a half, 30, 227 and a half, little money, gonna be 30, little bit 227 and a half and 30, 227 and a half and 30, all in and all done. Sold it to 227 and a half. Where was I? 227 and a half there. 624. Same deal. $2 here. Maybe $2. $2 here. Maybe $2. 185. Maybe 185. Fine. 185. Fine. 150 here. 150. 152 and a half. 150. Maybe 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 57 and a half. Gonna be 170 here. 172 and a half. Gonna be 175. 177 and a half. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 172 and a half. 172 and a half. 175. 175. Gonna be 177 and a half here. 177 and a half. Gonna be 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. Little money, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 87 and a half, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, little 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half. Now $2 here. $2 and 2 and a half, little 205 here, and they're gonna be 207 and a half, little 207 and a half, 205, 7 and a half, 210, 10, little gonna be 210, 212 and a half, gonna be 215 here, 210, 250 or 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 212 and a half, little gonna be 215, 212 and a half, little gonna be 215, 212 and a half, gonna be 215 where 212 and a half and 15, 212 and a half, little gonna be 15, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, all in and all done. 212 and a half right here, 212 and a half, put it on your other way, 661, put it on 661, 649, 643. Couple dandies right here. Same deal here. Same man's cattle. Skillman cattle here. What do you want to bid here? Give me 225. 225. 500. Give me 225. $2 a pound. 222. Give me 2222. 185. 500. 185. 500. Gonna be 185. 185. 185 right there. Now 187 and a half. Gonna be 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. 192 and a half. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 197 and a half. Gonna be $2 here. 222. It'll make me $2 a pound. 192 and a 2 and a half. It'll be 2 and a half. Gonna be 205. 5 high. Gonna be 205. 7 and a half. Now 7 and a half here. It'll make 7 and a half. Gonna be 210. It'll make 210. 212 and a half, 215, 215, 217 and a half here, and going to be 220, 220 here, and then 222 and a half here, and going to be 222 and a half, going to be 225, 225, 225, 222 and a half, and then going to be 225, 222 and a half, going to be 225, all in and all done, 222 and a half your way, 632, 632, thank you. Two dandy steers here. Maybe 225. Same man's cattle here. Maybe 225. Fine. Nice little fat steers there. Gonna be 225. Fine. What's that? Oh, new cattle here. New cattle. Those are your dudes, probably. New cattle. Vanderveen cattle. I don't have any notes on them though. Here we go. Nice steers though. What do you want to do here? Maybe 225. 225. $2.25. Now 227 and a half. We're going. 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. All the way. 227 a hand, going to be 230. 232 a hand, going to be 235. 237 a hand, going to be 40. 42 a hand, going to be 45. 47 a hand, going to be 250. 252 and a half. Now 252 and a hand, going to be 252 here, going to be 252 and a half. 250 here, going to be 252 and a half. 250 here, going to be 252 and a half. Half hand. 250 here, going to be 252 and a half. All in and all done. All done. Going to be 250. 651. 250, 651. I hope you got a few more of those cards next to you. Oh, yeah. Is this going to be visitors? Yeah, you're right. Same man's cattle, Vanderveen cattle. $250 here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50. Gonna be 50, 50, 50, 250, 50, 50. Gonna be 50, 50, 50. 225 here. 225, fine. Good steers there. 225. Gonna be 225, 220. What's that? 180. Now 182 to hand. 182 to hand. Gonna be 185, 5, 185, 185. Gonna be 187 to hand. Gonna be 190, 192 to hand. Gonna be 7 and a half. $2, 2 and a half. 205, 207 and a half. 210, 212 and a half. 15 and a half. 220, 220. Now 222 to hang. Gonna be 225, 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 230. Are you buying them all? 230. He's buying them all. You want it to be 250 for one? He's 230 for all three. You want to be 251, 230 here. Now 232 and a half. 232 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. Gonna be 240, 242 and a half. Gonna be 245, 245 up top. 245. 245 here, and then I'm going to be 247 and a half, and then I'm going to be 247 and a half, 245, going to be 247 and a half, 245 here, 247 and a half, 250, 250 down here, and then I'm going to be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, and then I'm going to be 250, now 255 here, and then I'm going to be 255, 255, 257 and a half, and then I'm going to get 257 and a half, and then I'm going to get 257 and a half, 255, going to be 257 and a half, 255, going to be 257 and a half, 255, 257 and a half up top, all in and all done. 255 right here, 648, 255, 648 takes all three, thank you. And another more good ones here. Missing a tag on one, missing a tag on one. Letter Y. How many have we sold? Okay. We'll get there. Got all the numbers in on the way? 250 here. Give 250. Give 250. Now 252 to hand. Then 252 to hand. 250 here. Give 252 to half. 252 and a half here. Gonna be 252 and a half, half, 250 here, and gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, and then gonna be 252 and a half, all in and all done. 252 and a half, 55. I know it, 255, and then gonna be 257 and a half, and then gonna be 257 and a half. I'm gonna do 257 and a half, 260 here, and then eliminate 260 here, and gonna be 262 and a half, 262 and a half, gonna be 235, 5, I'm gonna be 235, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 265, I'm gonna be 267 and a half. What's that mean? What's he saying? Can somebody shout that out? He wants 4, 267 and a half. He wants all 4. That's fine. Then 270, 267 and a half, gonna be 270. All in and all done. Sold it to you 267 and a half up there. Buyer number, please. 602, 602. Thank you. Here we go. 4 heifers here. Well, sell choice then. You're going to have to fight for it. Here we go. Going to be 225, 225, 225, 225, 225, $2 a pound. Going to be $2 here. Now $2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be two and a half, half. Going to be two and a half. $2 here. Going to be two and a half. $2 here. Going to be two and a half. Where? Going to be two and a half. 205. Going to be 5 to 7 and a half. 7 and a half. Going to be 210. 210, 212 and a half. Going to be 212 and a half. Going to be 215, 17 and a half. Going to be 217 and a half. Going to be 220. Now 222 and a half. Going to be 225, 5, 5. Going to be 225. Going to be 227 and a half and 30. Now 230, 232 and a half. 235. 235. 37 and a half here. Going to be 237 and a half. 235. Going to be 237 and a half. 235. Going to be 237 and a half. 235. 7 and a half. 235. 7 and a half. Half. 235. Going to be 237 and a half. 235. Going to be 237 and a half. All in and all done. You got them. 235. 235. 635. 235 on 635. Yeah. Here's a single heifer. 250 here. Going to be 50, 50, 50. Going to be 50, 50, 50. Going to be 250, 50, 50. Going to be 240, 40, 40, 230, 230. Where? Going to be 230 here. Going to be 230, 30, 30, 220, 220. Where? Going to be 220, 20, 20. Who do we 20? Going to be 220, 210, 10, 10. $2 a pound. Now 2 and a half. 205, 7 and a half. 10, 10, 10, going to be 12 and a half, who to be 12 and a half, and 15 here, going to be 17 and a half, 17 and a half, going to be 220, 222 and a half, 225, going to be 225, 227 and a half here, and who to be 227, 230. 232 and a half. Now 232 and a half. They're going to be 235. 5. Who to be 235? Going to be 237 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. There you are. Now 240 here. And then we're going to be 242 and a half. Where you been? 245, 247 and a half. 250 here. And going to be 252 and a half. Going to be 255, 257 and a half. Going to be 260 here. 262 and a half. 265, 265, 267 and a half. You guys still with me? 265, 267 and a half. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half. Going to be 275, 77 and a half. Going to be 280, 282 and a half. 285, 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 285. Going to be 287 and a half. 285, 7 and a half. 285 here, 7 and a half. Sold them 285. Todd's way 364. Pretty sure of the heifer. Nice steer here. Hey, 250 on them. 250 you can go. 250, 50. 250, 225. 225, 5. 225, 5. Going to be 225. $2 here. 222, 222, 185. Where? 197 and a half. 187 and a half. Going to be 190. 192 and a half. Going to be 195. 97 and a half. Going to be $2 here. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 205, 5. 7 and a half here. Going to be 7 and a half. 210. 12 and a half. 215. 17 and a half. Going to be 220, 220, 222 to hang, going to be 225, 7 and a half here, going to be 227, 230, 232 and a half, going to be 235, 7 and a half, now 240, 242 and a half, going to be 240 here, going to be 242 and a half, 240 here, going to be 242 and a half, 240 here, going to be 242 and a half, going to be 245, 5, 247 and a half here, going to be 250, 50, 50, 50, now 252 and a half, 255, 252 and a half, 255, 252 to hand, going to be 255, 252 to hang, going to be 255, 252 to hand, going to be 255, all in and all done. 252 and a half, 364 on heifers. Here's some big ones. Berenson cattle. Been on silage. Let's check their weight on these ones. Yeah, nice quiet cattle there. Had all their shots. Feed bunk broke. Wormed early fall. Good to go. $1,037. Bring him back there. Get five head here. What do I do here? Hey. Terry wants to cut 3. Who's got 185? Gonna be 185. Now 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. Now 190 here. Who'd have been 192 to hang? Gonna be 195. 197 and a hang. Gonna be $2 here. 2 to hang. Gonna be 205. 7 and a hang. Gonna be 210. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 210 here. Gonna be 212 and a half. Half. Who'd have been 212 and a half. 210 here. Gonna be 212 and a half. 210 here, little money gonna be 212 and a half, 212 and a half right there. Now 212 and a half, 215, little money gonna be 217 and a half, 220, 222 to hand, little money gonna be 225, high, gonna be 227 and a half here, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 5, who do we 235, gonna be 237 and a half, now 237 and a half, 235, little money, how about 236 up there, little money, 236, 237, 238, 238 here, 237, little money, 238, 237, gonna be 238, 237, little money, gonna be 238, all in and all done, all in and all done, all in and all done. Gonna be 237 right here. 237 on 214. We're gate cutting 3. First 3 out the door will work for us. They should be ready. Good to go. Here we go. Get 2 left here. $2 a pound. Gonna be 222. Gonna be 185 here. We'll go again. 185. 187 a hand. 187 a hand. Gonna be 190. Who do we 192 a hand. Gonna be 195. 197 a hand. Gonna be 2. 202 and a half. 205. 205 here. Gonna be 207 a hand. 210. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215 here. Gonna be 217 and a half. 215. 217 and a half. 217 and a half. Right there. Now 220. 220 here in the eliminate. 222 and a half here. Going to be 222 and a half. Going to be 225. 5. Who do we 225 right here? 227 and a half. 230. We still going over here. 230. Now 232 and a half. 235. 235. 235 here now. 235. Going to be 237 and a half. 235. 237 and a half up here. Now 240, 240 here, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 40, 40, 240. Now 241, little money to 241, 1, little money 240 here, little money gonna be 241, 1, 240 here, and a 241 where? 241. I got 240 right here, little money gonna be 241, 1, who do we want? 240 gonna be 241, 241 all in and all done over here. Sold it to you 240, 181. Thank you, 181. These look a little familiar here. 439, 434, 438, 439. Said that one already. 433, 436. Nice red ones here. Cattle here. Steers out of Gary's Bull. 38, 39. 33, 39, 34. Yeah. Yep. I think so. Yep. Here we go. What do you want to be here? 225. Little money gonna be 225. Little money who to be 225. Fine. Little money gonna be 225. Where? Little money gonna be 225. 225. Thank you. Now 227 a hand. Little money 225. Little money gonna be 227 a half. 225 here. seven and a half, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, half hand, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, now 230, 227 and a half, it'll gonna be 230, 30, 30, it'll be 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 227 and a half, and 230 where, 227 and a half, gonna be 230 where, all in and all done. There it is, 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, gonna be 235. He wants one over here, Ron. What do you think of that? 235, 235. You buying them all, Ron? 232 and a half. He's buying them all. I got 232 and a half here. You want to be 245 on one? 245 for one. Now 247 and a half. 245. The money gonna be 247 and a half. 245 gonna be 47 and a half. 247 and a half. All in and all done. 245 your way for one. Which one do you want? You got a buyer number? Got a number up there? 605. We're gonna gate cut one. 434 he wants. One far in the corner. Good job, fellas. Good work, Junior. Here we go. Look at him here. Get 4 this time. What do you want to do here? Hey. Gonna be 220. 220 here. 220. Now 222 and a half. 222 and a half here. 222 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. Where? 222 and a half. Gonna be 222 and a half. Half. 222 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 5. Gonna be 225. 5. Ron, you gotta be 225. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 222 and a half, got to be 223, 224, 225, 225, 226 here. Now 227, 227, going to be 227, going to be 228, 229, 229, 229, 230, 230, 30, 30, going to be 229 and 30, 230, 229, going to be 230. All in and all done. All in and all. 229 going on Ron. 225 here. Maybe 225. Steers here. 250. Maybe 250, 50, 50. 225, 5, 5. Maybe 225. 225. $2 a pound. Maybe 2, 2, 2. Maybe $2 here. Now 202 and a half here. Maybe 2, 2 and a half. 2, 2 and a half. Gonna be 205. Maybe 5, 5, 5. 27 and a half. Gonna be 210. 212 and a half here. Gonna be 215. 17 and a half. 220. 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 5, 5. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 30, 30, 30. Not 232 and a half. 235. I got him. 237 and a half. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 242 and a half. Back to you up here. 247 and a half. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 240 here. 240, 40, 40. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. Where? 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 40, 40. Who do 40? 237 and a half and 40. 237 and a half. 40. All in and all done. 237 and a half. 659. Thank you. Simmental yearlings right here. Red heifers, Simmental yearlings. Had their shots in September. Fence broke, grass fed. Simmentals. What do you want to do here? $2 here. $2, 2. Now 2, 2 and a half. 2, 2 and a half here. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. Half. Hendricks cattle. Going to be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Half. 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. Half. 2 and a half. There. Going to be 2 and a half. $2 and 2 and a half. $2, 2 and a half. Now 205. Going to be 205 here. Going to be 207 and a half. Going to be 210. Going to be 210. Going to be 212 and a half. Going to be 215. 15, 217 and a half, now 220, 20, 20, 20, who to 20, now 222 and a half, going to be 225, 5, 5, going to be 225, 227 and a half, 230 here, going to be 30, 30, going to be 232 and a half, going to be 235, 235, 7.5. Now 40, now 40 here, little money, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 245, 247 and a half, little money, 240, gonna be 250, gonna be 250, 247 and a half, 50, now 252 and a half, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 5, 255, 257 and a half, gonna be 257 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, now 260, now 260 here, little money, 262 and a half, gonna be 265, 5, gonna be 267 and a half, gonna be 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, 275, 272 and a half, little money, gonna be 5, 272 and a half, and 275, 272 and a half, gonna be 275, 5, all in and all done. 272 and a half, put it on 629, 629, thank you. One more time around, what do we got going on? Open cows or what? Open heifers, open cows, I think, right? Is this still Hendrick stuff? Aren't these cows, Gary? Yeah, they're cows, thank you. Sell choice, you betcha. 150. 150. Gonna be 50, 50, 50. Now 152 and a half. Little money. 152 and a half. Yeah, we're selling choice. 152 and a half. 155, 157 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 170 here, 170, 171, 172, 173, 33, who'd be 173, gonna be 174, 4, 4, Jim Walters, 174, 175, 175, 176 here, gonna be 177, 178, 179 here, gonna be 179, 180 here, gonna be 181, little money, 182, 22, gonna be 183, 33, 184, 185, 186, 87, 188, 189, gonna be 190 here, who'd be 190, 192, 191, 192, 193, little money, gonna be 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, $2, 201, 202, little money, 202 here, gonna be 203 and 4, little 204, 203, gonna be 204, 203 here, little money, gonna be 204, where 203, gonna be 204, 203, gonna be 204, 203 and 4, 204, 205, 206 here, and gonna be 207 here, gonna be 208, 209 here, gonna be 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, gonna be 214, 215, 216, 217 here, and little money, gonna be 217, 218, 219, 219, 220, 221, 221, 222, 221. Junior, you got your camera out here? 221, little money, gonna be 222, 221, gonna be 222, 221, 222, all in and all done. Sold at 221 up there, 221, 661, 221. Thank you. You want them both? Takes them both. Done deal. Sold, sold, sold. That work for you, Gary, on those two? Where's he hiding at? There he is. Is that going to work for you? What's that, 416? What's that number, 646? 696. Foster cattle here, little nice little heifer there, $2 a pound here, little money, gonna be 222, now 2.5, how about 205, 205, little money, gonna be 205, now 210, 215, 220 here, little money, 225, 230, 235, little money, gonna be 240, 40, 40, gonna be 245, 250 here, and then gonna be 255, gonna be 255, 260 here, 265, 265, gonna be 270, 70, 70, now 275, who'd be 275, gonna be 280, 280, 285, 285 here, little money, gonna be 285. I'm going to be 290 here, I'm going to be 290, now 295, 292 and a half, sir, 292 and a half, 290 here, I'm going to be 292 and a half, little money, 290 here, going to be 292 and a half, 290 here, little money, going to be 292 and a half, 292 and a half, 292 and a half, all in and all done, 290 your way, 617, 290, 617, thank you. $693. 275, little money, give me 275, a little bigger, little money, give me 275, little money, give me 250, 250, little money, give me, little money, give me 50, little money, give me 225, little money, give me 225, 225, $2 a pound, little money, give me $2, now 2 and a half, little money, 2 and a half, 205, 205, 7 and a half, now 10, now 12 and a half, little money, give me 15 here, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, now 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 232 and a half, 232 and little money, gonna be 232 and a half, yeah, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 230 here, little money, gonna be 232 and a half, all in and all done, 230, 232 and a half, all in and all done, sold it right there, 230 down here, 230, Hodgin. 225. Gonna be 225. Give me two, two, two. Who do we give me two, 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 185, 5, 5. Who do we 185? Gonna be 185, 5, 5. 165. Gonna be 165, 5. Gonna be 165, 5, 5. Gonna be 150, 50. Who do we gonna be 150? 120, 120. We're gonna go there. Now 122 to half here. 120 here. Who do we do 122 to half? 122 to half. Gonna be 125, 127 to half. 130, 132 to half. 132 to half. You guys are right in front of each other. 132 to half. Gonna be 135, 5, 5. 137 to half. 137 and a half. 137 and a half, going to be 140, 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 145, 147 and a half, 147 and a half here, 147 and a half, going to be 150, 50, 50, 50, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, going to be 152 and a half, going to be 152 and a half, 150, going to be 152 and a half, all in and all done. 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, gonna be 160 here, 160, 162 and a half, gonna be 135, 5, who do we 135, 167 and a half, 165, gonna be 167 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done, 165, sold it to you, 617, 617. $2 a pound, little money, 222, little money, who'd be 222, 150 on little money, gonna be 150, 50, 50, little money, 150, little money, gonna be 150, 50, 50, 125, 125, little money, gonna be 125, 127 and a half, 125, little 127 and a half, half, 127 and a half, 125, gonna be 127 and a half. Anybody else here? Gonna be 125, 127 and a half, 130 here. Gonna be 130, 132 and a half. Gonna be 135, 5, 5, 137 and a half here. Gonna be 140, 140, 137 and a half, and 40, 137 and a half. Gonna be 40, 40, 40, 137 and a half, and 40. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 137 and a half. Too late. 137 and a half. Right here. Hodgins. $285 here. Gonna be 285, 5, 5, 250 on. Gonna be 50, 50, 50. Gonna be 225, 5, 5. Gonna be 225, 5. Who to be 225? Little gun there. You're gonna be 225, 225. $2 here. Gonna be 222. Gonna be $2 where? Gonna be 22222. 185 here. Gonna be 185, 187 and a half. Gonna be 185. Who to be 187 and a half? 185, 187 and a half. Gonna be 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 195, 5, 197 and a half here. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 2, 2 and a half. Gonna be 2, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 2, 7 and a half, 2, 5 here. And gonna be 2, 7 and a half, 2, 5, 7 and a half, 2, 7 and a half, 2, 10, 2, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, 2, 15, 2, 17 and a half. Now 217 and a half. Gonna be 217 and a half. Looking at you in the glasses. 217 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 220, 20, 217 and a half, and 220, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half. Sold at 220 Blake's way. Gotta be quicker. What do we got here? $658, $657. Smith cattle here, good ones here. Sailor crosses here. Hadler shots in the fall when they were weaned. Ready to go here. What do you want to do here? 250 here. Good steers. $2. Now 2, 2 and a half. I got you. Now 2, 2 and a half. There. Now 205. Gonna be 7 and a half. 210. 212 and a half. 215. 17 and a half. Gonna be 220. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 7 and a half. Gonna be 230. 32 and a half. Gonna be 235. 37 and a half. Gonna be 240. 242 and a half. 245. 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 242 and a half here. Gonna be 245. 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 55. 242 and a half. And 245. 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 5. 242 and a half. Gonna be 245 right there. 247 and a half. Little money. 245, 47 and a half. 245. Gonna be 247 and a half. Now 250 here, and then gonna be 252 and a half. 252 and a half. Gonna be 255, 5, and little bit 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. 257 and a half. 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. 255. 257 and a half. Got you at 255. Gonna be little money. Gonna be 257 and a half. 257 and a half. All in and all done. 255 right there. Buyer 637. Thank you. Here we go. Set of heifers here. Same deal here. The heifers here. Sailor cross here. What do you want to do here? 250. 250. Where? Give me 250. 50. 50, 50, 240, 40, 40, who to bid 40, 240, where, give me 240, 40, 40, gonna be $2, $2 a pound, 2, 2, 2, who to bid 2, 2, 2, 2, give me 185. 185, give me 185, 5, 150, give me 150, 50, 50, who to be 50, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, gonna be 160, 162 and a half, you guys are right next to each other. 177 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 175, 77 and a half here, 177 and a half. You want one? 180, 182 and a half, 180 here, 180. Bring him back, guys. 180 here, 182 and a half. Who wants to wrap him up for 182 and a half here? 180 here, 182, 182 and a half. I'm going to be 185, 5, 182 and a half. Going to be 185. 187 and a half. We'll see who ends up with it. 187 and a half. Going to be 190. 192 and a half. Going to be 195. 197 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2, 2 and a half. All in and all done. $2 here. 640 what on the buyer number? Let's get the buyer number to going. 640. Send him over there, Trenton. No. 661. 661 going out the door. Yeah, good luck. Right in the middle. There you go. Nice work. 185 here. I'm going to be 185 fine. I'm going to be 185 fine. I'm going to be 185 where? I'm going to be 150 50 50. I'm going to be 150 now 152 to hand. I'm going to be 150 here. I'm going to be 152 to half. 150 here. 152 to hand. Going to be 155 5 5 155 157 to hand. Going to be 130 here. 132 to hand. Going to be 135 5 5. Going to be 135 135 137 and a half. 170 170 here. 132 to hand. 132 to hand. Going to be 135 5 5. Going to be 175 177 to hand. Going to be 180 who do 180 80 going to be 182 and a half here. Going to be 182 and a half. 180 here. And then I'm going to be 182 and a half. Then 180 here. Who do 182 and a half. 180 here. Going to be 182 and a half. 180 here. Going to be 182 and a half. All in and all done. 180 Ron's way. $660. Here we go. Same man's cattle, ready to go here. Bigger heifer there. What are you going to be 185? 185. Going to be 185. Going to be 135. Who do we 135? Going to be 135. 150. 50. 50. Going to be 150 where? 150 where? Here. Going to be 150. 50. There you go. Going to be 150. 125. 125. 127 a hand. 125. Who do we 127 a hand? 132 and a hand, gonna be 135, 37 and a hand, gonna be 40, 42 and a hand, gonna be 42 and a half, 45, 42 and a hand, gonna be 45, 5, 5, who do it, 145, gonna be 147 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a hand, gonna be 155, 5, 5, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half, 135, 132 and a hand, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 170 here, 170 here, 132 and a half, 132 and a hand, gonna be 175, 5, 5, who do it, 75, 172 and a half, 175, 172 and a hand, gonna be 175, 132 and a hand, gonna be 175, who do we 175, 132 and a hand, gonna be 175, all in all done. Sold at 172 and a half, 625. Thank you. Here we go. Gonna be $2 a pound here. $2. Now two and a half. Gonna give me $2 here. Gonna give me two and a half, hand. Two and a half. Gonna give me two and a half. $2 and a half. Gonna give me two and a half, hand. Two and a half. Gonna be 210. 205. Money 205. 207 and a half. 210. 212 and a half. 215. Money 15. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 227 and a half here. 227 and a half. 225 7 and a half. Down 230. 230 here. Money gonna be 30. 30. 227 and a half and 30 where? 227 and a half. Money gonna be 30. 227 and a half and 30. 227 and a half. Money gonna be 30. All in and all done. Aaron's got him. 227 and a half. 102. 227 and a half. 102. Thank you. Here we go. 225. Gonna give me 225 fine. Who'd be 225 fine. Gonna give me $2 a pound. Gonna give me two. Who'd be two right there. Now two and a half. Two and a half. Two and a half. Gonna give me two and a half. Where? Gonna give me two and a half. Who'd be two and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you $2 Ron's way.
All right, what do we got? A little steer? A steer? 225, $2. 225, just say it. 225, now 6. 225, now 6. 225, now 6. 225, now 6. 226, 6, now 7. 227, 8. 228, now 9. 229, now 30. 231, 231, now 2. 32, 232. 231, now 2. 232, 31, 2. 32. Sold 231. 33. Lots. Blake. 368. What do we got? Bowls, maybe? Hot date tonight, Blake? Oh, what do we got here? A lot of bowls. All right, let's get a weight on them. Yeah, we got a group of these today. They're pretty nice cattle. Of course. Had all their shots. Weaned. £701. Wouldn't take you much to make them steers. All right, nice. All right, $2. Two to 185, 175, 150, 150. Now 2.5. Now 155. Now 7.5. 57. Now 60. Now 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. Now 5. 65. 7.5. Now 70. 172.5. 72. Now 5. 175. 175. Now 77. Now 80. 180. 180. 2.5. 2.5. Now 5. 185. 185. Now 7.5. Now 90. 90. 2.5. Now 5. 195. Now 7.5. 197.5. Now $2. $2. $197 to $2. Now 202.5. 202 now 5. 205. 205. Now 7.5. 207 now 10. 210. 210. 210. Ron. 210. 210. 210. 210. 210. Now 12.5. 212.5. Now 15. Now 17 and a half. Now 20. 220. 2.5. 222 and a half. 220 and a half. One more time, Dave. 222 and a half. 220. Did you say it? Now 5. 225. 225. 225. You got him, Dave. 222 and a half. Oh, what we got, a bull and a heifer? There we go. Well, we got a heifer. Open heifer. $2, 150, 50 to 150, 50 to 150, 50, 125, 125, $1. Dollar, now 2.5, now 5, 105, 105, now 7.5, 7.10, 110, now 12 and a half, now 15, 17 and a half, 117 and a half, can't see in the hallway, 117 and a half, 120, 120, 2.5, 5, 125, 125, 125, 125, 125, now 7.5, 127 and a half, 130, 2.5, 32, now to 5, 135, 135, now 7.5, 137 and a half, now 40, 40, 140, 40, now 2.5, 42 and a half, 5, 145 now 7.5, 47 now 50, 150, 2.5, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 152 and a half, 152 and a half. Sold 150. Marv, you got it. What's your number, Marv? 417. 417. What do we got here? Bowl, more bowls. Yeah. Tell you what, got to put them on some good feed, and they're going to grow for you. All right, we got a set of bowls. $2, $2, 175, 175, 175, 175, now 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 180, 2.5, 182 and a half, now 5, 185, 185, 185, now 7 and a half, 187, now 190, 2.5, now 5, 195, 195, now 7 and a half, 197 and a half, now $2, now 202, 2 and a half, now 5, 205, now 7 and a half, 210, 210, 210, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, now 15, now 17 and a half, now 20, now 2.5, 22, 222 and a half, now 5, 225, 225, now 7 and a half, now 30, 230, now 7, 2 and a half, now 5, 235, now 7 and a half, 30, now 40, 240, 240, now 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 245, now 7 and a half, 247 and a half, 247 and a half, 47 and a half, now 50, 250, 2 and a half, now 5, 255, now 7 and a half, 257, 260, 260, 2 and a half, Miller, 262 and a half, now 5, 265, 265, 265, sold 262.50. What's your number, Miller? 499, 499. Couple more bowls. 619. All right, good little cutting bowls. $2, $2, 190. 175, 175, 150, 150, 50, now 2.5, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 252 and a half, 155 now 7 and a half, 157, now 60, 160, now 2.5, 62 and a half, 165, now 7 and a half, now 70, 70 now 2.5, 72 and a half, 175 now 70, 80, now 2.5, I can't see Marv, 182 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 87 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half. Did you say it? Now the 90. 190, 190, 190. Sold them 187.50, 203 straight. What do we got? A bull? 626. Is that a steer? Bull. We got a bowl. $2, $2, 185, 185, 185, 185, 150. What 50? Now 2.5, 5, 155, now 7.5, 162 and a half, now 5, 165, 7.5, 170, 2.5, 72 and a half, 175, 175, 175, 77 and a half, now 80, 180, 177 and a half, now 80, 180, $108, 180, 180. Sold 177.50, 33. Bull, 125, 125, 125, 125, 5, now 7.5, 127, now 30, 130, 2.5, 32 and a 5, 135, now 7.5, now 40, 2.5, 42 and a half, 140 and a 5, 145, now 7.5, now 50, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, now 5, 155, 155, 155, wrong, 155, sold 152, 50, 667, 667. Get a little energy, little sugar buzz. Bull, steer, nice steer. 225, 225, 225, 220, 10, $2. Now 2.5. 202 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, now 5, 205, now 7.5, now 10, 12 and a half, 15, 215, now 17 and a half, now 20, 220, now 2.5, now 5, 225, 7.5, 30, 230, 2.5, now 5, 235, now 7.5, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, sold 230, 33. Another little bowl. $2, $185, 185, 185, 185, 150. 50, now 2.5, 52 and a half, 5, 255, now 7.5, now 62, 169, 2.5, now 5, 165, now 7.5, 70, 170, 170, $170, 170, now 2.5, now 5, 175, 177 and a half, now 80, 180, 2.5, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a 5, 185, 185, now 7.5, 90, 190, 190, 190, now 1, 92 and a half, now 5, 195, 195, 7.5, 197 and a half, now $2, $2, $2, $2, 197 and a half, now $2, $2, now 2.5, 2.5, now 5, 2 and a 5, now 7.5, now 10, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, now 12 and a half, now 15, now 17 and a half, 217 and a half, now 220, 220, now 2.5, 222 and a half, 22 and a half, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, sold them 225, camper. Oh, another little bowl. $2, spin that one around a little bit, a little black bowl. 225, 225, 210, 210, $2. Got 2. 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, now 7.5, 187 and a 10, 190, 2.5, 5, 195, now 7.5, $2, $2, 2.5, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, now 5, 205, 205, now 7.5, 210, 210, 12 and a half, now 15, 215, now 17 and a half, now 20, 220, 2 and a half, now 5, 225, now 7.5, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, sold 225. 360. Bowl. Not a bad looking bowl. Cutting bowl. 225, 225, 210, 210, $2, 2. 195. 180. 150. Now 2.5, 5, 155, now 7.5, 150, 162 and a half, 5, 175, 7.5, now 70, 172 and a half, now 5, 175, now 77, 180, 180, 2.5, 182 and a half, 2.5, now 5, 185, now 7.5, 187, 190, 2.5, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 5, 195, now 7.5, $2, 2, now 2, 2 and a half, now 5, 205, 5, now 7.5, 5, 7.5, now 10, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210. Did you say it, Blake? 210. Now 12 and a half. Dave, 212 and a half. Now 15, 215, 215, 215. Sold them 212.50, 360. All right, what do we got here? Another little bull. $2, $2, 195, 180, 171, 175, 150, 150, 50. Now 2.5, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, 157, 160. Now 2.5. Now 5, 165 and 7 and a half, 167, 170, 2.5. Now 5, 175 and 77 and a half, 177 and 80, 180. Now 2.5, 182 and a half, 5, 85. Now 7.5, 190, 192 and a half, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 5. Now 7.5, 7.5. Now $2, $2, 197 and a half. Now $2, $2, $2. Now 202 and a half. Now 5, 205. Now 7.5, 207 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 212 and a half, 212 and a half. Now 15, 215. Now it's 17 and a half, 217 and a half. Sold them 215. Carol, what's your number? 120. 122. Oh, here we go. What do we got? A nice little bull here. Bandit. Send it to the vet. All right. Nice little bull. 225, 225, 225, 225, 5. Now 7.5, 230, 230, 239, 5, 235, 235, 7.5. Now 40, 242 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 245, 245, 7.5. Now 50, 250. Now 2.5. Now 5, 255, 7.5, 60, 262 and a half, 2.5, 262 and a half, 262 and a half. Sold 260. Bulls. Oh, what do we got? Some bulls or steers? Nice looking steers. 5 head. Different group of cattle here. Anderson cattle. Boy, they're nice. That's a nice set of steers. 225. 225. They're weaned, had all their shots. These things are ready to go to work for you. All right, 250, 250, 225, 225, 225. That's a nice set of steers there. $2. Now 2.5, 202 and a half. Now, 210 for choice. Got 210 for choice. 210, 12 and a half, 15. 215, 17 and a half, now 20, 222 and a half, 225, now 27 and a half, 230, 230, 230, now 2.5, 32 and a half, 232 and a half, 235, now 7 and a half, 237 and a half, now 40, 240, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 242 and a half, 42 and a half, 242 and a half, 242 and a half. Did I got someone over here? 42 and a half, now 5, 245, 245, now 7 and a half, 247 and a half, now 50, 250, 250, 250, 250. Got them, Andy. Way up top. What's your number? You want them all? Takes them all. That's a nice set. All right, we've got a couple little cross heifers. Two heifers. Van Berkham cattle. All right, two heifers, $2, $2, 185, 185, 185, 170, 170. They're pretty slick-hided cattle. 150, 2.5, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 152 and a half, 5, 155, 155, now 7 and a half, now 60, 160, 2 and a half, 162 and a half, 62 and a half, now 5, 165, now 7 and a half, now 70, 170, 171, 170, 162 and a half, now 170, 170, now 2 and a half, 175, 175, 175, 175, 175, 175, 75, you bidding? Now 180, 180, 177 and a half, now 80. 180, $100 one, 180, now 2 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half. You got them, Steve. 18. Buyer 18. All right, same cattle. They're in nice shape. They'll grow for you. $2, $185, 175. 75 for choice. 175 for choice. Now 80. 180, 175 now 80, 180, 180, 175 now 80, 180, 175 and a half. Now 180 all the way, Ron? Got to take them all. 182 and a half. 190 for choice. I got 190 for choice. Now 192 and a half. 192 and a half. 192 and a half. Sold them 190. What's your number? 600. Any three? Just gate cut 3. Oh, there we go. Shutter. 2 left. 185, 185, 185, 185, 185. Now 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half. Sold them right down here, 185, too late. 653, 653. Whenever you're ready, Johnny.
Here we go. Hook 'em a cattle's here. Gonna be 250. 250 for going to do choice. 250 here. Would do choice. 250 all the way. Now 250 do it hand. 250 here. 250 do it hand. 250 here. 250 do it in half. 250 here. 250 do it hand. 250 do it hand. 250 5 5 250 do it in half. Now 260. 260 here. 250 do it hand. 250 5 5 250 hand. 250 here. 250 do it hand. 275 77 hand. 280 here. 285, 287 and a half, 290, 290 here, 292 to hand, 290 here, 292 to hand, Todd, you're out, 290 here, going to be 292 and a half. That Todd's in, 290 here, 292 to hand, 290 here, 292 to hand, 292 to hand, going to be 295, 297 and a hand, going to be $3. Now 302 and a half. 305 here, eliminating be 307 a hand, give you 10. 307 a hand, eliminating 310, 10, 10, 307 a hand, eliminating 10, 10, 10, who do we eliminate be 10, 307 a half and 10. Sold them 307 and a half, your way 629, 629. 370, 372, same man's cattle here. Gonna be 285, 285. Gonna be 285, 500. Gonna be 275, 500. Gonna be 275, gonna be 250, 250 here. Gonna be 250, 50, 50. Gonna be 250, not 252 and a hand. Gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a hand. Gonna be 252 and a half. Now 255, 257 and a hand. Gonna be 60 here. 262 and a hand. Gonna be 275, 277 and a hand. Gonna be 272, 272 and a hand. Gonna be 275, 77 and a hand. Gonna be 280, 282 and a hand. Gonna be 285, 87 and a hand. 285 and a half, 287 and a half, 290, 292 and a half. 290 here, and little money be 292 to hand, little money 290 here, who'd be 292 to hand, 292 to hand, gonna be 295, 297 and a half, 297 and a half, 297 to hand, little money gonna be $3 here, and little money 3 and 32 to hand, little money gonna be 305, 302 and a half, and 305, 302 to hand, little money gonna be 305, 302 and a half here, and little money gonna be 305, 302 and a half, 305, all in and all done, sold them 302 and a half, Todd's way, 364 on heifers. Are they heifers or steers? I can't remember. The last two? These ones right here, I suppose, huh? I think so. We just sold these ones. I'm getting ahead of myself.
So we did sell them right there. Bloody nose one.
Yep. 510. These ones have been Caltrate banded 30 days ago, weaned 1 month, had Trigal 10, Ultra Back 8, and the boosters, wormed, Sidectin, preconditioned, water tanks, electric fence, feed bunks. Here we go. Good black ones there. 275 here. 275. 277 a hand. 280 here. 285, 287 a hang, to be 290, 292 a hang, to be 295, 297 a hang, to be $3, 302 and a half, 305, and 7 a hand, and 310, going to be 12 and a half, 15 here, going to be 317 and a half, 320, 322 and a half, 325, 327 a hand, going to be 330, 327 a hand, going to be 330, 327 a hand, going to be 330, 330, 223, 327 a half, going to be 330, all in and all done. 327 and a half on 629, 629. Looking at Audi livestock here. Same deal. 275. Heifers here. 250. Gonna be 250 to hand. Gonna be 252 to hand. Gonna be 255. 257 to hand. Gonna be 252 and a half. 265. 77 and a half. 277 to hand. Gonna be 272. 272 to hand. Gonna be 275. 275. 277 to hand. Gonna be 282. 82 and a half. 282 to hand. Gonna be 285. 287 and a half. Now 290. 292 and a half. 295. Gonna be 297 and a hand. Gonna be 3 and 32 to hand. Gonna be 305. 307 and a hand. Gonna be 310. 312 and a hand. Gonna be 315. 312 and a half. Are you cool with that? 312 and a half, 315, 312 and a half, 315, teen, all in and all done. 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 629. Neem-niche cattle here. Here we go. Gonna be steers here. Gonna be 1. Let's do 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 225. 225. $2. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. Where? Gonna be 2 here. Gonna be 2. $2 here, and then gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here, and then gonna be 2 and a half. Where? And then gonna be 2 and a half here, and then gonna be 2 and a half. $2 gonna be 2 and a half. Now 205, and then gonna be 5. 207 and a half. Gonna be 210, and then 10. Gonna be 210, 212 and a half. 215, 215, and then 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 right there, and 220. Who do we gonna give 222 to hang? Gonna be 225, 227 a hand, 27 and gonna give 27 a hand. Gonna be 30. Now 32 and a half. 232 to hand. Gonna give 235, 237 a hand. Gonna give 237 a hand. Gonna be 240. Gonna give 242 to hand. Gonna give 242 and a half. Gonna be 245, 247 and a half. 247 a hand. Gonna give 250 here. Gonna give 252 to hand. Gonna give 255, 252 to hand. Gonna give 255, 252 to hand. Gonna give 255, 5. Sold them 252 and a half. Ron's way. 252 and a half. Ron's way. Here we go. 225. Give me 225. Fine. Give me 225. $2 here. $2 where? Give me $2 here. 2 and a half. Gonna be 2.5. 7 and a half. 2 7 and a half. Yeah, you're gonna be 2 7 and a half. 210. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 15. Gonna be 17 and a half. 215. 17 and a half. Gonna be 220. 222 to hang. Gonna be 225. 227 a hang. Gonna be 230. Gonna be 30. 32 and a hang. Gonna be 235. 237 and a half. 237 and a half. 237 a hand, little money, gonna be 240 and 242 to hand, 242 and a half, 242 and a hand, gonna be 245, 245 here, and gonna be 247 and a half, 247 and a half, 250 here, and little money, gonna be 252 and a half, and gonna be 252 and a hand, gonna be 255, 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a hand, little money, gonna be 257 and a hand, gonna be 260 here, and little money. 262 and a half, 262 to hand, little money, 265, 265, little money, 265, 267 and a half, 270 here, 277 a hand, gonna be 270 here, 270, 70, 70, 272 to hand, 272 to hand, gonna be 275, 275, 275, 275, gonna be 275, 277 a hand, 555, who did the money with 277 and a half, 275, 7.5, 275, the money 77 and a half, all in all done. You guys are done over here, 275, 77 and a half. Right here, 275, 648, 648, thank you. Here we go. Gonna be 185, 5, fine. Gonna be 185, 5, fine. Gonna be 185, where? 185, 5, 5, 165 on. Gonna be 135, 5, 135. Gonna be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 135. Gonna be 137 and a half, 135. I got you in at 165. Need 137 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, 175. 177 and a half. Gonna be 180, 182 and a half. Gonna be 185, 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 195, 197 and a half here. 197 and a half, 195, 7 and a half, 195, 197 and a half. Little money gonna be 197 and a half. Now $2 here. Little money 222 gonna be 222 and a half. 205, 205. Little money gonna be 5, 5, 202 and a half here. Little money gonna be 5, 2, 2 and a half and 5, 5, 5, 2, 2 and a half and 5, 2, 2 and a half and 5. Sold them 202 and a half. Todd Torkelson's way. 202 and a half. 664, 664. Good steer there. Frank Sims cattle here. Here we go. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 222. Gonna be $2. Gonna be 222. 185. Gonna be 185. Fine. 150. 50. 50. Gonna be 150. 152 to hang. 155. 57 to hang. Gonna be 150. 32 to hang. 35. 37 to hang. Gonna be 170. 172 to hang. Gonna be 175. 77 to hang. Gonna be 180. 182 to hang. Gonna be 185. 187 to hang. Gonna be 190 here. 192 to hang. Gonna be 195. 197 to hang. Gonna be $2. 197 and a half. $2 here. $2 to half. Gonna be 2 to half. $2 here. Who to be 2 and a half. $2 here, 2 to half, we're 2 to hang, gonna be 205, gonna be 5, 27 and a hang, gonna be 210, 212 and a half here, 212 and a hang, gonna be 215 here, gonna be 217 and a half, 220, 220, 220 here, 220 here, gonna be 220, 220 and 222 to hang, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 to hang, gonna be 222 and a half, half, now 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half here, gonna be 227 and a hang, gonna be 230, now 232 to hang, gonna be 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 232, 232 and a half, all in and all done. 230 up here, fellas. 642, 642. Thank you. $79, $792, $794. $91. Keep them spinning, guys. Thank you, that'll do. These ones have been weaned, had their shots. Hot wire broke. Been on stalker grower. 5-way vaccinated. Here we go. Gonna be 1. Gotta be 225. Gonna be 225. $2 on 2 to hand. Gonna be 2 to half here. Who to be 2 to half. $2 here. Who to be 2. Gonna be 2 to half. Half hand. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 2 to hand. Gonna be 2 5 5 5. Gonna do a 5. Who wants 3? You want 3? You be 250 for 3. 2 and a half. Now 205. 205 here, and I'll work with you. You're going to be 205 here, and then I'm going to be 205. We'll sell you a choice. 205, and then I'm going to be 207 and a half. 207 and a half, going to be 210. 210, and then I'm going to be 212 and a half here, and going to be 215. 217 and a half here, and going to be 220. 222 and a half. 225. 227 and a half. 230, and then I'm going to be 232 and a half. And then I'm going to be 235, and going to be 237 and a half. Going to be 240 here, and then I'm going to be 237 and a half. Going to be 240. 237 and a half. Going to be 240. 237 and a half. 240. 242 and a half. And then I'm going to be 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 242 and a half. And then I'm going to be 245. 242 and a half. And then I'm going to be 245. And then I'm going to be 245. 242 and a half and 5, 242 and a half, 245, all in and all done. Right there, 242 and a half. Takes them all. Rosemont cattle here, little purebred black Angus heifer. Here we go. Money be $3 a pound here. Money be three. Money be three. 285. Money be 285. Money be 285. 287 and a half. 290. 292 to hand. Money be 295. 297 and a hand. Money be 332 to hand. Money be 305. Gonna be 307 and a hand. Gonna be 10. 307 and a half. 10. 307 and a half. 310. 12 and a hand. Money be 315 here. Money be 315. 315, gonna be 317 and a half, 320, 322 to hand, the money gonna be 325, 322 to hand, the money gonna be 325, 322 and a half, and 325, 322 to hand, the money gonna be 325, all in and all done. 322 and a half, put it on 629, thank you. Here we go. Nice little Charlet here. What do we got going on for tags there? $6.99. One of them registered little heifers, I believe. Coming from the Broncomas. $100 to get the papers. Here we go. Gonna be 275, 5, gonna be 275, 5, gonna be 275, 250, 250, 250, gonna be 250 here, gonna be 250, 50, 50, gonna be 250, 50, 50, 50, gonna be 225, 225, 225, gonna be 227 a hand, 225, gonna be 227 a hand, gonna be 230, gonna be 232 and a half, now 235, 237 a hand, 240, 242 a hand, gonna be 245, 247 a hand, gonna be 52 a hand, 55, 57 a half, 260, 262 to hand, 235, 232 to hand, gonna be 235, 232 to hand, little money by 235, 262 to hand, gonna be 235, 262 to hand, gonna be 235, 5. These are the ones you guys are looking for. 232 to hand, gonna be 235, 232 to hand, gonna be 235, 262 to hand, little money gonna be 235, 232 to hand, gonna be 235, 267 and a half, 270, 272 to hand, little money gonna be 275, 275, 277 to hand, gonna be 280, 282 to hand, gonna be 285, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, now 290, 292 to hand, 295, 297 a hand, little money with 333, give me 302 and a half, 305 here, give me 307 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 315, little money give me 317 and a hand, little money give me 320 and the 322 and a hand, give me 325, 5, 325, 322 and a half, 5, 322 and a half, 5, little money 322 and a hand, little money give me 325, all in and all done. 322 and a half, put it on 629, 629, thank you. Closing the kitchen at 3:30. Can you put a hamburger on for me, please? 502 700 503. Good ones here, 3. I don't know which ones these are registered or not anymore. Are they in here? Do you see the Broncos anywhere? I know. Is it the 3 bigger ones, did they say? Is it these 3 bigger ones that got registration? Okay, sounds good, thank you. All these you can get papers for $100 a piece. Here we go, registered stock here. What do you want to do here? 225, 225. Where? 225 and 227 a hand. 227 a hand. 230, 30, 30. 30 and 232 and a hand. 235. 237 and a half, 240, 242 to hand, gonna be 245, 247 to hand, gonna be 250 here, 250, 252 to hand, gonna be 255, gonna be 257 to hand, gonna be 260, 262 to hand, gonna be 265, 267 to hand, gonna be 270 here, 272 to hand, gonna be 275, 77 to hand, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 82 to hand, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, 290, 290, 287 to hand, gonna be 290, 90, 287 to hand, gonna be 90, 90, 290, 290, now 292 and a hand, gonna be 295, 55, 295, 297 a hand, now $3, $3 here, 297 a hand, gonna be 333, 297 a hand, little money gonna be $3 where, 297 a hand, gonna be 3, all in and all done, going your way, 297 a half, 629er, 629er, thank you. Yeah. Heifers in the ring here. Dillinger heifers, Angus main crosses, Here we go. I'm gonna give you 250. 250. I'm gonna give you 225 here. I'm gonna give you 225. Fine. Who to be 225? Fine. Give me $2. Now two and a half. Two and a half. I'm gonna 25 here. I'm gonna 5. 7 and a half. Then 210. 12 and a half. I'm gonna be 215. 215. 215. I'm gonna 17 and a half. 220. 220 here. 222 and a half. 225. 5. I'm gonna be 225. 5. 227 and a half. Now 230. 230 here. 30. Now 230. 32 and a half, I'm gonna be 235, I'm gonna be 35, 37 and a half, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, now 240, now 240, I'm gonna be 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 5, I'm gonna be 245, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 245, I'm gonna be 247 and a half, where I'm gonna be 245, I'm gonna be 247 and a half, 245, I'm gonna be 247 and a half, 245, 47 and a half, all in all done. 245 Ron's way, 245 Ron's way. 235 here. How about 250 here? Same deal, but it's a steer. I'm gonna give you 250, 50. I'm gonna give you 250, 50. I'm gonna give you 250, 250, 250, 250, 225. I'm gonna give you 225, 5. I'm gonna give you 225, 5. Who do we do? I'm gonna give you 225, 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 30, 30, 30. I'm gonna give you 32 and a half, 235, 237 and a half. I'm gonna be 240, 242 and a half. I'm gonna be 245, 5, 47 and a half. I'm gonna be 250, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half. I'm gonna give you 252 and a half. I'm gonna be 255, 257 and a half. Now 260 here, little money 230, 232, going to be 260, 262 and a half, little money going to be 232 and a half, 262 and a half, 265, little money going to be 235, 267 and a half here, little 265, going to be 267 and a half, 265, going to be 267 and a half, 265, little money going to be 267 and a half, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, all in and all done. 265 your way, sir. Put it on 665, 665. That's all right. Here's another main cross heifer. Main Angus cross. 225, $2 a pound, maybe 2, 2, 2, maybe 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, thank you, now 2, 2 and a half, maybe 2, 2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, maybe 2 and a half, maybe half, 2 and a half, gonna be 205, 7 and a half, maybe 210, 10, gonna be 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, maybe 212 and a half, who do we 215, 17 and a half here, maybe 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, maybe 220 here, gonna be 220, 222 and a half here, maybe 222 and a half and 5, 222 and a half, 225, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half here, and then 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225 here, and then 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, all in and all done. 225 right there, 659, 225, 659, thank you. $441, same man's cattle, black white face heifer, I'm gonna be 250, 250, I'm gonna be 250, I'm gonna be 225, 225, 227 and a half, 220, I'm gonna be 30, now 32 and a half, I'm gonna be 35, 37 and a half, 240, I'm gonna be 240, 40, 40, 40, now 242 and a half, I'm gonna be 245, 245, 245, 247 and a half, 250 here, I'm gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, I'm gonna be 255, 5, I'm gonna be 255, let it out there, 257 and a half, I'm gonna be 260, 262 and a half, now 265, 267 and a half, now 270, 272 to hang, gonna be 275, 275, 275, gonna be 82, 82 to hang, gonna be 285, 287 to hang, 287 to hang, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 292 to hang, gonna be 295, 297 to hang, $3 here, little bit 302 to hang, 0.5, little money 5, 7 and a half here, gonna be 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 320, 320, and a little money to 20, 17 and a hang, gonna be 220, 317 and a hang, little money to 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, sold it, 317 and a half, 629. Thank you. 444, Angus main cross heifer. $2 in the little money with 222, any other wrong with that heifer? Good heifer there in the little money 222, 185, 185, little money give me 185, 5, who do the little money give me 185, 5, gonna be 185, 185, little money give me 185. One more time, can you send it around again? 185, little money gonna be 185, 5, 165 on it, little money gonna be 175, 5, 175, 5, right there, 175, 177 and a half, 175, little money 177 and a hang, gonna be 170, 172 to hang, 75, 77 and a hang, gonna be 80 here, who do 82 and a half, 82 and a hang, gonna be 185, 182 and a half, 85, 182 and a half here, little money gonna be 185, 82 and a hang, gonna be 185, 5, 185, 87 and a half, 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 187 and a half up there, 185 here, little money gonna be 187 and a half, 185, who do 187 and a half, 185, 5, 187 and a half. half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 190, 192 and a half, 195, 197 and a half. $2 here, another lemonade, two and a half here, who do we two and a half, gonna be 205, 205, 7 and a half, another lemonade, who do we 7 and a half, 205, 7 and a half, 210, 10, 7 and a half, 10, another lemonade, 10, 2 7 and a half, and 10 where, another lemonade, 10, all in and all done. 207 and a half right here. Myron, you got it. 207 and a half. 615, Bear 615, thank you. Two no tags. The letter A and letter B. Here, Trent, on them. $2 here. Give me two. Give me two. 185, 500. Give me 185, 187 and a half. Gonna be 185, who do we 187 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 5, who do we 195, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 5, 197 and a half, $2 here, the money, two and a half here, who do we 2 and a half, gonna be 205, 5, gonna be 2 7 and a half here, gonna be 210, 10, the money, gonna be 210, 12 and a half, now 12 and a half, 15, the money, gonna be 15 up top, gonna be 17 and a half here, the money, 17 and a half, gonna be 20, 220, the money, gonna be 22 and a half. 220, now 222 and a half. 220 here, and then we're going to be 222 and a half, 220, going to be 222 and a half, 220 and 222 and a half. 222 to hang, going to be 225. 225, Ron, literally going to be 225, 227 and a half. Now 230 here, literally going to be 232 and a half, going to be 235, 235, 232 to hang, going to be 235. Ron, you're out. I need 235, 232 and a half, 235. You want to be 235 there, literally going to be 230. Sold it to you, 232 and a half on over there, 36 4 heifers. What do we got? Tags on these ones too, huh? Letter C. Oh, we're getting through the Lesmeister cattle here. This is Angus short horses. Been on alfalfa and grain. $225. Give me 225. Looks like two bowls. $220. $2 here. Give me 222. 222. 185 here. Give me 185. Where? Give me 185. 150. 152 and a half. 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 157 and a half. 160 here. 160. Gonna be 162 and a half. 162 and a half. Gonna be 175. 177 and a half. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 172 and a half. Gonna be 175. 177 and a half. 177 and a half. 180 here. 180 here. 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. Gonna be 185. 187 and a half. Gonna be 190. Who do we 192 and a half? Gonna be 95. 97 and a half here. 195. 197 and a half. 195. Gonna be 197 and a half. Gonna be $2 here. 2 and a half. Gonna be 205. 5. Who do we 205? 5. Gonna be 205. 5. 205 here. 207 and a half. Now 210. 10. Gonna be 212 and a half. 215. 217 and a half. 220 here. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 227 and a half. Now 230. 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 237 and a half. 240. 240. John, you want to be 240. 242 and a half. Now 240 here. Little money gonna be 244 and 2 and a half. Todd, you want a little money 240 here? Gonna be 242 and a half. 242 and a half. 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. All in and all done. 240 over here. 609. 240 on 609. Two bowls. $2 here. Give me two. Who do we two? Give me $2. Now two and a half. Two and a half. Right there in a 205. 205. 5. Give me 205. Angus Shorthorn Cross 5. 7 and a half. 10. 10. Give me 12 and a half. 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, gonna be 20, little money, 20, 20, 20, gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 7 and a half, gonna be 230, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 7 and a half, 240, 242 and a half, 245, 242 and a half, little money, gonna be 245, 5, 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, now 250, 252 and a half, little money, 255, 57 and a half, gonna be 260, 262 and a half, gonna be 265, 267 and a half, gonna be 270 here, 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, 270 here, little money, gonna be 272 and a half, 270 here, little gonna be 272 and a half, 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, all in and all done. 270, 364 bulls, 364 bulls. Two more bowls here, and little money, $2 here, and little money, 222, little money, who to be 222, little money, gonna be 222, 185, 185, little money, gonna be 185. Who to be 185, 150, 50, 50, little money gonna be 150. Now 152 and a half, 152 and a half, little money who to be 152 and a half, little money gonna be 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, little money gonna be 152 and a half. Now 155, 5, gonna be 157 and a half, little money 157 and a half, gonna be 160. 162 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, 170 here, going to be 172 to hand, little money who to be 172 to hand, going to be 175, 177 to hand, going to be 180 here, going to be 182 to hand, going to be 185, 185, 187 and a half, 190 here, going to be little money, going to be 190, 192 to hand, then going to be 195, 195, 192 to half and 5, 192 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, little money, going to be 195 here, who to be 197 and a half, 195 here, going to be 197 and a half, all in and all done. All in and all done, going to be 195, Blake, 260. Yep. Same deal here. Little gonna be $2 a pound. Little gonna be 222. Little gonna be 5, little money who to be 185, 185, 185, 150, 50, 50, little money gonna be 150 where, 150 where, 150 where, little gonna be 152 to hand, little money 150 here, gonna be 152 to hand, little money gonna be 152 to hand, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, 157 gonna be 160 here, gonna be 162 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, 170 here, little money gonna be 170, 172 to hand, gonna be 175. Hold on there, Trenton, 175, 177 and a half, little gonna be 180 here, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 to hand, who to be 182 and a half, 180 here, little money gonna be 182 to hand, 180 here, to be 182 and a half, 180 here, and little money gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, and gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, and gonna be 182 and a half, all in and all done. 180.34 takes one with horns or no horns? No horns. Takes one with no horns. 34. 160 on this one here. Gonna be 150, 150. Gonna be 151. 52 and a half, 155, 5, gonna be 155, 57 and a half, 160, 162 and a half, 175, 5, 175, 177 and a half. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 170, 172 and a half, 175, 175, 177 and a half, 175 here. Gonna be 177 and a half, 175. Gonna be 177 and a half, 175. Who do we 177 and a half, all in and all done. 175, what was I? 34, 175, 34. Another bull here. Could be your next breeding bull right here. Steer. Come on now, steer. What do we know? What do we know? Here we go. $2, $2, $2. $2 here. 185, 5, who do gonna be 185 right there. Now 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 190 here. Who do be 192 to hang? Gonna be 192 to hang. Gonna be 195, 5, gonna be 195. 195, 7 and a half. Now $2. $2 here. Little money 2 and a 2 to hang. Gonna be little money. Gonna be 205 here. And gonna be 207 and a half. Little money 210 here. Gonna be 212 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. 210 here, and little going to be 212 and a half, half hand, little going to be 210, going to be 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210 here, and little going to be 212 and a half, 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 all in and all done. 210 over here on Clayton, 210, 210, 642, 642. It's is there green? Steer here. $2, $185, $150, $50, $150 went there. Now 152 to hand, 52 to hand, gonna be 155, 57 to hand, gonna be 130 here, 32 to hand, 35, 37 to hand, gonna be 170, 172 to hand, 75, 77 and a half, 80, 82 and a half, 85, 87 and a half. Now 90 here, 190, 190, 190, 190, 187 a hand, gonna be 190, 187 a hand, 190, 90, 187 a half, and 190, 187 a hand, gonna be 190, 90, 90, 187 a hand, gonna be 190, where 90, 187 a half, and 90. All in and all done. 187 and a half going Ron's way. 187 and a half going Ron's way. Three-month spread heifer. $185 here, gonna be 185. Gonna be 185, 55, 150 here. Gonna be 50, 50. Now 152 to hand. Gonna be 150 here. Gonna be 152 to hand. 152 to half. 150 gonna be 152 to half. Half hand. 152 to half. 152 to half. 152 to hand. Gonna be 152 to half. Hand. Gonna be 150 here. Gonna be 152 to hand. 152 to hand. Gonna be 155. 155. 155. 57 to hand. 160 here. Gonna be 160. 162 to hand. Gonna be 165. 167 to hand. Gonna be 167 to hand. Gonna be 170. Now 172 and a half. 175, 177 and a half, 180 here, 180, 180, 182 to hand, gonna be 182 to hand, gonna be 185, 187 to hand, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 192 to hand, gonna be 195, 55, 195, 55. 192 and a half right here. Now 195, 192 to hand, little money gonna be 195, 55, 195, 197 and a half, little money to 222, gonna be 2, 2 and a half and 5, 205, 2, 2 and a half here, little money gonna be 205, all in and all done. 2, are you bidding? 205, sold it right here, 2, 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 620, 620. 604. Don't buy it for a breeder. $2 here. Gonna give you 2, 2, 2, 2, 185. Gonna give you 185. 165, 135, 137 and a half, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, gonna be 180 or 170, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 180 here, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half right there, 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 195, 5, gonna be 197 and a half. Where are we at over here, guys? 197 and a half, gonna be 197 and a half, 195 here, gonna be 197 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, all in and all done. Sold at 195, Ron's way. Oh, that's going to be a fun one. Letter E. E for easy. Don't let him headbutt you. Nice work. Told you it'd be easy. 150 here. I'm gonna be 50, 50, 50. I'm gonna be 150, 50, 50. I'm gonna be 150. Now 152 and a half. 155. 155. I'm gonna be 157 and a half. 172 here. 172 and a half. 172 and a half. Gonna be 75, 77 and a half. Gonna be 170 here. 172 and a half. 175. 177 and a half. 180 here. 180, 180, 180, 180, 182 and a half. 182 and a half here. I'm gonna be 182 and a half. 181, 1. Gonna be 181, 182, 22. Gonna be 183 here. Gonna be 182, 83. 182, 83 where? 182 here. I'm gonna be 183. 182 and 3. 182 and 3, all in and all done. 182 going on 34. 182, 34. 5 month spread, huh? $2 here. I'm gonna be two, two, two. I'm gonna be two, two, two. I'm gonna be $2 where? I'm gonna be two, 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 two. 185, 150, 150, 50, 50. I'm gonna be 50, 50, 50. I'm gonna be 125, 5, 5. I'm gonna be 125, 5, 5. What's that? You want to weigh her? About 700 some pounds. Put her on the scale when you get a chance, though, Trenton. 125. Now 127 and a half. 127 and a half. They're going to be 130, 132 to hang. Going to be 135, 137 to hang. Going to be 140 here. Going to be 142 to hang. Going to be 145, 55, 147 to hang. Going to be 150, 152 and a half. 155, 157 and a half. 160 here. 132 to hang. 132 to hang. Going to be 135, 137 to hang. 137 to hang. Going to be 170, 172 and a half. 175, 177 and a half. 180 here. 182 to hang. Going to be 182 to hang. Going to be 185, 187 and a half here. Going to be 190, 190, 190, 192 to hang. Going to be 195, 197 and a half here. And 197 and a half. 197 and a half. Now 2. Now 2 and 2 and a half. 2 and 2 and a half. Little money be 2, 2 and a half. 2, 2. Blake, you do want to be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. You're gonna be 2, 2 and a half. $2, 2, 2 and a half. $2, 2, 2 and a half. All in and all done. $2, 181. $2, 181. Thank you. Here's a nice red one. 4 months. 185 here. I'm going to be 185, 5, 5. I'm going to be 185, 150, 50, 50. 152 and a half. 150, 52 and a half. I'm going to be 52 and a half. 52 and a half. 150 here. I'm going to be 152 and a half. I'm going to be 155, 5, 5. I'm going to be 157 and a half. I'm going to be 160 here. 132 and a half. 135, 137 and a half. 170 here. I'm going to be 132 and a half. 132 and a half. I'm going to be 135, 137 and a half. I'm going to be 180 here. I'm going to be 182 and a half. I'm going to be 185, 5, 5. 185, 187 and a half. I'm going to be 190 here. 192 and a half. 195, 197 and a half. $2, $2 here. I'm going to be 2, 2, 2, 197 and a half. I'm going to be 2 now. 2, 2 and a half here. I'm going to be 205. 205, 5, 5, I'm going to be 5, 2, 2 and a half here and 5. 2, 2 and a half here, 5 where? I'm going to be 5, 2, 2 to hang, and I'm going to be 5, 5, 5, all in and all done. 2, 2 and a half right here on 181. 2, 2 and a half, 181. Thank you. $2 a pound. Now 2, 2 and a half. 2 and 2 and a half. Little money gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. And 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Little money gonna be $2 here. And gonna be 2 and a half. Where? Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 gonna be 2 and a half. Little money gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. And gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Now 205. 205, 7 and a half. Now 210. 212 and a half. Little gonna be 215. 17 and a half. 220. 222 to hang. 225. 7 and a half. Gonna be 227 and a half. 230. 232 and a half. 235. 237 and a half. Little money gonna be 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. Gonna be 242 and a half. Little money gonna be 242 and a half. Half. Gonna be 242 and a half. 240. 242 and a half. 245. 247 and a half, going to be 250, 252 and a half, going to be 255, 250 and a half, going to be 260 here, and 262 and a half, 262 and a half, 260 here, and going to be 262 and a half, 260 here, and then going to be 262 and a half, 262 and a half, all in and all done. 260 Ron's way, 260 Ron's way. Oh, 225 here. Little money gonna be 225 fine. Little money gonna be 225 5 fine. Little money gonna be 225 225 225 5 fine. Gonna be 225 5 225 227 and a half 227 and a half 230 232 to hand. Little money 235 37 and a half. Gonna be 40 now 42 to hang. Gonna be 45 47 and a half. Gonna be 50 here 52 and a hang. Gonna be 55 57 and a half 57 and a half 60 here 62 and a half 65 267 and a half 270 270 72 72 to half 270 here 272 to half 270 here. They're gonna be 272 to half 270 who do we 272 to half 270 here. Gonna be 272 to half all in and all done. 270 364 on heifers 364 heifers. Oh, what do we want to do here? Buff 'em cattle here. Steer. $2 here. Gonna be two now. Two and a half here. Gonna be two and a half. Gonna be two and a half. Gonna be 2.05. 7.5 here. Gonna be 10. Gonna be 12 and a half. 15 here. 17 and a half. Gonna be 2.20. 2.22 and a half. Gonna be 2.25. 2.27 and a half. 2.30. 2.32 and a half. 2.35. 7 and a half. Now 2.40 here. Gonna be 2.42 and a half. Gonna be 2.45. 47 and a half. 2.45. 2.47 and a half. 2.47 and a half. 2.50. 2.52 and a half. Gonna be 2.55. 5. Gonna be 2.57 and a half. 2.60 here. Gonna be 2.62 and a half. Gonna be 2.65. 5. 2.66. Get 2.62 and a half. Gonna be 2.65. 2.62 and a half, gonna be 2.65, 5, all in and all done. 2.62 and a half, Todd's way. 6.64, put it on 6.64. $2.25, gonna be 2.25, 2.25. Now 2.27 a hand, 2.27 a hand, gonna be 2.30, 30, who'd be 30, 32 and a hand, gonna be 35, gonna be 35, 37 a hand, gonna be 40. Now 40, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 2.50, 2.50, gonna be 2.52 a hand, gonna be 2.55, 57 a hand, gonna be 60 here, 62 and a half, 65, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, 265, gonna be 267 and a half, 265, gonna be 267 and a half, 265, gonna be 267 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, all in and all done. All in and all done, sold at 265, Ron's way. Steer. 250, gonna be 50, 50, 50, who'd be 50, 50, 50, gonna be 225, 5, 225, 5, who'd be 225, 225, 5, and 225, 225, 225. 225, now 227 and a half, now 230, 32 and a half, 35, gonna be 37 and a half, gonna be 40, 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 250, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 57 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, 255, gonna be 257 and a half, 255 here, who'd be 57 and a half, 255, gonna be 57 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it right here, 255, 665, 255, 665, thank you. Five two one down there. 521. Wolf cattle. 225. $2.22 here. $2 now. 2 and a half. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. Now 205. 7 and a half. 210. 12 and a half. 15 here. Gonna be 15. 17 and a half. Gonna be 20. 222 and a half. 225. 7 and a half. 230. 232 and a half. 235. 7 and a half. Gonna be 240. 242 and a half. 45. 47 and a half. Gonna be 250. 252 and a half. 250 now. 252 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. All in and all done. 250 Ron's way. $2.25, $2.25, 5, right there. Now 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 30. Now 30, 32 and a half, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 40 here, 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47 and a half, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 250 here, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 252 and a half, sold at 250, Ron's way. 250. One bid buy here. Another limit going to be 250. 250. 250. 225. Another limit going to be 225. High. Another limit going to be 220. 20. 20 right there. Another limit going to be 220. $2. $2 here. Another limit 2. 2. 2. Now 2. 2 and a half. Another limit 2. 5. Going to be 2. 5. 5. 5. 2 to be 2. 5. 7 and a half. Now 210. 212 and a half. 15. Another limit 17 and a half. 20 here. Another going to be 22 and a half. 25. 5. High. Going to be 25. 27 and a half. Now 30. Now 32 and a half. 35. 37 and a half. Going to be 240. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 5. 5. 242 and a half. Going to be 245, 242 and a half, and 45, all in and all done. 242 and a half there on buyer number 364 by Heifers, 364 by Heifers. That big group coming, Junior? Probably them Dolman cattle here finally. Five, 6, 7, 568, 561, 52, 57, 52, 57, 61, 53. Got 8 head down there. 68, 56. Just Junior, you're on it then. Got to be all of them. Yes. Yep. 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 You're hired, whoever that is. Thank you. Thank you. Hey there. Trenton, throw these on the scale. Let's see what they weigh a minute. Angus Cross is here. Oh, no, these are like, yeah, they're pretty much Angus. Or just, yeah. Think they'll fit? There we go. There you go. You play football, Trenton? That's good practice right there. £822, just like you said. Okay, pop them out here. Just leave them on there. Here we go. $2 a pound here. Two. 185. 185. 185. 185. Now 185. 187 and a half. What's that? Jeez. 1 by 2. We'll sell you a choice then. Bring him back, Trent. 185. 187 and a half. 187 a hand, they're going to be 190, 192 to hand, we're going to be 195, 197 a hand, going to be $2 here, going to be 2 to hand, going to be 205, 7 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 215, 17 and a hand, going to be 220, 222 to hand, going to be 225, 227 and a half, 230, 232 and a hand, going to be 235, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 237 and a half here, and the going to be 240, 242 and a half, 242 and a hand, going to be 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a hand, going to be 250, now 252 and a half, 255, 255, and the going to be 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, going to be 260 here, and the going to be 260, 260, now 262 and a half, 260 here, and the going to be 232 and a half, 230 here, and going to be 232 and a half, all in and all done. 260 your way. Buyer number, I know I've seen it a million times, sorry, 665, what do you think? Gate 1, gate cut 1, thank you. See if you can catch the number on it, Trent, on its way out. I know you're on the wrong side. 561. 561. Runner up. Do you want two? You want to pick two out of there? 225. I'm going to give you 225. Here we go again. 225. Telling choice again. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. 225. I'm going to give you 227 and a half. 227 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. 225. I'm going to give you 227 and a half. Half. Going to be 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Going to be 230. 232 and a half. 235. 235. Going to be 237 and a half. Here going to be 240. I'm going to give you 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Half. 240 here. Going to be 242 and a half. 240 here. Going to be 242 and a half. 240 here. And then going to be 242 and a half. All in and all done. All in and all done. 240 your way. You want two? Just gate cut two. Sounds good. You got a buyer number there? 123. 122. 2. Nice work. Suppose we need. $2 here. I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna give you $2 a pound. I'm gonna give you two. 185 with $2. Now two and a half. Two and a half. I'm gonna give you $2 here. I'm gonna give you two and a half. Half. I'm gonna give you two and a half here. $2 gonna be two and a half. Two and a half. Two and a half. Now 205. 205. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. Gonna be 210. 212 and a half. I'm gonna get 215. Now 17 and a half here. I'm gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. Now 222 and a half. 225. 227 and a half. 227 and a half. I'm gonna give you 227 and a half. Half. Who to be 227 and a half, 225, going 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 to be 227 and a half, who to be 227 and a half, 225, going to be 227 and a half, all in and all done. 225 your way, 626, 626. Well, I'm going to go take a leak. I'll be back. All right, same deal here. $2 here. Money give me two. Money who do two. Money give me 185. Five. Money give me 185. Where? Money give me 185. Five. Gonna be 185. 16. Money 177 a hand. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 172 to hand. Gonna be 175. Five. 177 a hand. Gonna be 80 here. Gonna be 80. 82 to hand. Money give me 85. Five. 185. Gonna be 187 a half. 185. Gonna be 187 a half. 185 here. Gonna be money give me 187 a hand. 185. Money give me 187 a half. 190 here. Gonna be 190. 90. Who do be 190? 190. 187 a half. Gonna be 188. 189. 189 gonna be 190 here. Who do be 190? 90. 90. Little money gonna be 191. Little 192. 22. Who do be 192? 22. Gonna be 192. 192. 193. 193, 192, little money gonna be 193, 3, little money 192, gonna be 193, 192, and 3, 3, 3, all in and all done. 192, Ron's way, 192, thank you. Five, 6, 9, do I see down there? Yeah, that's the one. Here we go. Give me $2. Give me $2. Thank you. Now two and a half. Give me $2 here. Give me two and a half. Where? Gonna be two and a half. $2 gonna be two and a half. $2 here. Give me two and a half. Two and a half. Gonna be 205. Give me five. Gonna be 205. Gonna be five. Two and a half. Gonna be 205. 205. Gonna be 205 here. Gonna be 207 and a half. Gonna be 210. 10. 207 and a half. 10. Gonna be 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. Gonna be 15. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. 212 and a half. 213, 214, 215 here, and get a little money, 15, 16 here, and then make 17, 217, gonna be 217, 218, 218, 218, 218, 219, 220, 20, gonna be 221, 11, gonna be 222, 22, gonna be 221, 222, 222, 222, 223, 33, little money be 223, 223, 224, 224 down here, now 225, little money gonna be 5, 225, 226 this way, 226 this way here, and get a little money be 227, 7 down here, little money 226 and 27, 227 up there, now 228, 228, little money be 228, 8, who to be 8, 227 and 8, 227 and 8, 227 gonna be 228, all in and all done. Gonna be 227 Ron's way, 227 Ron's way. $2 here, maybe two, 185, 185, 187 a hand, who do 187 a hand, 185 gonna be 187 a half, 185 here, gonna be 187 a half, where 187 a half, 185 gonna be 187 a half, 187 a half, 185 gonna be 187 a half, 185 gonna be 187 a half, 185 who do 187 a half, 185, 187 a hand gonna be 190 here, who do 92 a hand gonna be 195, 5 gonna be 195, 197 a half here, gonna be 190. $2 here. Now two and a half, two and a half, two and a half, then money, two and a half, $2 here, two and a half, gonna be 205, 5, gonna be 205 and 207 and a half, 207 and a half, 207 and a half, then money 205, gonna be 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 10, gonna be 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210, 213 or 210, 11 here, then money 211 here, gonna be 212, then money 212, gonna be 213 here, 213, 214, 214, 15, 215, then money gonna be 214, 215, 214 here, gonna be 215, all in and all done. 214 your way, put it on 80 by 5, 80 by 5, 214, 80 by 5, thank you. Yep. $2. Two, two, two. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. 185. Where right there? Now 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. Right there. Now 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 192 and a half. 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 195 here. Gonna be 197 and a half. 197 and a half. 197 and a half. 197 5. Gonna be 196. 97. 197. 98. 198. Gonna be 199 here. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 222 and a 201. 202. Gonna be 2222 and 203 here. Now 204. Now 204. Gonna be 555. Gonna be 206 here. Gonna be 206 here. 205. Gonna be 206 here. 205. 206. 205. 206. 207. Gonna be 208 here. Gonna be 209 here. Gonna be 209. 210. 210. 210. 209. 210. 209 here. Gonna be 210. 10. 10. 209. Gonna be 10. 10. 10. 209 and 10. All in all done. 210. 10. 10. Sold them right here. 209. 113, 113, 209, thank you. $2 a pound, little money, 222, little money, 222, little money, 222, little money, 222, right. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, then we're going to 2.5, and then we're going to be 5.5, 2.7.5 here, and then we're going to be 2.7.5, 2.6 here, and going to be 2.7.7, and then 2.8 here, 2.8 here, now 2.8, 2.9, then we're going to be 2.9, 9, 2.10, 10, 10, then we're going to be 2.10, 10, 10, going to be 2.11, now 2.11, 2.10, 11 where, and then we're going to be 2.10, going to be 2.11, 2.10 here, and going to be 2.11 where, and then we're going to be doing it 2.10, need 11, then we're going to be 2.10, going to be 11, 2.10, going to be 11, all in and all done, 2.10 your way, Ron, 2.10 your way. $2 here, two, 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 who to be two, 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 who to be two, 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 be 185, 185, be 185, 5, who to be 185, 5, gonna be 185, 185, 180, 180, now 182. 180, another money can be 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, another money can be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 181, is that what you're saying? Now 182, another 183, another money 333, gonna be 183, 184 here, and gonna be 185, 55, 185, 55, 186, 186, 187, 187 here, and who to be 188 here, and gonna be 189, 99, who to be 189, 188, gonna be 189, 99, 189 up here, 188, 189, 188, 189, all in and all done, gonna be 188, 80 on 5, 80 on 5. 185 here, another money gonna be 185 high, another money gonna be 185, another money 180, 80, another money gonna be 180 here, and then gonna be 180, another money gonna be 175, 175 right there, now 177 a hand, another money 175, gonna be 177 a hand, another 175, who'd be 177 a half, 175, 176 up there, another money 175, gonna be 176 where, and 175 gonna be 176, 175 gonna be 176, 176, 177, 178 here, 178 gonna be 179, 99, 179 gonna be 180 here, who'd be 181 gonna be 182, 182, 183 here. Going to be 184, 185, 186, 187, 186 here, and then going to be 187, 186 going to be 187, 186 here, going to be 187, all in and all done. 186 or Blake, 260. Big steer, shark cross steer there. Here we go. Little money could be 185, 5. Little money could be 185, 5. Little money could be 175, 175, 175 here. Did you say it? Now 177 and a half, 175. Little money could be 177 and a half, 177 and a half, 180, 182 and a half, 182 and a half. Going to be 185, 5. Little money who to be 185, 182 and a half, 185, 187 and a half. Going to be 190 here. Who to be 192 and a half. Going to be 195, 195, 195, 197 and a half. Now $2. Little money could be 222, 197 and a half. Going to be 2, 197 and a half. Going to be 2, 197 and a half and 2 where 197 and a half 2 where 197 and a half and 2 197 and a half gonna be 2 all in and all done. 197 and a half your way. 615 buyer 615. Thank you, Myron. Big steer there. Gonna be 150. 150 here. Gonna be 50 right there. Now 150 due to hand. 50 due to hand. Gonna be 155. 155. 157 and a half here. Gonna be 160. 160 due to half. 165. 177 and a half. Gonna be 170 due to hand. Gonna be 170 due to hand. Gonna be 175. 177 and a half here. 177 and a half. 175. 177 and a half. 177 and a half. Gonna be 180. 180 due to hand. Gonna be 185. 185. 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. 187 and a half. 190. 187 and a half. Gonna be 190. 90. 187 and a half. 190. 187 and a half and 90. Sold at 187 and a half on 260. 187 and a half going on 260. Big red steers here. Here we're getting into the DeBoer steers here. DeBoer steers. Corn silage, grass silage, mineral fed. Let's get a weight on these things, Trenton. How's it going, Randy? Didn't even see you sneak up on me. Finish them how you like. 1,055, 1,055, 1,055 here. What do you want to be? 185, 185, 185, 185, 150 here. 150. Now 152 and a half. 150 here. 152 to hang. Gonna be 155, 57 and hang. Gonna be 172 to hang. Gonna be 175, 177 and hang. Gonna be 170 here. Gonna be 170, 172 to hang. Gonna be 175, 177 and a half. 180 here. 180 here. Gonna be 182 to hang. Gonna be 185, 187 and a half here. Gonna be 190, 190, 192 and a half here. Gonna be 191, 191, 192, 193, 193, 192, gonna be 193, 193, 193, 192, gonna be 193, 192 here, gonna be 193, 33, 192 and 3, 192, 93, 194, 195, gonna be 196 here, gonna be 197 here, gonna be 197, gonna be 198, 199, 199, 198 here, gonna be 199, 9, gonna be 999, all in and all done, 198 right there, 664, 198, 664. Same deal here. We got two more here. 819. $819, $821. 175, gonna be 175, 177 a hand, gonna be 175, gonna be 177 a hand, 177 a hand, 175, who do we 177 a hand, 175 here, gonna be 177 a hand, gonna be 180, 182 and a hand, gonna be 185, 187 a hand, gonna be 190, 191, 191, 190 here, gonna be 191, 192, gonna be 193 here, who do we 193, 3, gonna be 194, 195, 196, 197, 197 here, gonna be 197, gonna be 198 here, who do we 198, gonna be 199, 199, gonna be $2 here, gonna be 222, now 201, 202. 202 here, 201, little money. I got you at 201, Todd. Need 202, 201, little money, but 202, 201 now, 202. Where little money, 202 here, 201, gonna be 202. All in and all done, gonna be 201. You're way down there. 664, 664. Here's a nice set. We'll get a weight on these ones when we can. $818, thank you. These might be a little heavier yet. $1,100. All right, bring him back real quick. 180 here. Gonna be 180, 80. Gonna be 180. Who do we do 180, 180, 180, 175, 175. Gonna be 175, 5, gonna be 175, 177 and a half, 177 and a half. Gonna be 180, 180 here. Gonna be 182 to hand. Gonna be 185, 187 and a half. Gonna be 190, 90, 90. Gonna be 190, 190, 187 and a half. But 188, 188, 188 here. Gonna be 189, 189. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 190, 90. Who do we 90, 189. Gonna be 190, 189, 90, 189, 90, 189. Gonna be 190 right there. Now 191, little 192, going to be 193, going to be 194, going to be 195, 5, going to be 196 here, 197, 196 here, little going to be 197, 77, 196 here, little going to be 197, 196 and 196 here, going to be 197, 7, 196, 197, 7, all in and all done. 196, 664, 196, 664. Todd's collecting some heavy ones today. Yeah, right? Back to the home country down there, huh? $8.15. Here we go again. Buck 65. Gonna be 135. We'll put him on the scale as soon as we can here. Gonna be 135. 135. Gonna be 137 and a half. 165. Money 137 and a half. 135. Who do we 137 and a half? 135. Gonna be 167 and a half. 37 and a hand, going to be 170. Now 170. 170 here, going to be 132 to hand. 135, 5 high, going to be 177 to hand. Who do we do 180, 182 to hand, going to be 185, 187 and a half. 187 and a half. 185, 186 wrong, going to be 186 here. 186, 187 here. Who do we do 188, going to be 189. 189, going to be 190 here, going to be 191. 192, 193, 194, 195, 5 high, going to be 196 here, going to be 195, 96. 195, 96, 197 here, going to be 198, 88. Who do we do 198, 197, going to be 198. 197, 198 where? 197 going to be 198, 197 going to be 198, all in and all done, all in and all done. 197 your way, put it on 601, looks like a 601, thank you. Big yawn out of that one. 180 here, going to be 180 right there. Now 182 to hand, going to be 180 here, going to be 182 to hand, 182 to hand, 180 here, going to be 182 to hand, have hand, 181, going to be 181, 1, who do we do 181, 181, 182, 183, Mo, 184, 185, 186 here, going to be 186 here, going to be 187, 188. Could be, I don't know. Well, we'll see what we end up with. 188, 189, 189, 188 here, going to be 189, 189, going to be 190 here, going to be 191, little money, 192, 22, going to be 193, 194, 195, 196 here, going to be 197, and 198 here, going to be 199, little money, 199, going to be $2, 201, 201 here, little money, going to be 201, $2 here, little money, going to be 201 where, 202, 22, little money, going to be 202, now 203, 204, little money, going to be 204 up here, little money, 203, going to be 204 up top, 203, 4, 203 and 4, little money, going to be 4, 4, 4, all in and all done. 203 here on 601. Let's see what it weighs. Is that going to work? 2466. Close enough. 601 takes it. Thank you. Three heifers here. Matthews cattle. 225. Going to be 225. Going to be 225. $2 where? Going to be 222. Going to be 2 there. Now 2 to hand. Going to be 2 5 7 and a hand. 210. 12 and a hand. Going to be 215. 17 and a half. 220. 222 and a half. 225. 227 and a hand. 227 and a hand. Going to be 230. 30 13. 32 and a hand. Going to be 35. 5 5. 32 and a hand. Going to be 35. 235. 235. 7 and a half. Now 40. Now 40 here. Going to be 240. 40 and 242 to hand. 242 to hand. Going to be 242 to hand. Going to be 240 here. Going to be 242 and a half. 240 here. Going to be 242 and a half. 242 and a half. 242 and a half, all in and all done. 240 your way, 240, 364 on heifers. Nice heifer there. Going to be 225. 225. Going to be 225. Going to be 225. 5. Going to be 225. 5. 220. 220 right there. Now 222 and a half. 220 here. Going to be 222 to hand. Going to be 222 to hand. Going to be 225. 5. 5. Who do we do 25? Going to be 227 and a half. 230. 232 and a half. 235. 235. 237 and a half. 240. 240. 240. Blake. 242 and a half. Now 245. 242 to hang. I got you at 242 and a half, Todd. Now we're looking for 245. It'll going to be 242 to hang. Going to be 245. 242 to hang. It'll going to be 245. 5 5. 242 to hang. Going to be 245. It'll going to be 5 5 5. All in and all done. 242 and a half. Put it on 364 heifers. Thank you. 220, 220, middle of the money, give me 220, 20, 20, middle of the money, give me 220, 220, 220, 210, 10, 10, middle of the money, $2 even, middle of the money, give me 2, middle of the money, give me 2, 185, middle of the money, who do we 185, 187 and a half, 185, middle of the money, give me 187 and a half, 1 middle of the money, 185, who do we 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 185 here, middle of the money, gonna be 187 and a half, half, 185, 187 and a half, half, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 190, 190 here, middle of the money, 190, 192 and a half, middle of the 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 5, gonna be 195, 5, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, gonna be $2. $2 here in the money, 2 now 2 and a half, gonna be 205, the money gonna be 205, 5, gonna be 207 and a half, 210, 210, 10, 210, 10, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, the money gonna be 215, 15, 15, the money 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, now 220, 220 here, 222 and a half, 220, the money gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, the money gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 225, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, now 30, the money 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 30, 30, 227 and a half, the money gonna be 230, all in and all done. 227 and a half, 364 on heifers. Thank you. Here's another 3 here. Buffin Brothers heifers. 250, I give you 250, I give you 225, 500, 225 to 227 and a half, 225, I give you 227 and a half, 227 and a half, give you 230, money 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, now 240, 242 and a half, give you 245, 245, 47 and a half, money 50, 50, 50, give you 52 and a half, give you 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, 255, money give you 257 and a half, 255, give you 257 and a half, 255, give you 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 260, 260, 262 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, going to be 235, 55, 37 and a half, here going to be 270, 70, 70, money 237 and a half, 270, 267 and a half, 70, all in and all done, 267 and a half, your way 629, thank you. $225, money give me 225, down 227 and a half, money give me 225, money give me 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 225, money give me 227 and a half, 220, money give me 227 and a half, 225 here, gonna be 227 and a half, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, now 232 and a half, 235, 235, 237 and a half, 235, 37 and a half, money give me 40, 40, 40, money give me 40, 40, who do 40, now 42 and a half, 245, 245, money give me 245, 5, gonna be 245, 5, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 242 to hand, money gonna be 245, 5, all in and all done. Sold them to you 242 and a half, 629, 629, thank you. 43, 403, 402, 403, 402. 250, money be 50, 50, 50, money be 50, 225, 5, money who do we do 25, 5, gonna be 225, 5, 225, $2 a pound, money be 2, right there. Now 2, 2 and a half, 205, 7 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, gonna be 220, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 230, 227 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, money gonna be 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, 255, 255, 255 here, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, gonna be 260, 62 and a half, 265, 5, 267 and a half, 270, 272 and a half, 275, 277 and a half, gonna be 280, 80, 80, 80, 280, 80, gonna be 280, 282 and a half, now 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 287 and a half, now 290, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 295, gonna be 297 and a half, 295, 97 and a half, 295, 7 and a half, 297 and a half, gonna be $3, 302 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, gonna be 310, 312 and a half, gonna be 312 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, now 317 and a half, that'll money be 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, that'll money be 317 and a half, sold them 315 right there, 629, 315, 629. Here's a little dandy. 285, little money, give me 285, 5, little money, give me 285, 5, 287 and a half, 285, little 287 and a half, gonna be 290, 292 and a half, gonna be 95, 97 and a half, gonna be $3, 302 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 310, little money, give me 312 and a half, 310 here, 312 and a half, where 312 and a half, gonna be 15, 17 and a half, now 17 and a half, gonna be 320, 322 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, gonna be 30 and 32 and a half, and then gonna be 35, 5, 37 and a half, gonna be 40, 340, 337 and a half, 340, 337 and a half, little money, 340, 342 and a half, 345, 5, 342 and a half, gonna be 345, 342 and a half, gonna be 345, all in and all, that 345, 347 and a half, gonna be 350, 350, 352 and a half, now 355, 5, little money, gonna be 355, 5, 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 355, 7 and a half, all in and all done, gonna be 355 up top, 355 up top, buyer number 638, thank you. $220, $225, little money, give me $225, 5, little money, give me $225, $220, $20, little money, give me $220 right there. Now $222 and a half, $225, $225, 5, little money, give me $225, $227 and a half, little $230, $30, gonna be $230, now $232 and a half, $235, $235, $237 and a half. Now $240, little money, $240 here, gonna be $242 and a half, gonna be $245, 5, $247 and gotta be $250, $250 up top, $252 and a half, $252 and a half right there, gonna be $252 and a half. Ma'am, would you like to be $252 and a half right here, $252 and a half. 252 and a half, 255, 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 255, gonna be 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 255, gonna be 57 and a half, 255, little money, gonna be 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, 255 with Ron, need 257 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done. 255, put it Ron's way. Three heifers. 655653. Welcome back, Junior. One more time. 654 653 655. 220. 185, 5, little money could be 185, little money could be 185, 165, 5, little money could be 135, 5, little money could be 150, 150, 150, little money could be 50, 50, 50, little 50, 152 to hand, little money could be 152 to hand, could be 155, 5, could be 157 to hand, could be 160 here, 162 and a half. 162 and a half for one. We'll sell you a choice. 162 to hang. Gonna be 135. 5. Gonna be 135. 137 to hang. Gonna be 170 here. 172 and a half. What's that? 175 all together. 177 and a half. $2 on one. $2 on one. Now two and a half. Little money gonna be $2 here. Little money gonna be two and a half. $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. All in and all done. $2 on one. $2 on one right down here. Bring him back, Trent. Buyer number what? 646, 646. You want that? Takes the one in the back. 654 going on Impero. Thank you. Good save. Good save. 275. 270. Gonna be 275. 5. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 250. 150. 150. Excuse me. 150 here. 152 to hand. 150 here. Gonna be 152 to hand. Gonna be 155. 5. 155. Gonna be 157 to hand. Gonna be 1 city. City 2 and a half. City 5. City 7 to hand. Gonna be 170. 172 to hand. Gonna be 172 to hand. 170 here. Gonna be 172 and a half. 170 here. Gonna be 172 to hand. 72. Gonna be 172 to half. 170 here. Gonna be 72 and a half. 170 here. Gonna be 172 and a half. All in and all done. 170 your way, Blake. 260 takes the other two. $2 here, $2 right there. Now two and a half. $2 here, $2 and a half. Where $2 and a half here, $2 gonna be $2 and a half. 202 and a half. $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half. $2 and a half. $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half. Who to be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Now 205. 205 gonna be 27 and a half. 27 and a half here, gonna be 27 and a half. Gonna be 210, 10, gonna be 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. Gonna be 215, 17 and a half. Now 220. 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 225, 5. Who to be 225. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 222 to hand, that'll make it be 225, 222 to hand, gonna be 225, 225, all in and all done. 222 and a half, your way, 646, 646, thank you. $225, that'll make it be 225, fine, that'll make it be 225, fine, give me 222, gonna be 222, 185, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 190, 192 to hand, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, here, gonna be $2, 202 to hand, that'll gonna be 205 here, gonna be 205, 207 and a half, here, gonna be 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, now 217 and a half, gonna be 220, that'll 222 to hand, that'll gonna be 222 and a half, here, gonna be 222 and a half, 220, 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna get 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, right there. Are you bidding there, Todd? 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, all in and all done. 220 right here, 220, 608, 220, 608. Heifers, 3 heifers. 682, 681, 680. Good heifers here, black-hided heifers here. That'll make it $2 a pound. $2 that'll make it 222 now 22 to hand. That'll make it $2 here. That'll make it 22 to half. That'll make it 22 to hand. Gonna be 205, 55, 205, 205, 7 and a half. 210, 210, 10, 10, 10, 10. Gonna be 12 and a half. That'll make it 15, 17 and a half. Gonna be 220, 22 and a half. 225, 227 and a half. Gonna be 30 and 32 and a half. 230 here. That'll make it be 32 and a half. 230 here. Gonna be 32 and a half. 230 here. That'll make it be 32 and a half. 230 here. Gonna be 32 and a half. 230 here. Gonna be 32 and a half. All in and all done. 230 Todd's way. 230 Todd's way. It's 364 on heifers. It's a heifer, 679. 3 months bred, it says here. $150 here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50. Gonna be 50, 50, 50. Gonna be 150, 50, 50. Gonna be 125, 125, 5. Gonna be 125, 5, 5. $1. $1 here. Gonna be 1, 1, 1. Gonna be 1 there. Now 102 to hand. Gonna be 102 to hand. $1 here. Gonna be 102 to half, half, half. 102 and a half. $1 now 2 and a half, fine. Gonna be 5, 7 and a half. Gonna be 10. 10, 10. Gonna be 112 and a half. Gonna be 115, 7, 15, 17 and a half. 120, 122 and a half. 122 and a half. 120. Gonna be 122 and a half. 120, 122 and a half, 120 here, gonna be 122 and a half, 122 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, 30 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 135, 55, 137 and a half, gonna be 140, 140, 142 and a half, 145, 47 and a half, now 50 here, 50, 50, 50, gonna be 150, 50, 50, gonna be 150, 50, 50, 147 and a half, 150, 150, 152 and a half, 155, 5, 5, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 160, 160 here, gonna be 162 and a half, 162 and a half, 62 and a half, 162 and a half, 162 and a half, 165, 165 here, that'll make it be 135, 137 and a half, that'll make 137 and a half, 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 165, 167 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, all in, all done, right here, 165 your way. 659, 165, 659, thank you. What do we got here? Heifer here, little money could be $2. $2 here, little money, little money could be $2 a pound, little money, 185, 5, high, little money, 185, 187 and a half, 185, little money could be 187 and a half, half, little money could be 185, could be 187 and a half here, 185, could be 187 and a half, could be 190, 192 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, little money, 197 and a half, could be $2 here, could be 2 and a half here, could be 2 and a half, now 205, 207 and a half, 210. 10, 10, going to be 212 and a half here, and then going to 215 here, going to be 215, 17 and a half, 220, 220 here, going to be 220, 20, 20, going to be 220, 17 and a half, 220, 222 and a half, 225, 225, 5, 222 and a half, going to be 225, 225, and 227 and a half, 30, now 30, now 32 and a half, 30 here, and going to be 32 and a half, 30 here, going to be 32 and a half, 30 here, and 32 and a half, 230 here, 32 and a half, all in and all done right there, 230, 364 on heifers. Nice black steer here in the little money by 250. 250 in the little money 50 right there. Now 252 and a half. 250 here in the little money by 252 and a half. 250 gonna be 252 and a half. 250 now 252 and a half. 55, 57 and a half. City here, city 2 and a half. City 5, city 7 and a half. 267 and a half. 267 and a half. Now 270, 272 and a half. Now 275, 77 and a half. 277 and a half. 280, 280 here gonna be 282 and a half. 285, 55, 285, 287 and a half. Here gonna be 290. Now 290, 290 here in the little money gonna be 90, 90. 290, 287 and a half. Gonna be 287 and a half. Here now 290, 287 and a half. Gonna be 290. All in and all done. 287 and a half. 364 on steers. 364 on steers. Thank you. Two fifty, two fifty, gonna be 50, 50, 50, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 235, 235, 235, 237 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, and 237 and a half, gonna be 240, now 242 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 5, 47 and a half, here, gonna be 50, 50, 50, now 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 255, 55, 57 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, 255 here, 257 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, all in and all done. 255 Ron's way. Oh, $2. Give it 222, 185, 180, give me 185, 500, give me 185, give me 185, 55, 150, 150, 150, now 52 and a half, 50 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, gonna be 155, 57 and a half, city here, city 2 and a half, city 2 and a half, 162 and a half, gonna be 175, city 7 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, city 7 and a half, gonna be 80, 82 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, 191, little money 222, gonna be 193, and then 194, gonna be 195. 5, 194, 95, 194, 95, 195, 96 here, gonna be 197 here, gonna be 197, and 196 here, gonna be 197, 198, 198, gonna be 199, 198 here, gonna be 199, 99, 198, who'd be 199, 198, gonna be 199, 198, 199, all in and all done. All in and all done, 198 Blake's way, 198 Blake's way, 260. $533, here you go. $222, $2 a pound, $222, take it home and feed it, take it home and feed it. $2 here, and then 185, 500, 185, 500, gonna be 185, 150, 150, 50, 50, 50, gonna be 150, 50, 50, 50, 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 125, 125, gonna be 125, 5, 125, $1.25, gonna be 127 and a half, 127 and a half, 30, now 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 40, 42 and a half, 45, 5, 47 and a half, 50, now 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, gonna be 30 here, 32 and a half, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, 70, now 70, 67 and a half, gonna be 70, 67 and a half, gonna be 70, 67 and a half, now 70, 167 and a half, and 70, all in and all done, all in and all done. 170, 172 and a half, 175, 77 and a half, 77 and a half here, gonna be 180, who do it, 80, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 185, 5, 187 and a half here, 187 and a half here, gonna be 190, 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, did you say that over there? 192 and a half, 195, 5, 97 and a half, gonna be $2, 97 and a half, 222, 197 and a half, and 2, all in all done. 197 and a half, 364 on heifers. 185, gonna be 185, 5, 185, 5, gonna be 185, 5, gonna be 185, 5, 185, 150, 150, that's there, now 150, now 152 and a half, gonna be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 150, gonna be 52 and a half, 152 and a half, 55, 55, 5, 55, 55, 57 and a half, now city here, city 2 and a half, 132 and a half, 135, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 35, 137 and a half, 37 and a half, gonna be 170, 167, 70, 72 and a half, 172 and a half, 175, 175, 555 right there. 177 and a half. 177 and a half. Who to be 180 here? Going to be 180, 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 185, 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Going to be 190 here. 192 and a half. Who to be 192 and a half? Going to be 195, 197 and a half here. 197 and a half. And now 202 and a half up there. Going to be 202 and a half. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 202 and a half. We're $2 here. Going to be 202 and a half. 205, 205, 55, 7 and a half here. Going to be 10 to 10. Who to be 10 to 10? Going to be 210, 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 15, 17 and a half. 20, 22 and a half. 25, 27 and a half. Little money going to 27 and a half. Going to be 230, 232 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. Little money 237 and a half here. Going to be 240, 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Going to be 245, 55. Going to be 242 and a half and 245. 242 and a half. Going to be 245. All in and all done. Sold it to you 242 and a half up top there. 639, 639. Sell your choice. Cut one out. Choice, whatever. Yeah, here we go. $2 here. Little money to 222. Little money gonna be 222. Little money gonna be 222. Gonna be 185. 185. 5. Little money who do it 185. Can we spin those around one more time? $185, who do we do 185, now 187 and a half, what's all your choice, 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 190, 190 here, little money, 192 and a half, going to be 195, 55, 197 and a half here, little money, not $2 here, going to be 202 and a half, now 202 and a half, 202 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half here, little money, get 207 and a half, going to be 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, little money, 217 and a half, going to be 217 and a half, now 220, 222 and a half, 225, 225, 222 and a half, 225, 7 and a half. Now 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, going to be 235, 237 and a half here, 237 and a half, going to be 240. Now 242 and a half down here, going to be 242 and a half, going to be 245, 55, 247 and a half here. Now 247 and a half, 250. 252 and a half, going to be 255, 57 and a half, 257 and a half, 260 here, 260 here, going to be 260, 257 and a half, and 60, 257 and a half, 260 all in and all done. 257 and a half right here, 646. Takes the black, the dark one in the middle. 480, the Hereford. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Everybody's got a type. Yeah, you betcha. Runner-up bidder? Which one do you want? He'll take them both. You're a good man. Put it on number what? Buyer number 614. 614 takes the other two. Boy, if we just do that every time, boy, we'd be moving along. 614. His number was 614. Bless you. Two steers. 43. $2 here. Gonna be two right there. I got for choice then $2 now. 201, 202 and a half. I got 202 and a half all the way. 205, 205 here. Gonna be 207 and a half. 207 and a half. Then 210, 10, 10. Gonna be 210, 210. 230 for one. 232 and a half. 230 here. Then gonna be 232 and a half. Then 230 here. Who to be 232 and a half. Then gonna be 232 and a half. 230 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. 232 and a half. All in all done. Okay, 230 for one. Put it on 609. Which one would you like? Don't matter. Gate cut, please. 483 out the door it goes. $2 here, $2 $2 185 5 187 half 185 gonna be 187 half 187 half gonna be 190 192 to hand gonna be 195 197 half and $2 here now 222 2 and a half now 205 gonna be 5 5 5 2 and a half and 5 where gonna be 5 5 5 2 and a half and 5 2 and a half and 205 2 and a half gonna be 5 5 5 5 all in all done. Sold at 2 and a half going up there Ron's way. $688 steer. $687. Here we go. Little couple crosses there. Little gonna be one. Little hey gonna be 150. 150. Little gonna be 50. Little 50 there. Now 52 to hand. Little 52 to hand. Gonna be 155. 57 and a half. City here. 52 to hand. Gonna be 52 to hand. City here. 52 and a half. Where now 65. 167 and a half. 167 and a half. 170. 172 to hand. Gonna be 172 to hand. Gonna be 175. 77 and a half. Here gonna be 180. 182 to hand. 182 to hand. 180 gonna be 182 and a half. 180. 182 and a half. Where 180 here. Gonna be little gonna be 182 to hand. 180 here. Who to be 182 to hand. Gonna be 185. 5 5. Gonna be 185. 187 and a half. Here gonna be 187 and a half. 185, 187 and a half, 185 gonna be Joe or Mo. You buying them both? 185 gonna be you buying one too. We're on the same page. 187 and a half then. 187 and a half gonna be 190. 192 and a half. 192 and a half gonna be 195. 5. 197 and a half here. 197 and a half and 2. 222. 197 and a half. Little money. 222. 187 and a half gonna be 222. All in and all done. Gonna be 197 and a half. Are you bidding? 197 and a half. You're away. 260. Is that what you wanted? Good sort there. 185, little money gonna be 185, 5 little money who 185, 5 little money gonna be 185, 185, 185, 165, little money gonna be 135, 5 135, 5 150, 150 here, little gonna be 50, 50, 50, little money gonna be 50, 50, 50, 125, 125, 127 and a half, 127 and a half gonna be 130, 132 and a half, 135, 37 and a half gonna be 40 here, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, 50, 50, now 52 and a half, 55, 50, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half city, now city 2 and a half, 175, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 170 here, 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 now 172 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 175, 5, gonna be 175, 5, who'd have been 175, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 5, gonna be 175, 172 and a half here, 175, 172 to hand, gonna be 175, 172 to hand, gonna be 175, all in and all done, all in and all done. 175, 177 and a half, 180, 182 to hand, who'd 182 to hand, gonna be 185, 5, who'd 185, 182 to hand, gonna be 185, 182 to hand, gonna be 185, all in and all done. 182 and a half, Blake's way. Two heifers. $125, one little gonna be 125, 127 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, little money 40 and 42 to hand, 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 150, 52 to hand, gonna be 155, 57 and a half, 150 here, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 70, 70. 70, 70, 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, little money gonna be 172 to half, 170 here, gonna be 172 to half, 170 here, gonna be 172 to half, 170 here, gonna be 172 to half, 172 and a half, 175, 175, 175, 172 to half, little money gonna be 175, 5, all in and all done, all in and all done. 172 and a half, Blake's way. hairy cattle here. Good heifers here. Gonna be $2 a pound. Gonna be two. Who do two. Gonna be two down 202.5. 202.5 down 205. 205 here. Gonna give me five. Gonna be 7.5 to 10. Gonna be 2 10 12.5. 15 here. Gonna be 15 12.5. Gonna be 15 here. Now 17.5. Now 20. 17.5. Gonna be 220 here. Gonna be 217.5. 220 222.5. Gonna be 222.5. 225 7.5. Now 7.5, 30, 232 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 7.5. Now 240, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 240 here, and gonna be 242 and a half, 240 here, who'd be 242 and a half, 240 here, and gonna be 242 and a half, all in and all done. 240, 364 on heifers, 364 on heifers. $2 here, gonna be two. Gonna be two. $2 here, gonna be two and a half, gonna be 205, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, gonna be 205, 7.5. 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, here, going to be 220, 222 and a half, going to be 225, 5, going to be 225, 227 and a half, 30, 232 and a half, 235, 7 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, 45, 5, going to be 47 and a half, here, 47 and a half, 250, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, 255, going to be 257 and a half, 260, 257 and a half, city, 257 and a half, going to be 260, 257 and a half, 60, all in and all done. 257 and a half, 364 on heifers. $250 here. 225. 227 and a half. 230. 32 and a half. 35. 37 and a half. 40 and 42 and a half. 45. 47 and a half. Gonna be 50 here. 52 and a half. Gonna be 55. 57 and a half. Now city. 2 and a half. 275. 77 and a half. Now 270. 272 and a half. 275. 77 and a half. Gonna be 80. 280. 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. 297 and a half. 297 and a half. 295. Gonna be 297 and a half. $3. $302 and a half. Now 302 and a half. $3 here. Gonna be 302 and a half. 3 here. Gonna be 302 and a half. All in and all done. $3 right here on 258. 258. Thank you. 527. $2 and then 2 185 500 gonna be 185 who gonna be 185 150 50 50 gonna be 150 150 50 50 gonna be 150 50 50 who $1 on him. You want 150? Can you do 150? Now 152 and a half. 155, 157 and a half, gonna be 160 here, city, 2 and a half, 175, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 170 here, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 55, 177 and a half, 175, 77 and a half, 175 here, gonna be 177 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 175, gonna be 177 and a half, 175, gonna be 177 and a half, 77 and a half, all in and all done. 175, your way, Blake, 260. Who's looking for horn cattle, huh? That's the right one, yep. Oh, by the head here. Gonna be by the head. When I do 200 on them, 100 here, 125, 100 here, by the head here, you're gonna be 125, $100 and 125. Gonna be 125, 150, 150, 50, 50, 175, 200, 225, 250, 250 here, 250, 275, 300, 300, 275, gonna be 333, 275 here, who'd have been 3, 275, 3, all in and all done, all in and all done. 275, 280 straight, or 80 straight, 275, 80 straight. Good bull here. 34. Another Perry animal here. What do you want to do here? One more time around there. Hey, $2 a pound. Little money, 222. Little money, who do 222? Gonna be 185, 5, little 185, now 187 and a half, 190 here. Little money, gonna be 92 and a half. Gonna be 95, 97 and a half here now. 222. Gonna be 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half here. 10. Little money, 212 and a half, 15. Gonna be 17 and a half here. Gonna be 20. Now 22 and a half, 25. Little money, 225, 227 and a half here. Little money, 227 and a half, 225. Gonna be 227 and a half, 225. Little money, gonna be 227 and a half, 225 here. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225 here, and little money can be 227 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, all in and all done. 225, 260, 225 on 260. $150 here. Gonna be 50. Gonna be 150. Gonna be 150. Gonna be 125. 127 and a half. 127 and a half. 30. 132 and a half. 135. Gonna be 135. 7 and a half here. Gonna be 140. 40. 142 and a half. Gonna be 45. Gonna be 45. 147 and a half. 50. Now 150. Gonna be 152 and a half. 155. 57 and a half here. Gonna be 160. 162 and a half. 135. 137 and a half. Gonna be 137 and a half. Gonna be 130 here. 172 and a half. 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half. Here, going to be 80 here, 177 and a half, going to be 180, 177 and a half, 180, 80, little money, who to be 80, 177 and a half, going to be 180, 80, all in and all done. Sold at 177 and a half on 80, 80 by 5, 80 straight, please, 80 straight, please. $2, little money, 2, right there. Now 2 and a half, little money, 2 and a half, little money, $2 here, who to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, gonna be 2, 5, little money, who to be 5, 7 and a half here, gonna be 210, 12 and a half, 15 here, 17 and a half, gonna be 220, 20, who to be 2 and a half, gonna be 225, 227 and a half, 30, now 32 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 240, 242 and a half, now 240, little money, gonna be 245, 47 and a half, little money, 50, 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 57 and a half, gonna be 260 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, now 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, 75, 72 and a half, 272 and a half, 275, 272 and a half, who do 275, all in and all done, sold 275, 277 and a half, gonna be 280, 282 and a half, now 285, 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, sold it to you, 285, 258. Yeah, that was last minute there, last minute. $759, $758. Steinsick cattle. 225, little money be 225, little money be 225, you be $2 a bit, little money be 222, little money be 222, little money be 222, little money be 185, 187 and a half, one in the little money be 187 and a half, 185 gonna be 187 and a half, FM 185, who be 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 185 gonna be 187 and a half, where 190 here, and the little money gonna be 90, who be 90, 187 and 90, 192 and a half, and then gotta be 95, 5 high, who be 95. 97 and a half, $2, 2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 here, and the money, $2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 205, 5, gonna be 207 and a half, 210 your way, 210 here, now 212 and a half, 215, little money, gonna be 15, 17 and a half, 220, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 225, 5, gonna be 225, 7 and a half, 230 here, and little money, 30, 32 and a half, 230 here, and little money, gonna be 32 and a half, 30 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 30 here, and little money, gonna be 232 and a half, all in and all done, 230 your way, 659. Could we please get a weight on this when you get a chance? Perfect, bring it back. 1390. That's what we want to see. 185, 185, 187 and a half, 185, going to be 187 and a half here, and going to be 190 here, and then to be 90, 90, going to be 190, 190, 191, 92, going to be 93, and going to be 94, 195, 196 here, 97, to be 98 here, and going to be 199, 199, going to be $2 here, and going to be 201, little money 222, 201, 201, 202, little money 3 here, and little money to be 3, now 204, now 5, now 5, little money going to be 205, and 206 here, and 205, little money to be 206, 205, and going to be 206 where, 205, 6 where, and little money going to be 6 here. Now 207, 208, 209, 9, 10, 10, 10, going to be 210, little money going to be 11 here. 211, 210, 11, 210, 11, 210, little money going to be 11 here, and little money going to be 11, 11, 210, little money who to be 11, 210, 11, 210, 11, all in all done. 210, 145, 210, 145, thank you. Three steers, nice ones. 225, 225. 27 and a half, 220, little money, 225, going to be 227 and a half, little money, 225, going to be 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 225, who to be 227 and a half, 225, who to be 227 and a half, 225, little money, going to be 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, now 230, 230 here, and 232 and a half, going to be 235, 5, who to be 235, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 40, now 240, 240 here, and Blake, you want to be 240 on them, 237 and a half, 40, 237 and a half, 40 where, 42 and a half, little money, going to be 42 and a half here, and 42 and a half, and 245, 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a half, little money going to be 247 and a half, going to be 250, 250, 50, 50, 50, little money 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, half, little money going to be 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, 250 here, little money going to be 252 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done, 250 Ron's way. T-Walt cattle here, little money going to be 275 high, little money who to be 275, 275, 270, little 275, thank you. Now 277 and a half, little money going to be 275, going to be 277 and a half, going to be little money who to be 288, little money going to be 280, now 282 and a half, 285, little money going to be 287 and a half, going to be 290 here, who to be 292 and a half, going to be 295, 7 and a half here, going to be $3, $3, 297 and a half, little money who to be 33333, 297 and a half, 3, 302 and a half, 305, 555, little money going to be 555, who to be 5, 7 and a half here, little money going to be 10, 10, 10, 10, little money who to be 310. 310, 7 and a half, 10, 7 and a half here, 10, little money be 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 7 and a half, and 10, 10, 10, 10, sold it your way, 307 and a half, 307 and a half. 307 and a half, little money, 305, you're at 307 and a half, now 310, little money, who to be 10, 10, 10, 310, 12 and a half, little money, 15 here, and going to be 17 and a half, 320, 322 and a half, 325, 7 and a half, 330, 330, now 332 and a half, little money, going to be 335, 7 and a half, little money, 337 and a half, 335, 7 and a half, 335, 337 and a half, here, little money, 335, going to be 337 and a half, where, little money, 335, going to be 337 and a half, you're now 340 up there, 342 and a half, 345, 347 and a half. There, and then I can't see it taut at all. 347 and a half. And there you're gonna do that. 345, 347 and a half, 345. And it'll make it be 347 and a half, 345, 347 and a half, 350, 350, 352 and a half, 355. And it'll make 355. Gonna be 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 360 here. And then 362 and a half, 362 and a half. Gonna be 365, 365, 367 and a half, 370. Now 372 and a half, 372 and a half. 370 here, and the money gonna be 372 and a half, all in and all done. Gonna be 370 over here. 629, 629. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are. Glad I'm not the only one. 5 months bred, I see, huh? 150 here. 125, 127 and a half. 120, 127 and a half. 125, 7 and a half. Gonna be 130, 32 and a half. 135, 37 and a half. 140, 142 and a half. Gonna be 145, 145 up top. 147 and a half here. Gonna be 150, 152 and a half. Gonna be 155, 157 and a half. Gonna be 160 here. 162 and a half. 165, 167 and a half. 170 here. 172 and a half. Gonna be 175, 177 and a half here. 180 here. 180, 182 and a half. Gonna be 185, 187 and a half. 185, 187 and a half. 185 here. 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. 185, 187 and a half. 185 and 87 and a half. All in and all done. All in and all done. 185 your way, Ron. Heifer. 225, 227 and a half. 225, gonna be 227 and a half. 225, gonna be 227 and a half. 225, 227 and a half. 225, 227 and a half. 225, 227 and a half. Right there. Now 30. Now 32 and a half. Gonna be 35, 37 and a half. Gonna be 40 here. 42 and a half. Gonna be 245, 247 and a half. 50, 50, 50. Now 52 and a half. Gonna be 55, 57 and a half. 260, 62 and a half. 65, 67 and a half. Gonna be 270 here. 72 and a half. 72 and a half. Gonna be 275, 77 and a half. Gonna be 280, 282 and a half. 285, 282 and a half. Gonna be 285, 282 and a half. Gonna be 285, 55, 282 and a half. And 285, 282 and a half. 285, 55. Gonna be 285. All in and all done. 282 and a half. 269 or 629. 629. Thank you. I know, right? $220, 222 to hand, 220 here, gonna be 222 to half, hand, 220 here, gonna be 222 to half, we're 222 to half, 225, 225, gonna be 227 to hand, 230, 232 to hand, gonna be 235, 235, 37 and a half, 40, now 42 and a half, 47, 45, 42, 45, gonna be 47 and a half, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 252 and a half, gonna be 55, 57 and a half, city here, 262 and a half, 265, 67 and a half, 70 here, 72 and a half, 75, 270. 272 to hang, it'll make it be 275, 272 to hang, it'll be 275, 272 to hang, it'll be 275, all in and all done. Sold it to you 272 and a half, 629, 629. 250, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 225, 225, gonna be 220, 220, 220, we're gonna 220, 20, 20, gonna be 220, 20, 20, 20, $2 here, 222, 222, gonna be 222, 185, 185, 5, gonna be 185, 5. Oh, just a little bloody nose there. Don't let that scare you here. I'm gonna give you 50, 50, 50. 50, 50, 50, 50. Had a few of those in the barn today. 150, 52 and a half. Gonna be 155, 57 and a half. City here, city 2 and a half. City 5, city 7 and a half. 170, 72 and a half. 175, 77 and a half. 180, 182 and a half. 85, 87 and a half. 190 here, 192 and a half. 192 and a half. 190 here, 192 and a half. 195, 197 and a half. Gonna be $2. 202 and a half, 205, 205 here, gonna be 7 and a half, 210, 10, 10, literally gonna be 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 207 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 220, 220 here, gonna be 22 and a half, 222 and a half, 220, gonna be 222, no, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, literally gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, all in all done. I got 220 here, 222 and a half, sold at 220, 629, 629, thank you. Now 52 and a half, 50 in the gonna be 52 and a half, 50 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 57 and a half, gonna be city here, city 2 and a half, city 2 and a half, city 2 and a half, city 5, city 7 and a half, 70, 72 and a half, gonna be 77 and a half, gonna be 280 here, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 87 and a half, gonna be 292, 92 and a half, 292 and a half, 95, 295, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 292 and a half, gonna be 295 where, 295, 97 and a half, gonna be $3, $3, 302 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15 here, gonna be 315, 310, how about 12 and a half there, 15, 15, 17 and a half, gotta be 20, 20, now 22 and a half, now 25, 27 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, 27 and a half, gotta be 330, 330, 332 and a half, gotta be 335, 337 and a half, gotta be 337 and a half, 340, 340, 342 and a half, 345, 342 and a half, gotta be 345, 342 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, sold them 342 and a half, going on 629, 629. How about 325 here? 325, 327 and a half. Way to be a good sport. 325, 327 and a half. 330 here. Going to be 32 and a half. 35, 5, 37 and a half. Going to be 40, 42 and a half. 45, 47 and a half. 50, 50, 350, 50, 52 and a half. Going to be 55, 57 and a half. Now 60, 62 and a half. 65, 67 and a half. 70, 72 and a half. 75, 77 and a half. Going to be 380, 382 and a half. 385, 387 and a half. 390, 392 and a half. 395, 397 and a half. 397 and a half here. Going to be $4 here. And 397 and a half. Going to be 4. 397 and a half. 4 where? 397 and a half and 4 all in and all done. 397 and a half on 629. You don't want to know. 245. Just kidding. What is it? 162. Saying that one's not far away, huh? $2, 225, 220, 325, now 327 and a half, 325, going to be 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 330, 332 to hang, and then 335, 337 and a half, going to be 40, and 42 to hang, and 45, 47 and a half, going to be 50, 352 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, city here, 32 and a half, 65, 65, 362 and a half, going to be 335, 55, 332 and a half, 335, 337 and a half, 370 here, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, going to be 80, who'd be 80, 80, 80, going to be 82 and a half, who'd be 82 and a half, going to be 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, 390, 392 and a half, 395, 97 and a half, 397 and a half, $4, 397, $4. Yes, yes, yes on 4. Now 4, 2 and a half, 4, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 42 going to be 5, 5, 5, 4, 2 and a half and 5, 4, 2 and a half and 5. Sold at 4, 2 and a half, 629, 629. 225, going to be 225 here, going to be 225, 5, 5, 5, going to be 225, going to be 225, $2, $2 now, 2, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be $2 here, going to be 2 and a half, half, who to be 2 and a half, $2 here, who to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, where, $2 here, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 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 all in and all done, all in all done. $2, Ron's way. Who's smoking in here? I'm about to be. Terry still here? He's got to be. You're going to have a black eye, it looks like. I think you're already getting one. Okay, we got a gate stuck back there a minute. It'll be fixed in a second. Here we go. We're back in business. $8.30. Loggerwood heifers here. 225, 220, give me 225, give me 225, $2 a pound, give me two, now two and a half, two and a half, give me two and a half, where, give me two and a half, 205, 7.5, 210, give me 10, 210 here, give me 210, 210, 215 here, 17 and a half, give me 17 and a half, 220, 220, 2 and a half, give me 225, 227 and a half here, 230 here, going to be 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 235, 7 and a half, 235. Do you want to be 235 down there, Blake? 37 and a half, 37, 35, 36 here, 37, 237 here, give me 237, 237, 236, 237, give me 236 and 7, 7, all in and all done. 236, Ron's way. 225 here, give me 225, 220, 20, 20, give me 220, 220, 220, 220, $2 here, two, 2.5, give me 2.5, give me 2.5, half, and give me 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, where, $2 here, give me 2.5, half, and give me 2.5, all in and all done, all in and all done, $2, Ron's way. Belted Angus crosses here. Excellent meat. Excellent meat on these ones here. Maybe $2 here. Who do we $2, maybe $2 here. Maybe $2, 185, 500. 185, 5, 150, 150, 2.5, 155. 157 hand, 157 hand, gonna be 130 here, 132 to hand, gonna be 135, 135, hand, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 170, 132 to hand, 135, 135, 130 to hand, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 80, 182 and a half, now 185, 187 and a half, 190 here, gonna be 192 to hand, gonna be 195, 197 and a half. Here, little money, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 to have, little money, 5, little money, 5, 5, 7 and a half, little money, 10, 10, 10, little money, 12 and a half. Here, going to be 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, little money, going to be 220, 20, 20, little money, 222 and a half, little who to be 225, 25, little money, 27 and a half. Here, little money, 27 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, little money, going to be 227 and a half, 225, little money, who to be 227 and a half, 225, little money, 227 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done. 225, put it on Ron. 225 here, gonna be 225, 225, 5, $2 here, 2 and a half, 2.5, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, gonna be 10, 10, 12 and a half here, gonna be 15 here, gonna be 15, 15, 15 here, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, now 20, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 30, 32 and a half, gonna be 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 40, 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 245, 245, little money, 37 and a half, 47 and a half, 45, little 47 and a half, 245 and 47 and a half, 245, little money, give me 247 and a half, half, all in and all done, all in and all done, 245, 364 on steers. Getting bigger, 2, 2, 2, little money, 2, 2, 2, little money, 2, 2, 2, little money, 2 right there. Now 2, 2 and a half, little money, 2, 2 and a half where? 2, 2 and a half where? 2, 2 and a half, now 2 of 5, little money, 7 and a half, little money, 7 and a half, gonna be 10, 10, 12 and a half, little money, 12 and a half, 15 here, gonna be 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 16, 17, little money, 18 here, 218, gonna be 219 here, 220, 20, 20, little money, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, little money, 5, 5, 5, 26 here, little money, 27, who to be 27, 226 here, and gonna be 227, 7, and little money gonna be 227, 228. Who to be 227 8, 227 228, 227 little money 28 8, who to be 227 gonna be 228, 227 gonna be 228, all in and all done. You bottom 227 645, 645 227. 827. Here we go. Little money, $2, and then little money, 222, little money, 222, little money, who to be 222, 150, 150, 2.5, 55, 57 a hand, little money, 60 here, and little money, 72 to hang, it be 75, 5, little money, 75, 77 a hang, it be 70 here, 72 to hand, little money, 72 to hang, it be 75, 5, 77 a half, now 80, now 82 and a half, 82, little money, got 85, 85, 87 a half, 87 a half, gonna be 90 to 190 here, and gonna be 192 and a half, 195, 97 a half, 97 and a half, $2 here, little money, 2, 2 to hand, little money, 5, 5, 5, who do it 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half here, gonna be 210, 210, 210, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, little money, 212 and a hand, little money, 15, 17 and a hand, gonna be 20 here, little 22 to hand, little money, who do 22 to hand, gonna be 25, 27 and a half, little money, 27 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a hand, little money, 235, 37 and a hand, little money, gonna be 40, 40, 40, 237 and a half, 41, little money, 237 and a hand, little money, gonna be 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, sold it to you, 237 and a half, rounds away. These are probably the Vissers. Visser steers here, Clearbrook cattle, Clearbrook cattle. Nice black Angus steers here, grass fed. 250, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 225, 5, 225, 5, 225, $2 now, 2, 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, 5, 5, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. He wants 2, 207 and a hand, little money got 210, 10, 10 all the way, 212 and a hand, little money got 215 here, gonna be 215, 215, gonna be 215, 15. Did you say that? Now 17 and a half, 220, 220 here, 222 and a half, 225, little money gonna be 227 and a hand, little money 227 and a half, half hand, gonna be 227 and a hand, gonna be 230, 232 and a half, 235, 235, 7 and a half, now 40, now 42 and a hand, little money gonna be 245, little money gonna be 245, 247 and a hand, gonna be 250, 50, 50, little money 250, 50, 50, gonna be 252 and a half, 255, 255, little money gonna be 255, 57 and a hand, little money 255, gonna be 255, 5, gonna be 257 and a half, 255, little money gonna be 257 and a half, 255, and who be 257 and a half, all in and all done. 255, you got him. 658, 658, thank you. Let's get a weight on this one when you get a chance, Trenton. $185. $185. 180, 185, little money gonna be 186, 187, 188 here, 189, 189, 190, 191, little 191, 192, 222, 193. Put it on the scale. 192, 193, 194, little money gonna be 195, 55, 196 here, and gonna be 196 here, and gonna be 196 here, and 197 here, and who to put 198, 88, and gonna be 188, 199, $2, $2, little money be 2, 2, little money gonna be 2, and a 201, little money to 2, little money 202, little money gonna be 202, 22, 201 gonna be 202, 201, 202, 201 here, and little money 202, 201, little money maybe 2222, 201 gonna be 22, all in and all done. You're all done, Dave? 201 up there, 625, 201, 625, thank you. $417, $417. $2, maybe 2, 2, 2, maybe 2, 2, maybe 2, 185, 5, 185, where? 185, 5, 5, 187 and a half, 185, maybe 187 and a half, 190 here, maybe 192 to hang, gonna be 195, 197 to hang, gonna be $2 here, $2 here, gonna be 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 and a half, now 2, 2 to hang, gonna be 2, 2 and a half here, maybe 2, 2 and a half, I got $2 here, gonna be 2, 2 and a half, 5, money, but 5, 5, 5, 5, now 7 and a half, now 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 212 and a half, 215, little money, 17 and a half, gonna be 220, 222 to half, 220 here, little money, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, little money, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, all in, all done. 220, 220, 360. $185, how about two, what the heck here, $140, money, 40, 40, 40, $125, 5, money, give me $125, 5, money, give me $125, right there, now $127 a hand, money, give me $125, 27 a hand, there, 30, 30, 30, 30, 32 and a half, now 35, money, $137 a hand, money, $137 a hand, give me 40, money, now $142 and a half here, money, $145, 5, 147 and a half here, give me $147 and a half, 50, now 50, 52 and a half, $155, $157 a hand, money, give me $160 here, money, give me 30, 157 a hand, gonna be 160, 157 a hand, little money, gonna be 160, 157 a half, and 60, all in and all done. 157 a half, Ron's way. Put it on 131. $165, money gonna be 135, fine, money could be 135, fine, money gonna be 150, 50, 50, money gonna be 150, 125, fine, money 127 and a half, 127 and a half, 127 a hand, 125, money gonna be 127 a hand, 125, money gonna be 127 a hand, 127 a hand, 125 gonna be 127 a half, 125, 27 a half, 125, money gonna be 127 a half, 127 a half, 125 gonna be 127 a half, 125 gonna be 127 a half, all in and all done. 125, 127 and a half here, and little money gonna be 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, and little money gonna be 130, 30, 127 and a half, gonna be 130, 127 and a half, put it on 203. By what? 203 straight. 203 by 7. Sorry about that, Ron. That was a little dirty. On my part. What do we got here? Heifer. Same kind of heifer. 3 months? 2. Here we go. Gonna be 125. 127 a hand. 125. Gonna be 127 a hand. Same deal here. 125. Gonna be 127 a half. Half hand. 125. Who do we do? 127 a half. 127 a half. 127 and a half. 130. 132 and a half. 132 and a half. Gonna be 132 and a half here. 135. 5. 137 and a half here. 140. 40. 40. Gonna be 140. Now 142 and a half. 140. 42 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at 140. Ron's way. 140, 40, 40, gonna be 140. What do you got there? 5 months. 125, 120, 127 and a half, 125, gonna be 127 and a half, 130, 130, 132 and a half, 135, 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 136. 136, 135, gonna be 136 here, 135, 136 where? 135, 136, all in all done, sold at 135 Ron's way. Same way. Looks like it's on the 33s. Should be on 131. Last 3 on 131. Buck 50 here. 152 and a half. Gonna be 150 here. 152 and a half. Half 50 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. Open 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 152 and a half. Half. Sold her 150. Runs away. Put it on 131. One 185, gonna be 185, 150 on 152 to hand, 155, 155, gonna be 157 and a half here, gonna be 160, 162 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 172 to hand, who to be 175, gonna be 175, 77 and a half, 180, 180 here, gonna be 182 to hand, gonna be 185, 187 and a half here, who to be 190 here, gonna be 190, 90, 191, 192, 22, gonna be 192, 193, 194, 194, 195, gonna be 196 here, 197. Who to be 198 here? Going to be 198, 88. Going to be 199 here. Going to be $2 here. Going to be 222. Now 201. Little money to 2. Little money to 222. Little money going to be 203, 204. Little money going to be 244. Now 555. 206. 206 here. Going to be 27. Going to be 2888. Going to be 2888. 207. Going to be 2829 here. Going to be 29, 210. 210, 211. 211 here. Going to be 212, 12, 12. Little money going to be 212, 213. Little money going to be 213, 214. Going to be 214, 15. Now 15 here. Little money 214. Going to be 215, 15, 15, 214. Going to be 215. 214, 215, all in, all done. 214 your way. Let's take a look at it here. Let's take a look at it. Nice steer there. About to date on shots. Been dewormed 225, little money, but 225, 227 a hand, little money, 220, little money, gonna be 27 a hand, 225, little hoodoo, 227 a half, 225, 27 a half, 225, little money, gonna be 227 a half, half hand, 227 a half, now 230, 230, 232 and a half, 235, little money, gonna be 237 a half, little money, 40, 40, 40, hoodoo, little money, 240, 40, 40, gonna be 240, 240, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 240 here, little money, gonna be 242 and a half, half hand, 240 here, hoodoo, 242 and a half, 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 all in, all done. 240, Ron's way. 250, 250 here, 250, 225, 227 a hand, 27 a hand, 27 a hand, 27 a hand, now 30, now 32 and a half, 232 and a hand, 35, little money gonna be 35, 37 a hand, 40, little money gonna be 40, 40, 40, little money 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, little money 45, 5, 5, little money gonna be 45, 5, 5, 5, 45, 42 and a half, 43, 44, little money 45, 5, 5, gonna be 45, 45, 46, now 246, 47, 247, little money 247, 248, who to be 248, 8, gonna be little money 247, gonna be 248, 249, 99, gonna be 249 and 250, 250, 249, little money 50, 50, 50, 249, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, sold at 249 right here. Same deal, had his shots ready to go. 185, 187 a hand, gonna be 90 here, who to be 90, 90, 90, 92 a hand, gonna be 95, 95, 95, 95, 97 a half here, another money, 2, 2, 2, gonna be $2 here, $2 here, $2 here, 197 a half, 198 here, gonna be 199, little money, 199, 99, who to be 199, number $2, $2 1, 201, little money, 202 here, little money, 233, little money, 204, who to be 204, 44, and little money, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 206 here, now 207, 207, little money, get to 2888, who to be 28, 2999, gonna be 210, 10, 10, little money, 211, now 211, now 212, 212, 213, 213, little money to 14 here, little money to 14, now 15, 216, little money gonna be 17 here, who'd be 17, 218, 218, 218, little money 218, 17, 18, 17 here, and gonna be 218, 217, gonna be 218, all in and all done. 217, Blake's way, 217, Blake's way. $715, $719, $720. Same deal, had all his shots, heifer side here. 185, 187 a hand, 185, who to be 187 a half, half hand, 185, gonna be 187 a half, 187 a half, 185, who to be 187 a half, 187 a half, 185, little money gonna be 187 a half, 87 a half, 187 a half, gonna be 190 here, gonna be little money gonna be 190, 90, little money gonna be 190, who to be 90, little money gonna be 190, 80, 90, 192 and a half, 195, 195, 5, 5, little money gonna be 195, 5, 5, 5, 192 and a half, gonna be 193, 94, 194, 195, 195, little 196 here, gonna be 197 here, and then gonna be 197, 7, 198 here, who do we 199 here, gonna be 199, 99, 199, $2, 201, 201, little money, 1, 1, 1, 202 here, now 3, little money gonna be 3, 3, 3, 3, now 4, 4, now 5, 5, little money gonna be 5, 5, now 6, now 7, now 7 here, little gonna wait 8, 8, gonna be 209, little money 209, 210, now 11 here, little money gonna be 11, 11, 11, 11, now 12, now 13, now 13, little money now 14, gonna be 15 here, 215, 216 here, and 216, 215, 216, all in all done. Sold at 215, Ron's way. Stag, 150. One gonna be 150, 50, gonna be 150, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 155, 155, 157 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, 175, 55, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 170, 172 and a half, 175, 175, 77 and a half, now 80 here, gonna be 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 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 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you 180. Ron's way. $150 here, gonna be 50, 50, 50. Spin it around, Trenton. Spin it around, please. 150 here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50. 125, 127 and a half, 30. Now 30. 32 to hand. 35, 37 and a half. Gonna be 140. 40, 40. Now 142 to hand. Gonna be 145, 5, 5, 145, 5, 5, 147 and a half. 150, 150 here. 50, 50, 50. 50, 50, 50, 50. 152 to hand. 52 to hand. Gonna be 155, 5, 5, 5, 157 and a half. 157 and a half. 160, 160 here. 162 and a half. 165, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, gonna be 170 here, 172 and a half, 175, 175, 5, 5, 72 and a half, 135, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 5, 5, 172 and a half, 175, all in and all done. 172 and a half down here, 260, 260. Buck 50 here. 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half. 50 here. Going to be 152 and a half. 155, 55, 5, 57 and a half. Now 60 here. 52 and a half. 52 and a half. 52 and a half. Going to be 55, 5, 5, 5, 5, 55, 5, 57 and a half. Now 70. Now 70 here. Now 70 here. Going to be 72 and a half. 72 and a half. Going to be 75, 5, 5, 77 and a half here. 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 76. Is that what you're saying? Did you do it half to me? 77 and a half. Now 80. Now 80 here. Now got to be 82 and a half. 82 and a half. 82 and a half. Going to be 85. 85. 82 and a half. Little money got to be 85. 82 and a half. 85. All in and all done. 82. 182 and a half right there on 260. Buck 25, 125, 127 and a half. What going to be 127 and a half? Going to be 125. 127 and a half. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. Now 30, 32 and a half. 35, 37 and a half. 37 and a half. 140. 40 right there. 142 and a half. 145. Going to be 145. 47 and a half. 145. 47 and a half. Going to be 50, 50, 52 and a half. 52 and a half. Going to be 55. 155. 57 and a half. 57 and a half. Going to be 160 here. 162 and a half. 75, 75, 75, 75, 77 and a half. Now 70, 72 and a half. 72 and a half. Now 72 and a half here. Going to be 75. 175, 55, 175, 172 and a half. Going to be 175, 55, 177 and a half. 177 and a half here. 177 and a half. 177 and a half. 175. Going to be 177 and a half. 175. 177 and a half. 177 and a half. Going to be 180 here. 180. 180. 177 and a half. Going to be 80. 177 and a half. Going to be 180. 180. 180. 180. All in and all done. 177 and a half. 260. 177 and a half. 260. Buck 50 here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 150, 50, 50, 50, 125, 125, 27 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half here. Gonna be 40. Now 40. Now 42 and a half. Now 45. 45, 55, 47 and a half here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 51, 57 and a half, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half, 135, 135, 5, 5, 135, 5, 5, 167 and a half, 167 and a half, 167 and a half, 167 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 170 here, 132 and a half, gonna be 175, 5, 5, then 177 and a half, 180 here, 180 here, gonna be 80, 80, 80, 180, 177 and a half, gonna be 80, 80, 80, 177 and a half, gonna be 80, 177 and a half, and 80, 80, 80, all in and all done, 177 and a half, Ron's way. Put it on 131. Buck 50, 65, 135, gonna be 135, 150, 50, 50, 50, 152 and a half, 150, 52 and a half, gonna be 155, 57 and a half, gonna be 72 and a half, 75, 75, 77 and a half, now 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, 175, 5, 175, 175, 175, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 172 and a half, 75, 72 and a half, 75, 5, 5, all in and all done. Sold at 172 and a half up there, 376. It's an Angus Cross day today. Buck 50, 2 to half, 55, 155, little money, be 155, 155, 55, 57 and a half. Now 60, here, little money, 80, now 82 to half, gonna be 85, 167 and a half, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 172 to half, gonna be 175, 77 and a half, 180, here, little money, 80, 77 and a half, 80 here, gonna be 182 to half, little money, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 to half, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, 182 and a half, 181, 182, little money, 182, 183, 184, 184, 4, 4, 1, 4, you're going to be 184, 183, you're going to be 184, 83, you're going to be 184, 4, 4, 83, you're going to be 184, all in and all done. 183, Ron's way. One ten here, 110, 10, gonna be 10, 10, 10, 110 here, 112 and a half, 110, 12 and a half, 110 here, gonna be 112 and a half, 112 and a half, gonna be 115, 117 and a half, gonna be 120, 122 to hang, 125, 27 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 140, 142 and a half, 145, 47 and a half, gonna be 50 here, 52 to hang, gonna be 155, 155, 57 and a half, gonna be 160 here, 162 to hang, gonna be 165, 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 170, 170, 167 a hand, little money, gonna be 170, 70, 70, 70, 167 and a half, 170, 170, all in and all done. 167 and a half, 34, 167 and a half, 34. Yeah, rope and steer. Here we go. Little money, hey, little money, gonna be $1 a pound. Little money, gonna be one, little money, I'd be 65 cents on, and now 77 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 70 here. Little money, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 80 here. Who'd be 80 now? 82 to hand. Little money, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 90 here, gonna be 92 to hand, gonna be 95, 97 and a half, gonna be $1, 102 and a half, 105, 107 and a half, 110, 112 and a half. Little money, gonna be 15 here, gonna be 17 and a half, gonna be 117 and a half, 115, gonna be 117 and a half, 115. Gonna be 117 and a half, 115, gonna be 117 and a half, all in and all done. 117 and a half, gotta be 120, 120, 120, 120, 117 and a half, gotta be 120, no 122 and a half, 120, no 122 and a half. You got it, 120, put it on. $1. $1 here, little money could be one, little money could be one, little money could be one, 90 cents here, little money could be 90, 90, 80, 90, now 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 90 here, little money could be 92 and a half, gonna be 95, 5, little money could be 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 95, gonna be 97 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, gonna be $1, 102 and a half, 102 and a half, little money could be 102 and a half, sold at $1 right there, Ron's way. Letter G. Put a letter on it. Nice effort. Gonna be 125, 127 and a half. One little money gonna be 127 and a half. Little money gonna be 127 and a half. Little money gonna be 130, 30. Little 32 and a half. 35, 135, 135, 137 and a half. Little money gonna be 140 here. 142 and a half. Little money 145, 145, 147 and a half. Gonna be 150, 152 and a half. 152 and a half. Little money 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. All in all done. 150 right there. Ron's way. 743. Shorthorn heifer, 4 months bred. 125. 125. 125. Now 127 a hand. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. 127 and a half. 130. 132 to hand. Gonna be 132 to hand. Gonna be 135. 137 to hand. Gonna be 140. 142 to hand. Gonna be 145. 147 to hand. 50. 50. 152 to hand. Gonna be 155. 157 to hand. Gonna be 130 here. 132 and a half. 132 and a half. 132 to hand. 135. 137 to hand. 137 to hand. 137 to hand. 135. Gonna be 137 and a half. 170. 170 here. 172 to hand. 172 to hand. Gonna be 175. 77 and a half. Here. Gonna be 177 and a half. Gonna be 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 185. 185. 187 and a half. 187 and a hand. 185. 187 and a hand. Gonna be 190 here. 187 and a hand. Gonna be 190 here. 187 and a hand. Gonna be 190. 192 and a half. 195. 195. 197 and a half. Now $2. $2 here. $2. $2 and a half here. And $2 here. Gonna be $2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be $2 and a half. $2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be $2 and a half. Where? $2 and a half. All in and all done. Sold at Blake's Way. $2. Blake's Way. $2. $2.60. Here we go. 150. 150. Gonna be 50. 50. 50. 145, 145, 145, gonna be 145, gonna be 145, 140, 140, now 142 and a half, 145, gonna be 147 and a half, 146, 146 here, gonna be 146 here, 145, gonna be 146 where, 145, gonna be 146 here, 145, gonna be 146, 147, 147, 148, gonna be 149, 109, gonna be 150, 151. 151, 151, 151, 152, 22, 151, 152, 2, 151, gonna be 2, 151 and 2, 2, 2, all in and all done, 151, 7 on 5, 7 on 5. Highlander Bull, he's a dun brindle. What's his back tag? 795, thank you. 14 months old from the back 40 Highlands. His dad was 500 pounds full grown also. He's a mini basically. Here we go. By the head here. Let's sell him by the head. Gonna be $500 here. Gonna be 250. 250. Now 275. 300. 325, 325, little money can be 350, 50, 50, and 375, 400 here, little money 425, 450, 475, 475 Ron, little money can be 475, 450 here, little money can be 475, 450 here, little bit 475, 450 here, little money can be 475, 450 can be 475, now 500 here, can be 500, 475, little money can be 555, 475 and 5, 475 and 5, little money can be 5, 475, now 5, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 475, 475, 610, 610, thank you. Only 360 pounds, that's crazy. He's all hair. Buck 20, let's see here, 225, who to be 225, fine, that'll money give me 220, $2 in the money, 222, that'll money give me $2, where, that'll money 185, fine, who to be 185, 150, 152 and a half, 155, 52 and a half, gonna be 155, you guys want to bid against each other? 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, now 60 here, that'll money 172 and a half, gonna be 135, 177 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 170, 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 180 here, that'll money 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, who'd be 192 and a half, 195, 195, 197 and a half here, another money, not $2 here, $2 here, not 202 and a half, gonna be 205, 207 and a half, 210 here, 212 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, 220, 220, 220, 220, 217 and a half, 220, 222 and a half, 222 and another money gonna be 222 and a half, 220 gonna be 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 220 here, another money 222 and a half, all in all done. 220, Ron's way. 225, little money gonna be down 227 and a half, 225, little money gonna be 227 and a half, 230, 230, 230, 230, 30, 30, 227 and a half, little money gonna be 30, 227 and a half, little money gonna be 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, all in all done. Sold at 227 and a half in the doorway. 364 heifers. $185, $187 and a half, $185, gonna be $187 and a half, $185, gonna be $187 and a half, $185, who to be $187 and a half, $185, gonna be $187 and a half, $185, $187 and a half, gonna be $190, $192 and a half, $195, $197 and a half, $197 and a half, $195, gonna be $197 and a half, $195, who to be $197 and a half, $195, who to be $197 and a half, all in, all done. $197 and a half now, 202 and a half, now sold it to you, 2, Ron's way. $2. $2 here, looks just like the last one if you ask me. Gonna be 222, gonna be 185, 185, 150, 152 to hand, 155, gonna be 155, 57 to hand, gonna be 1 city here, now 1 city here, 162 and a half, now 165, 165, gonna be 167 and a half here, 167 and a half, gonna be 170, 172 and a half, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 77 and a half here, gonna be 177 and a half, who'd be 80, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half here, gonna be 197, 195, gonna be 197 and a half now, 202 and a half, 205, gonna be 7 and a half here, gonna be 210, 10, gonna be 212 and a half, money to 15 here, gonna be 17 and a half, 220, 222 and a half, 225, money gonna be 5, 222 and a half, and 5, 222 and a half, now 5, all in all done, sold it to you, 222 and a half, 364 heifers, 364 heifers. Steer here, 185, 185, 175, gonna be 175, 175, 175, 165, gonna be 175, 150, 150, right there, now 152 and a half, money to 155, gonna be 157 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 172 and a half, money 175, 177 and a half, 180 here, money gonna be 180, 180, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 180, 177 and a half, and 180, 80, 182 and a half, 182 and a money gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, all in, all done. 180, put it on 203 by 7, 203 by 7. 250, money can be 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 250, little money can be 225, 5, 5, little money can be 225, 5, little money 225, now 227 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, 220, little money can be 227 and a half, 225, little money can be 30 here, now 230, 232 and a half, now 235, 235, 237 and a half, little money can be 40, 40, 40, 40, little money can be 40, now 42 and a half, 245, 245, 47 and a half, 247 and a half, 245, little money can be 247 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, all in all done, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 252 and a half, now 255, little money gonna be 255, 5, 5, gonna be 255 down here, gonna be 255, 255, 252 and a half and 5, 252 and a half and 5, sold at 252 and a half over there on 2364 heifers. Here's a little Brahmer cross. He's a steer. 185, one gonna be 150, 50, 50, gonna be 150, 50, 50, 125, 127 and a half, 127 and a half, 30, 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 5, 5, 137 and a half, 140 here, 140, now 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 5, 5, 145, 47 and a half, gonna be 150, 152 and a half, 155, 57 and a half, gonna be 160 here, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 170 here, give me a little money, 170, 170, 170, 170, 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 170 here, little money, gonna be 172 and a half, 170 here, little money, 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 172 and a half, all in 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 175, 175, 177 and a half, little money, gonna be 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 180, 80, 80, little money, gonna be 180, who to be 182 and a half, half, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, sold to 180 up there, 34, 180, 34. Nice steer, 225, now 227 and a half, little money, give me 225, little money, give me 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half over there, you want to be 227 and a half, now 230, 230, 232, little money, give me 232, 232 and a half, you're going to be 232 and a half here, little money, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, now 237, little money, give me 237 and a half, going to be 240, little money, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, and 245, little money, going to be 245, 247 and a half here, and little money, going to be 247 and a half, going to be 250, and 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, little money, 250 here, and little money, going to be 252 and a half, all in all done, 250, Travis's way, 203 on 7. 225, little money, be 225, little heifer there, little money, 225, 5, little money, be 225, 5, little money, be 225, $2, little money, 222, little money, be 222, 185, 185, little money, be 150, 50, 50, little money, 150, 50, 50, 50, little money, 50, 50, 50, 120, I got 150, 152 and a half, 150 and 152 and a half, little money, 152 to hang, little money, 155, 5, little money, 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 160 here, little money, 160 here, going to be 162 to hang, going to be 165, 5, 135, 132 and a half, 135, 5, 165, 165, 132 and a half, 65, 67 and a half, 170 here, going to be 132 and a half, 175, 5, going to be 175, 175 in the doorway back there, 175, 77 and a half, 177 and a half, 175, going to be 177 and a half, sold at 175 Todd's way. 150, 150 here, little gonna be 150, 50, little money gonna be 50, 50, 50, little money 50, 50, 50, 50, gonna be 125, 5, little money 125, and 127 and a half, little money 30, and 132 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, little money 140, 40, 40, little money 142 and a half here, gonna be 142 and a half, and 145, 5, 147 and a half here, little money 147 gonna be 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 152 and a half, 155, 155, 57 and a half, 160 here, little money 130, and 132 and a half, 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, 170 here, little money 170, 172 and a half, little money 172 and a half, 130 here, and sold it to 170 rounds away. Under 100. Here we go. Let's see here. Little money gonna be $2 here. Little money be two. Little money gonna be $2. Little money be two. Now two and a half. Two and a half. Little money gonna be two and a half. Little 5. Little 5, 7 and a half here. Gonna be 210, 10. Gonna be 210, 12 and a half. 215, 17 and a half. Little money gonna be 220 here. Little money be 220, 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. All in, all done. 217 and a half. Todd's way. 165. One little money gonna be 135 and 137 and a half. Little money 135 gonna be 137 and a half. Where 137 and a half and then 170, 170, 170, 170. Little money gonna be 170, 172 and a half. Little money gonna be 172 and a half. Gonna be 135, 5, 5. Little money gonna be 135, 5, 5. 177 and a half here. 177 and a half here. 175. Little money gonna be 177 and a half. 175, 177 and a half. All in, all done. Sold it to you 175. Ron's way. $94. 185, 180, little money can be 185, 5 high, little money can be 150, 150, 50, 150, little money 152 to hand, little money can be 150 here, gonna be 152 to hand, gonna be 155, 5, 5, gonna be 157 to hand, gonna be 130 here, 132 to hand, gonna be 135, 37 and a half, 70, 170, 170, 172 to half, one little money can be 132 to hand, little money 130 here, gonna be 132 to half, 170 here, little money can be 132 to half, all in, all done, all in, all done, sold at 172 and a half, 175, 175, little money 132 to hand, little gonna be 175, sold it up here, 172 and a half, 34. $2 here, little money give me two. Nice Red Bull there, and fence broke. Little money two. Little money give me $2. Little money give me two. 185. Little money give me 185. Little money 185 and 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Little money give me 190 here. Little 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 195. 197 and a half now. Two and a half. 202 and a half here. Little money give me 205. 7 and a half. Little money give me 10. Gonna be 12 and a half. Little money 15 here. Gonna be 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 217 and a half. 217 and a half. Half. Gonna be 220. 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Little money gonna be 225. 225. 227 and a half here. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 227 and a half. 30. 227 and a half. Little money gonna be 30. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. All in and all done. 227 and a half right here. 360. How's it going back there? Yeah. Nice effort here. Hey, is she open? I guess so. Buck 85, 180, little money could be 185, little money could be 185, 65 here, little 135 to 137 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, 175, 175, little money 177 and a half, gonna be 180, little money 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 5, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, now 190, 192 and a half, 195, 195, 5, gonna be 197 and a half, little money $2 here, little money 2, now 2 and a half, now 205, 207 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, little money 15 here, gonna be 15, 17 and a half, little money gonna be 220 to 220, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 220 where, 217 and a half, little money gonna be 20, all in, all done, all sold it to you, 217 and a half, 260. Okay. Yeah. It's a bull, yes sir. 185, little money gonna be 185, 165, little money 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 187 and a half, 165, little money gonna be 187 and a half, 170 here, and then 170, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 180 here, and little money 182 and a half, gonna be 185, little money 185, 187 and a half here, and gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 97 and a half, $2, 197 and a half, little 198 here, and little money 198, 197 and a half, little money 198, 197 and a half, gonna be 198, 197 and a half, 198, all in all done. 197 and a half, 203 on 7. Open heifer. 185, 150, 150, what do you got there? Club foot. How about a dollar? 85 cents on it. Gonna be 85 right there. Now, gonna be 87 and a hand. Gonna be 90 here. Gonna be 92 and a hand. 95, 97 and a hand. Gonna be $1 here. And 102 and a hand. Gonna be 105, 107 and a half. 110. Little money to 12 and a hand. Gonna be 115. 117 and a hand. 120. Now 122 and a hand. Gonna be 125, 127 and a hand. Little money 127 and a half. 125, 127 and a half. 125, 127 and a half. 127, little money, 127 here, gonna be 127 here, 128 over here, 128, 127, gonna be 128, all in all done, 127.8, all in all done, 127.34, 127.34. 34 by 2, please. $1.50 here. 50, 50, 50. Money, 50, 50, 50. Gonna be 125, 127 a hand. Now 130, 132 to hand. Gonna be 135, 37 a hand. Money to 40, now 142 to hand. Gonna be 145, 47 a half. You're gonna be 50, now 52 and a half. Now 55, 157 a half. 150 here. Gonna be 132 to hand. Gonna be 135, 137 a half. 170 here. 172 to hand. Gonna be 172 to hand. Gonna be 175, 77 a hand. Gonna be 180, 180, 177 a hand. Money 180, 180, 177 a hand. Gonna be 180 all in all done. We sold it to you 177 a half. 34 straight, 34 straight. $165, gonna be 135, 135, now 137 and a half, 135, money, 137 and a half, gonna be 170 here, money, gonna be 170, 172 to hand, money, gonna be 135, 77 and a half, gonna be 180 here, 180, 180, 180, 177 and a half, 180, 177 and a half, you want 177 and a half, you want to do that? 180 here, money, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, money, 180, 180, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 177 and a half, 180, all in, all done, 177 and a half, 30, 177 and a half, 34. 1 month bred heifer, pretty small there. $2. Gonna be 2, 185, 185, 150, 150, money gonna be 50, 50, 50, money gonna be 50, 125, money gonna be 125, 10, $1. $1 where? Money gonna be 185 cents here. Money 85, money gonna be 85, 85, 85, 50 cents on her now. 52 and a half. 85, gonna be 55, 57 and a half. Gonna be 60 here. Gonna be 52 and a half. Gonna be 85, 77 and a half. Now 70, 72 and a half. Gonna be 75, 77 and a half. $1. Now 102 and a half. 105, gonna be 105, 105, 105, wanna be 105, 107 and a half, 110, 112 and a half, 115, 17 and a half, 115, money gonna be 117 and a half, 115, 17 and a half, 115, 17 and a half, sold her 115, Al's way. 476. $1.45, gonna be 145, gonna be 145, 140, 140, 140 there. Now 142 and a hand, gonna be 142 and a hand, gonna be 145, 47 and a hand, gonna be 150, 152 and a hand, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half, 165, gonna be 137 and a half here, 135, 137 and a half, 165, 137 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 190 here, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, 195, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, and $2, $2 here, gonna be 2, 197 and a half, 2 where, 2, now 2 and a half, now 205, 2 and a half, 5, 2 and a half, and 5, all in, all done, 2 and sold it to you, 2 and a half, 646, 646, thank you. Shoot. Well, throw that out the window. I didn't.
All right, what do we got here? Sell the Holstein. We'll sell the Holstein. Spin it around there. Oh, that it's kind of blind. Got a bad eye, and the other one ain't that great either. All right, what do you do? 85 cents, 85, 70, 70, 70, 60, $60, 60. In pretty good shape though. 60 now one. What are 161? 61 dollars, 61, 61 dollars, 61, 61, 61 now two, 62, 3, 4, 64 now 5, 65, 5, 5, 5, $65 now 6, 66 now 7, 67 now 8, 69 now 70, $70 now 1, 71 now 2, 72 now 3, 73 now 4, 74, 5, 6, 76 now 7, 77 now 8, 78, 78 now 9, 79, 79 now 80, $80, 80 now 1, 81, 2, 82 now 3, 83, 4, 84 now 5, 85 now 6, 86 now 7, 87 now 8, 88, 89, now 90, $90 now 1, 91 now 2, 92, 2 now 3, 93 now 4, 94, 5, 95 now 6, 96 now 7, 97 now 8, 98, 98 now 9, 99, 99, 99, sold $98. 131 by 2. All right. Steer. All right, $2, 2, 195, 195, 180, 800, 175, 175, 150. Now 1, 151, 51, 151 now 2, 52 now 3, 53 now 4, 54 now 5, 55 now 6, 6 now 7, 57 now 8, 58 now 9, 59, 60, 1, 161 now 2, 2 now 3, 63 now 4, 64 now 5, 65, 6, 7, 67 now 8, 68 now 9, 69 now 70, 71, 71, 171 now 2, 72 now 3, 4, 5, 75, 5 now 6, 76 now 7, 78, 78 now 9, 79 now 8, 80 now 1, 81 now 2, 82 now 3, 4, 5, 85 now 6, 86 now 7, 87 now 8, 88 now 9, 89, 189 now 90, 190, 191, 191 now 2, 192, 3, 4, 194, 4 now 5, 195 now 6, 96 now 7, 97, 98, 198 now 9, 199, 99, 199. Travis, 199, $2 now 1, 201 now 2, 203, 203, 4, 204, 5, 205 now 6, 206, 7, 207 now 8, 208, 289, 209, 210, 210 now 11, 211 now 12, 12, 212 now 13, 13 now 14, 214, 15, 16, 16 now 17, 217 now 18, 18 now 19, 219 now 20, 221, 22, 23, 223, 24, 224, 224. Sold 223, 203 by 7. I know. Oh, here's a good one. 225, 225, $2. Pretty nice little heifer. I got 2, now 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 2 and a 3, 2 and 3, 4 and a 4 and a half, 5, 205 and a 7 and a half, 207 and a 10, 210, 12 and a half, 15, 215, now 17 and a half, now 20, 220, 222 and a half, 25, 25 and a 7 and a half, 30, 230, now 230 and a 5, 35 and a 7 and a half, now 40, 240 and a 2 and a half, now 5, 45, 7 and a half, now 50, 250, 247 and 15, 250, sold 247.50, 627, 629. No tag? No, we went through a few of them today. J. Fun. All right, what do we, is that heifer? $2, 150, 150, 140, 40 to 1, 42 and a half, 142 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 142 and a half, now 5, 145 now 7 and a half, 7 and a half now 50, 150, $50, 150, 150, sold 147.50, 203 by 7. Oh, steer. 225, 225, 225, 210, 210, $2. Now 2 and a half. Now 5, 5, 7 and a half. Now 10, 210, now 12 and a half. Now 15, 215, now 17, now 20, 220, 2 and a half, 5, 225, now 7 and a half. Now 30, 2 and a half. 32 and a half, no 5. 235, no 7 and a half, no 40. 240, 240, 240. Sold them 237.50, 203 by 7. Whistling an old ballad there, Ron. All right, what do we got? A steer? $1.50, $1.50, 25, 125, 125, 125. Now 7 and a half, 130, 132 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, now 7 and a half, now 40, 140, 2 and a half, 140 and 5, 145, now 7 and a half, 50, 150, 2 and a half, now 5, 155, now 7 and a half, now 60, 162 and a half, now 5, 165, now 7 and a half, now 70, 2 and a half, 172 and a half, 172 and a half. Sold 170, 260, 260. Heifer, 225, 225, $2, 2, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 2 and 5, now 7 and a half, now 15, 10, 12 and a half, now 15, 215, now 17 and a half, now 20, 220 and a half, now 5, 225, now 7 and a half, 30, 232 and a half, 5, 235, now 7 and a half, 240, 242 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50, 50 and a half, 252 and a half, 5, 55, now 7 and a half, now 60, 2 and a half, 262 and a half, now 5, 265, 265. Sold them 62 or 262.50, 629. Late for the party there, Jose. Oh, here we go. All right, what do we got? 2. 185, 185, 185, 185, 150, 150, 2 and a half, 152 and a half, 2 and a half, 155, 7 and a half, 60, now 2 and a half, now 5, 165, now 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 5, 175, now 7 and a half, now 80, 182 and a half, 82 and a half, now 5, 185, 2 and a half, 82 and a half, now 5, 185, 5, now 7 and a half, 87, 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, now 195, 7 and a half, 197 and a half, now $2, $2, now 2 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half. Sold them $2 right there. Did you get that one? Oh, did you get that number? Okay. All right, 2. Boy, them are a couple dandies. Oh, Postma Sumas cattle. $2, $2, 2, 195, 195, 180, 180, 180, $108, 180, 180. Them are nice steers. 180, 175, 75. Now 77 and a half, no 80, 180, 180. Now 2 and a half, no 5, 185, now 7 and a half, no 90, 190, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Run 92 and a half, 2 and a half, no 5, 95, 95, no 7 and a half, 97 and a half, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, 7 and a half. Now $2. $2, 2 and a half, no 5, 205, 205, 5, 205, 5, now 2 and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, no 10, 210, 210, 2 7 and a half, no 10, 210, 210. Sold them, Brian. 145. Boy, here's another. Here's another dandy. $2, $2. 195, 195, 195, 195, 195, 190, 90. Now 2 and a half, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 192 and a half. Time now 5, 195, now 7 and a half. Now $2, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half. Now 5, 205, 7 and a half, 207 and a 10, 210, 210, 210, 12 and a half, 212 and a half. Say it, Ron. 212 and a half. Sold them 210. Dave, what's your number? 601. 601. Getting bigger and better. $2. Two, 195, 195, 195, 195, 195, 195, 180. Pretty good steer. 180, 175, 175, 175, 5. Now 7.5, 177.5, 177.5, 177.5, 177.5, 177.5. Sold them, Joe. 175. 625, 625. Steer. 180, 180, 145, 145, 145, 145. Now 7.5, 47.5, 147.5, 147.5. Now 50, 150, 2.5, 52.5, now 5, 155, now 7.5, 52.5, now 160, 160, 2.5, now 5, 165, now 7.5, 167, now 70, 170, 2.5, 172.5, now 5, 175, now 70, 70.5, 179, now 80, 180, 2.5, 182.5, 182.5, 182.5. Now 5, 185, sold 182.50, 80, straight. There we go. Everybody needs one of these. Jersey steer, 125, 125, 110, 110, $1. Now 1. What a $1, $1. Now 1. What a 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, no 2, 102, 102, no 3, 103, no 4, 104, no 5, 105, no 7.5. Now 10, 110, no 12.5. Now 15, 115, now 17.5, 117, no 20, 120, 120, 120. Now 2.5, 122, no 5, 125, 125, 125. Sold 122.50. Sorry, Mohammed. 131. I gotta look up there. We got a bowl. Here we go. Oh, 150, 150, 125, 125, 125, 125, now 7.5, now 30, 132.5, 32.5, 135, now 7.5, now 40, 140, 2.5, 42.5, 145, 145, now 7.5, 141, 50, 52.5, 52.5, 155, 155, 155, 155, sold 152.50, 34, straight. Bull. Huh? Need a tag? All right, 150, 150, 145, 145, 145, 140, 140, 40, 2.5, 5, 145, 7.5, 50, 150, 52.5, 52.5, 155, 7.5, 160, 2.5, 62.5, 165, 165, 165, 7.5, 167, 170, 2.5, 172.5, 172.5, now 5, 175, 175, 175, 175, sold 172.57, oh no, 7X. Little bull, young bull. 150, 150, 145, 145, 145, 140, 130. Now 2.5. 2.5 now 5. 135 now 7.5. 137 now 40. 142.5. 42 now 5. 141 now 7 now 40. 150. 2.5. 5. 155 now 7.5. 157 now 162.5. 162.5. 162.5. 162.5. 162.5. Now 5. 165. 7.5. Now 70. 2.5. 72 now to 5. 175. 175. 175. 5. Now 77.5. Now 80. 180. 2.5. 182 to 5. 185 now 7.5. 187. 190. 192.5. 192.5. 192.5. 192.5 now 5. 195. 7.5. Now $2. $2. 2. 197.5. $2. 202.5. Now 5. 205. 205. 205. 205. Sold 202.50. 360. Is it? A little bigger bowl again. Oh, that's a fat one. He's a big boy. He hasn't missed a meal. All right, nice looking, good looking steer though. Boy, yeah. $2, $1.95, $1.95, $1.80, $1.80, $1.70, $1.70, $1.70, $50, $1.50, $40, $40, $2.50, now $5, $1.45 down $7.5, $1.49, $1.50, $50 down $2.50, $52 down to $5, $1.55 down $7.5, $60, now $2.50, $62 down to $5, $1.65 down $7.5, now $70, $1.70, $2.50, $1.72 down to $5, $1.75 down $77.5, $77 down to $80, $1.80, $2.50, $82 down to $5, $1.85 down $7.5, $87 down $90, $1.90, $2.50, now $5, $1.95, $1.95 to $7.5, $97.5, $197.5, $197.5, now $2, $2, said Joe, 2, now $202.5, $202.5, sold $2 way up high, 627. What'd that thing weigh? Oh, God, boy, someone's holding on to their cattle just a little too long. What's that gonna weigh? $2, $2, $1.95, $1.95, $1.95, $1.80, $1.70. Now $2.50, $5, $1.75, $75, $75, $78, $1.80, $1.82.5, $82.5, $1.85, $7.5, $87.5, $90, $2.50, $92.5, $95, $7.5, $97, $2. Now $202.5, $202.5, $202.5. Sold $2 way up time, 625. I knew 20 when I knew that was going to be heavy. Ooh. Mother bear, 4,200. We did do it. Where is it? Here, I'll let you finish it up, Johnny.
There's the highlight.
We broke over $4,000.
Joe, your name's gonna be on Facebook tonight. Just playing. Just playing.
Give him a little plug, North 40 Farm.
Yep. All right, what do we got here? Another steer. 180, gonna be 182 to hand, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 to hand, 182 to hand, gonna be 185, 5, 187 and a half here, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, 195, gonna be 197 a hand, 197 a hand, gonna be $2, 197 a hand, gonna be 198 where, gonna be 198, 187 a hand, gonna be 198, 88, who do we 198, 197 and a half, 198, all in all done, 197 and a half, Dave's way, 601, 601, thank you. Oh, yeah. Look at these bad boys. Been on a lot of grain. 175, gonna be 175, 150 here, gonna be 150, 50, gonna be 150, now 152 to hand, gonna be 152 to hand, where, gonna be 150 here, gonna be 152 to hand, gonna be 155, gonna be 157 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 130, 157 to hand, gonna be 132 to hand, 135, 167 to hand, gonna be 137 to hand, 135, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 165, gonna be 137 to hand, 135, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 165, gonna be 137 and a half. Ain't gonna make it. Ain't gonna make it. And what's up next? Want to do 180? Probably not. Here. Hold on a minute. 589. You get 5. Looks like don't buy them for breeders. Here we go. Gonna be 140. 140, 40. 140. 140 for 3. Going to be 142 to hand. 141 all the way. Going to be 150 for 3. Going to be 151 all the way. Going to be 160 for 3. 161 all the way. 1 Mars playing hardball today. Going to be 160. Now 162. Going to be 162 2 all the way. 161. Going to be 162 2 2 2 all in and all done. 161 going on 7.5, right? 7X. Thank you. Yep. Out the door. Yeah. That's what I was hoping. 151, 152 to hand, little money, going to be 151, little money, little money, going to be 150 here, little going to be 151, 150, going to be 151, 152, 152, little money, 153, 154, 155, 156 here, little money, going to be 157, 158, 159, 99, little money, going to be 159, 161, little money, going to be 130 here, little going to be 131, 161, 162, little money, 222, going to be 132, 131, little money, going to be 132, 132, 133, little money, going to be 133, 33, 132, going to be 133, 164. 165, little money, be 135, 34, little money, be 135, 55, 134, gonna be 135, all in, all done. 164. Put it on Ron there, 164. 150, 45, 50, 50, 151, 152, 153, going to be 154, 44, going to be 155, 5, 156 here, 156, 7, now 158, 159, 150, money, 189, 160 here, and then 161, 1, little money could be 131, 160 here, and then money could be 131, 1, and then 1, little money, 1, older 167, same way probably. 7X. 160 here, gonna be 1 city, gonna be 1 city, 150, 50, 50, gonna be 150, 50, 50 here, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 145, 5, 5, 5, 5, 145, 146, 7, 148, 149, 149, 150 here, 50, 50, 50, 149, gonna be 150, 50, 50, 149, and 50, gonna be 50, 50, 149, gonna be 50, 50, 151, 151, 2, 2, 2, gonna be 153, 154, 155, 5, 5, 5, 155, 155, 155, little money gonna be 155, 156 here, little money 155, little money gonna be 156, all in and all done, 155, 7X. Oh yeah. Now 149 here, little money 140, gonna be 149, 140, little money gonna be 149, 99, little money gonna be 149, 99, 149, 140, little money gonna be 149, 149, or little money gonna be 149, 99, 149. Spin them around a little more there, guys. 149, 99, little money gonna be 149, 150, 151, little money 152. 153, little money gonna be 154, 4, little money 153, gonna be 154, 4, 153, gonna be 154, all in all done. 153, put it on 7X, put it on 7X. Hey, who, Dolman? Yeah, gonna be a good one. 150, 50, 50, gonna be 150 here. 150 where? Gonna be 50, 50, 145, 5, 145, 146, 145, 46, 47, little money, 148, 88, and gonna be 149, 149 here, gonna be 149, 150 here, and 151, 152, 152, little money gonna be 153, 33, little 153, gonna be 154, little money 155, 55, gonna be 156 here, and gonna be 155, 56 here, 157, 157, little money gonna be 158, 8, little money 158 and 159 here, and little money would have been 159, 9, 159, 160, 161, 161, little 161 here, and 132. 32, 131, gonna be 132, 131 and 2, 2, 2, all in, all done. 161, 7x. One 55, gonna be 155, 156 now, 155, gonna be 156 here, 155, gonna be 156 here, 155, gonna be 156 now, gonna be 155 and 6, 155 and 6, all in, all done. 6 now, 157, gonna be 157, gonna be 158, 88, gonna be 158 over here, 159, 99, gonna be 159, 160, 159, 60, all in, all done, all in, all done. 159 right here, rounds away. Want me to? Yeah, how many? With the one out back? I think so, yeah. Gonna be heavy, but yeah, I'll get her done. Better pump up the tires. You want them down there tonight? Tomorrow? Buck 45, gonna be 145, gonna be 145, 40, 40, gonna be 140, gonna be 140, 40, 40, gonna be 140, 120, 40, there, 141, gonna be 141, 142, gonna be 143, 3, gonna be 144, 144, 4, gonna be 145, 5, 146 here, gonna be 147, 147, 148, gonna be 149, 150, 50, 151, 52, gonna be 153, 3, 3, gonna be 153, gonna be 154, 154, 153, 4, where? Gonna be 154, 4, all in, all done. 153, put it on Ron. $250.99, $250.99. Letter H. We already did I, didn't we? That was H, I, J, K, right? Or no? Element of.
Where are we at?
Okay. Hold on, Trent. This one ain't sold yet. One 125, gonna be 125, gonna be 125, 5, gonna be 125, 5, 110, 10, 10, gonna be 110, 10, 10, gonna be 110. Now it's 112 and a half. 110, gonna be 112 and a half. Spin it around. 112, gonna be 112 and a half. 110 here, gonna be 112 and a half. Gonna be 115, 17 and a half. Gonna be 120, 122 and a half. Gonna be 125, 5, 125, 127 and a half. 130, 132 and a half. Gonna be 135, 5. 135, 135, 135, 55, 137 and a half. Little money gonna be 140, 40, 40, 142 and a half. 145, 47 and a half. Little money in the 50, 50, and 152 and a half. Little gonna be 155, 5, 5, 5, 152 and a half, and 5. 152 and a half, and 155 here, and 156 here, and little money gonna be 156 here, 155, 156 here, 155 gonna be 156, 155, 156, all in and all done. 155, same way. 7x, 155, 7x. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Letter K going on this one. Letter K. Who's feeding these things paper? I don't know. No ear tag, but it's a Brahma cross. There is an ear tag. What's it say? Can't read it. Brahma cross, white on his head. Buck Buck 50. One little money can be 150. Now 152 to hand. Little money can be 182 to hand. Then 152 to hand. Little money can be 185. Little money can be 155. 157 and a half. Here going to be 160. 162 to hand. Little money can be 175. Little money 175. Going to be 177 to hand. Going to be 170 here. Little money can be 170. 172 to hand. Going to be 175. 177 and a half. 180. 180 here. Little money can be 180 here. Little money can be 180. 80. 177 to hand. Going to be 180. 180. 180. Little money who to be 180. 177 and a half and 80. All in all done. 177 and a half. 34 straight. 177 and a half. 34 straight. Buck 25 or 225. Little money can be 225. Fine. Little $2 here. Little money can be 222. Little money who to be 222. Little money can be 2222. 185. Little money can be 185. 185. 187 and a half. 185. Little money can be 187 and a half. 187 and a half. 185. Who to be 187 and a half. 185. Going to be 187 and a half. 185. 187 and a half. You're in at 185. Need 187 and a half. Little money can be 185. 5. Who to be 187 and a half. 185. And he sold it to you. 185. Blake 260. L. Steer, I think. Out the door, please. $150 here. Money can be 150. 125. 125. 5. Money can be 110. 10. $1 here. Money can be $1. Money $1 down. And 102 and a half. Money $1 here. Money can be 102 and a half. 102 and a half. 105. Money can be 5. 5. Money 102 and a half. Can be 105. 5. Can be 102 and a half. 105. Are you doing that right there? 105. 102 and a half. Literally got to be 105. All in, all done. All in, all done. On your way. 102 and a half, Travis. Put it on 8. 203 by 8. Buck 25 here. Little money can be 125. Little 125. 5. Little money can be 125. 97 and a half. 130 here. 132 to hand. Little money 132 to hand. 131. 132. 133. 134. 5. 136. 137. 138. Little money can be 138. 88. Who to be 138. 139. Going to be 140. And 141. Then 140 here. Going to be 141. 142. Little 143. 33. Going to be 144. And 145. 146. 147. Little 148. Going to be 149 here. Going to be 148. Little 149. 148. Going to be 149. 148. Going to be 149. 9. 149. All in, all done. 148. What are you doing there, Marv? 7X. 7X. That is a heifer. Dot. WW dot. You tell me. 150. One little money can be 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, 125. 120 little money can be $1. One little money can be 1, 85 cents on little money, 85 little money, who to be 85. 85. Now 87 a hand. 87 a hand. Going to be 90 here. Little money going to be 90. 90. Who to be 90. 90. 90. Going to be 99. 92 a hand. Little money going to be 95. 5. 97 a half here. 97 a half. 97 a hand. $1. 102 a hand. Little money going to be 102 a hand. Going to be 105. 107 a hand. Little money 107 a half. Going to be 110. 10. 112 and a half here. 115. 115. 17 and a half. 120. Little money going to be 120. 20. 20. Going to be 122 a hand. Little money 122 a half. 120 here. Going to be 122 and a half. Where? 120 here. Who to be 122 and a half. 122 and a half. All in, all done over here. 120. 203 straight. These are probably Edelines, I would imagine. We like tagging them twice. I think so. Is it? I don't know. 120, 120, gonna be 120, 20, now 122 to hand, gonna be 120 here, gonna be 122 to hand, gonna be 125, 125, gonna be 127 to hand, 130, 132 to hand, 135, 37 to hand, 40, 142 to hand, gonna be 145, 47 to hand, 50, 50, 50, 52 to hand, 52 to hand, gonna be 55, 55, 57 to hand, 57 to hand, 60, 162 to hand, 185, 177 to hand, gonna be 170 here, 170, 172 to hand, gonna be 175, 172 to hand, 175, 172 and a half, gonna be 175 up there, 172 and a half, 34 straight, 34 straight, thank you. Ooh, $1. 90 cents. Where? Gonna be 90, 90. Who 90, 85, 5. Gonna be 85. Who 85 cents on? Gonna be 85 now. 87 a hand. 85. Who 87 and a half. Now 90, 92 and a hand. 92 and a hand. Gonna be 95, 97 a hand. $1 here. No 101. 102 and a half. Gonna be 105, 5, 5, 5. 107 and a half here. 110, 112 and a half. 112 and a hand. 112 and a half. 15 here. Gonna be 115. 112 and a hand. Gonna be 115. 117 and a half. 117 and a half. 120. 122 and a half, 121, 125, 5, I'm going to be 125, 27 and a half here, 127 and a half, 125, going to be 127 and a half, 130, 130, 130, 30, 30, 127 and a half, sold it up there, 127 and a half, 34 straight, 34 straight. It looks like it, yeah. I can bring them up. I'm skipping church tomorrow, looks like. I better do yours in a first before I. Yeah, do it as early as whatever you want. Before I blow my tires out on that big load, on a sandwich. $1.25, 120, gonna be 125. Now 127 and a half, 125, gonna be 127 and a half, gonna be 130 here, 130, now 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 5, 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 140 here, 140, 40, 40, 40, now 142 and a half, 145, 145, 147 and a half, gonna be 147 and a half, gonna be 150, 50, gonna be 150, now 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 5, 5, 155, 157 and a half, and 160 here, gonna be 162 and a half, 162 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 162 and a half, all in all done, 160 your way. 99. Thanks, Joe. Have a good one. Wow, cow-calf pairs. Here we go. And light at the end of the tunnel. You betcha. Ain't nothing wrong with those right there. 3-week-old calf, it says. 2,000, 2,000 right there. Now 21, 2,000, 2,100, 2,000 here, 2,100, 21, 21, now 22, 22 right there, 23, 23, going to be 24, 25, 5, going to be 24, going to be 24 and a quarter, Carl, going to be 24, 25, going to be 24, 50, 24, 50 down here, going to be 24, 50, and 24, 75, 24, 50, 24, 75, and 24, 2,500 here, going to be 25 and a quarter, 25 and a quarter, going to be 25 and a half here, 25 and a half, going to be 25, 75, 25 and a half, going to be 25, 75, 5, 25 and a half, and 25, 75, all in all done. 25 and a half, put it on 629, 629. Too bad Chrissy left. Chrissy and Peril left, and Elise Herford's coming in now. One time around, 413, 414, nice little steer calf. 2,200, 22, 22, right there, 2,000, now 21, 2,000 here, 21, 2,000 here, 21 here, 21, 2,000, gonna be 21, 2,000, 2,100, 21, 2,000 here, 21, 1, 2,001, 2,100, 2,000, gonna be 21, 2,000, gonna be 21, 1, all in all done, all in all done. You got her, Carl, 2,000 on 86, 86, thank you. Here's the good one right here, the really good one. That's a ripping pair. Heifer calf on the side, 3-week-old or a 1-month-old Charolais cross calf on her. 4-year-old cow. Boss cattle here. 3,000. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 3,000. I got 2,500. Now 26, 26, 27, 27. Gonna be 28 here. Gonna be 29. 29. Gonna be 3,000. Now 31. 31, 1. Now 32 here. Gonna be 33, 33, 32. Gonna be 33. Where? 3,200. Who to be 33, 32. Gonna be 33, 32. Gonna be 33, 33. 32. 3. 2. Now 3. All in all done. 3,200, 629, 3,200, 629, thank you. $415, $416, little heifer calf. 2,100, gonna be 21, 2,000, 2,000 right there. Now 21, 2,000, gonna be 21, gonna be 21, 2,000, gonna be 21, 2,025, 2,050 here, gonna be 2,050, 2,075, gonna be 2,100 here, gonna be 2125, 2125, 21, gonna be 2125, fine. Lake, you want to be 2125, 2,100 here, gonna be 2125, 2125, 2125, all in all done, all in all done. 2,100 up top, 668, 2,100, 668, thank you. Only 29 to go. Here's them Highlanders here. Probably the 2 4-year-old Highlanders, I would imagine. By the pound, what do you want to do here? Gonna be 125, gonna be 125, 125, gonna be 125, gonna be 125, 120, 20, 20, gonna be 120, 105, 105, gonna be 105, $1 here, gonna be 1, 1, 1, who to bid 1, 1, 1, gonna be 1, 1, 1, 85 cents on them, gotta be 85, 5, who to bid 85, 5, gonna be 85, 65 cents. 67 and a half, 70, gonna be 70, 70, 70, gonna be 70 here, gonna be 70, 70, 70, gonna be 70. Want to be 70 up there, now 72 and a half, gonna be 72 and a half, 78, 71, 72, 73, 73, 74, gonna be 74, 75, 5, 76 here, gonna be 76, 77, now 77, 78 here, gonna be 79, 79, who'd have been gonna be 80, now 81, 82, 82, 82, now 83, 83, gonna be 84, 84, gonna be 85, 86 here, gonna get 86 here, 85, gonna be 86, 87 here, who'd have been 88, 86, 87, 87, 88, 80, gonna be 89, 89, gonna be 90 here, gonna be 91, 92, gonna be 93, 33, gonna be 93, 33, now 94 here, gonna be 95, 55, 96 here, 95, gonna be 96 here, 97, gonna be 97, 7, gonna be 98, 99 here, now $1, 101, 101, $1 here, gonna be 101, $1 gonna be 101, all in all done. $1 your way, $1 your way, 203 on. Put him on 3. $140 here. Gonna give it 140, 40. Gonna give it 140, 40, 40. Good cow there. Spin around one more time. Gonna give you 140, 140, 140 right there. Now 141. 141. 140 here. Gonna be 141, 141. Gonna be 141. Who'd be 141? 140 now 1. Gonna be 1, 1, 1. Gonna give you 1, 1, 1. 1, 1. All in all done. 147 by 4. 7 by 4. Red Devon cow here. Buck 45. Gonna be 145. 145. Open cow 140. Gonna be 145. 5 fine. Gonna be 140. 140 right there. Now 141. 140 here. 141. 141. Gonna be 141. 140 here. Gonna be 141. 141. 140. Gonna be 141. All in, all done. 140 Jim's way up there. 48. 248. 248. Thank you. Yep. Ooh, 6+, not vaccinated. Angus Bull, I think. Here we go. Gonna be 2,000. 2,000 by the head. Gonna be 222. Gonna be 222. Gonna be 1,800. Gonna be 18. Gonna be by the pound. Buck 40 here. Gonna be 140. 135. 5. 135. 5. Gonna be 135. 5. 130. 130. 130. Gonna be 130. 30. 125. Gonna be 125. 5. Gonna be 125. 125. 120. 120. 120 where? Gonna be 110. 10. 10. 10. $1 only. $1 there. Now 101. $1 here. 101, 102. Now 102, 103, 104, 105, 106 here, 107. Gotta be 108, 109, 110, 111, 12, 12, 12, 12, 11, 12, 111, 12. 113 here, gotta be 113, 114, gonna be 114, 115 here, gonna be 116, 117. 118, 118, gonna be 119 here, gonna be 120, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, now 121, 122 here, 121, gonna be 122, 121, gonna be 122, all in, all done, 121, your way, Travis. 203 on 3, 203 on 3. There's a 3-year-old Shar cow here. Open. It's from Speedy. Only 3 years old. If you want a good hamburger or beef cow here you go. Buck 50 here. Gonna be 150, 50. Gonna be 150 here. 140, 40. Gonna be 140. 140, 40. 40. 140, 140, 135, 5, 136 now. 136, 137. 138 here. Gonna be 139, 9. Gonna be 140, 141, 142, 143. Gonna be 144, 145 here. Gonna be 146 here. Gonna be 147. 147, 77. Marv, you want to be 147? 146 here. Gonna be 147. 146 here. Gonna be 147. All in, all done. 146 on 248. 146 on 248. Thank you. Yeah. 457. Yes, it is. Open cow here. Gary Hendricks cow. Gonna be 140 here. Gonna be 140, 40. 40, 40, 40. Gonna be 135. 135. 135 where? Gonna be 135. Fine. 135. Now 136 here. 135. Gonna be 136 here. Thank you, Dave, for coming. Have a good one. 36 here. Nice to meet you. 136. 137. 138. 8. Gonna be 139. 140. 40. Gonna be 141. 142. 143. 144. 145. Gonna be 146 here. 147. 148. 8. Gonna be 148. 147. Gonna be 148. 147. 148 where? 147. 148. 148. 149. Gonna be 149. 9. Gonna be 150. 151. 151. 152. 22. 151. Gonna be 152. All in, all done. 151. Going on 248. 151. Put it on 248. Four months bred. 753. Another Chris Mo cow here. Here we go. Gonna be 135, 5. Gonna be 135, 5. Gonna be 135, 130, 30, 30. Gonna be 130 here. 131. 131, 130 here. Gonna be 131. 131, 2. Now 2. 133. Gonna be 134. 135. 136 here. Gonna be 137. 138. Gonna be 138, 88. 137. 138. 137. Gonna be 138. 137. Gonna be 138. Where? 138, 88. 138. 137. Gonna be 138. All in, all done. 137, 203 on 1, 203 on 1. Yeah. 140 here. It says it's a 4-year-old. Buck. Gonna be 40, 40, 40. Who'd have been 140, 40, 40. Gonna be 140, 40, 40. Gonna be 135, 135. Now 36 here. Gonna be 135, 136. 136. Gonna be 137, 77. Gonna be 137, 138, 139, 139, 140, 141, 142, 22, 143, 33, 142. 144, gonna be 144, 143, 4, 143 up top, need 144, 133, need gonna be 144, 4, 4, all in all done, 143, up there on 248, 143 up there on 248. You gonna make it? You gonna make it? We've had 700 through here before. Yeah. Buck 30. 130 here. Gonna be 130, 30. Did not breed. Open. 130, 30, 30. Gonna be 30, 30. Who did it? 30. 120, 130, 130, 120. I'll be nice. 120. Now 120. Gonna be 121, 122, 123. Gonna be 124, 125, 126 here. Gonna be 127, 128 over here. 129, 99, 129, 130, 131, 132. Gonna be 133, 134. Gonna be 135, 136 here. 137, 710, 36. Gonna be 137 over here. 137, 136, 7, 138, 139, 139, 140, 141. 140 here, gonna be 141. 140 here, gonna be 141. Up there, Jim. 141. 140 here, gonna be 141. 11. All in, all done. 140, 203 on. Put her on the 20s. Put her on the 20s. Thank you. Thank you. Another one of them red Devons. Buck 35. Gonna be 135 fine. 136 now. 135. 136 where? 135 gonna be 136. 135 gonna be 136 here. 135. 136 135 and 6 here. 135 gonna be 136. Spin around please. Spin around please. 135. Now 136 now. 135 gonna be 136 here. 135 gonna be 136 here. 135 gonna be 136. 135 and 6 here. 135 gonna be 136. 136. All in, all done. 135. 235, 248. Six months bred. Who we got? Mauer cow. I'm sure it's bred to that Diamond D Angus bull, I would imagine. Good bull on it. 6 months bred. Gonna be what do you want to do here? Try her by the head here. Gonna be 2,000. Gonna be 2, 2, 2. Who be 2, 2, 2. 2,000 here. By the head. Gonna be 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. 18. Gonna be 1,800. Who be 18, 18. Who be 18 by the pound here. Gonna be 165. 165. Gonna be 135. 5, 5. 50 here. Gonna be 150, 50. Gonna be 150, 50, 50. Who 50? Now 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here. Who be 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 5, 5. Gonna be 155. 157 and a half. 157 and a half. Gonna be 160 here. Gonna be 162 and a half. Gonna be 162 and a half. Gonna be 165. 5, 5. 167 and a half. 167 and a half. 135. Gonna be 137 and a half here. 135. Gonna be 137 and a half. 137 and a half. 137 and a half. Gonna be 170. 172 and a half. 175. 135. Gonna be 177 and a half here. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. 185. 5, 5. 182 and a half. Gonna be 185. 87 and a half. 190 here. Gonna be 190. 192 and a half. Gonna be 192 and a half. 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. 190 here. 192 and a half. All in and all done. 190. 190 on 250 by 88 or 8. $497 or 1? Open cow, easy money. Here we go. Gonna be 120, 120, gonna be 120, 120, now 121, 121, now 122, gonna be 123, 33, gonna be 124, here now 125, gonna be 125, 126, 127, 127, 128 over here, 129, 99, gonna be 129, gonna be 130, now 131, 131, gonna be 132, 133, 133, gonna be 134, 135, 135, 136 here, gonna be 137, 77, 138, 139, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143 here, and going to be 144, 145, 146 here. Now 147, 140, 149 here, going to be 149, 150, 151, going to be 152, 22, and 153 here, 154, 155, and 155, going to be 156 here, and going to be 157, 158, 159, 160 here, and going to be 131, 132, 22, going to be 133, 134, 135, 136 here, 135, 136, 136, 137, and the money be 136, 137, 136, 137, all in, all done, 166, 248, 166 on 248. Don't buy her for a breeder. Buck 30 here, 131, 131, 131, gonna be 132, 22, gonna be 133, gonna be 134, 135, 136 here, gonna be 137 over here, 138, 88, gonna be 139 here, gonna be 140, 141, 142, 142, 143, gonna be 144 here, 145, gonna be 146 here, at 147, 140, gonna be 148 and 149, 149 here, gonna be 150, 50, 50, 50, now 151, 152, 22, gonna be 152, now 153, 33, gonna be 153, 152, 53 where, 153, 154. 155, gonna be 156 here. Now 157, 157 here. Gonna be 158, gonna be 159, and 160 here. And gonna be 131, 131, 131, 132. Little money 222, 133, 133, 132. Now 3, 132. Little money 333. All in, all done. Gonna be 162 Bronzeway. Put it on 131. 7 plus. Here we go. 409. Don Hughes cow, 7 plus. 2,000, little money, 222, by the head, little money, 222, little money, 2,000, little money, 222, little money, 222, gonna be 1,800, little money, 18, little money, 18 here, gonna be 18, 18, little money, 18, 18. 1,800 where they're going to be 18, 1,600 they're going to be 16 where they're going to be 16 right there. Now 17, 16 they're going to be 1,700, 16 and a half, 1,700 they're going to be 17, who to be 17, 17 and a half here, 17 and a half going to be 18, who to be 18, 18, 17 and a half going to be 18, 17 and a half. How about 775, 1775, 17 and a half going to be 1775, 1775 all in, all done. 17 and a half your way on the 8s, 258s. Yeah, thank you guys. 15 to go. Yeah. 7 months spread. Here's a nice one, 5 months spread. 18, how about 1,500, gonna be 15, 15 here, now 16 here, 15, gonna be 1,600, 15, who would be 16, 15, 16, gonna be 1,500, who would be 16 here, gonna be 15, 16, 15 here, gonna be 16 where, 15, gonna be 1,600, 15, who would be 16 here, 15, gonna be 16, 15, 16, all in, all done. 15, put it on the 8s. Yeah, we got bulls. Five months bred here. Gonna be star cattle here. Hey, what do you want to do here? 2,000, about 1,800, who would be 18, gonna be 1,800, where, gonna be 18, who would be 18, by the pound here. Little money could be buck 40. Buck 40. Little money could be 140. 40. Little money 135. Little money could be 135. 5. 120. 120. 20. 20. Little could be 120. Now 122 and a half. How about one down? 121. Little money could be 122. 122. Now 123. Little money could be 124. 4. 4. And could be 125. 126. 126 here. Little money 127 here. Going to be 128. Little money 128. Going to be 129. Who to be 129? Going to be 130. 131. 131. Little money be 131. 1. 130 here. Going to be 131. 1. 130. Going to be 131. All in all 131. Going to be 132. 2. 2. 2. Going to be 133 here. Going to be 134. 134. 135. Going to be 136 here. Going to be 137. 7. 7. Going to be 138. 8. 8. Who to be 139. 9. 9. Going to be 139. 138 and 9. All in and all done. 138 on the 8s. Open cow, buck 35. Little money could be 135, 136 now. Little 135, gonna be 136 here, 135, 36, 135, 36, 135. Little money could be 136 where? Little 135, who 136 here, 135, 136, 137 here. Gonna be 138, 88, gonna be 139, 99, 140, 141, 142, 142, 141. Little money 142, gonna be 143, 144, gonna be 145, 55, 146 here. Little money 147, 7. Who 147, 147, 146, gonna be 147, 148 over here, 148, 149, 150. 150, 151, little 151, 150 here, going to be 151, 1, all in, all done, 150 right there, 131, 131. $131, please. He said 131, right? It's okay, we're all losing it in here today, huh? Running out of steam. 447 in the ring, 447. I think this is a 3-year-old, if I remember right. Highlander here. Buck 25, gonna be 125, fine. Who to be 125, fine. Gonna be 125, fine. Gonna be 110, 10, 10. Gonna be 110. Where? Gonna be 110, 10, 10. Gonna be 85 cents on her. 85 cents here. Who to be 85? Gonna be 85, 5. 65 here. Gonna be 85, 35, 35, 35, 50, 50, 50, 50. Now 52 and a half. Gonna be 55. Gonna be 57 and a half. 57 and a half. Gonna be 60 here. Gonna be 52 and a half. Now 65. Gonna be 55, 67 and a half here. 67 and a half. 67 and a half. 70 here. 72 and a half. Now 75, 77 and a half. Now with 70, gonna be 77 and a half. 77 and a half. Who to be 80 here? Gonna be 82 and a half. 82 and a half. 80 now 82 and a half. 80 here. Gonna be 82 and a half. 80 here. Gonna be 82 and a half. 81. Little money 82, 2, 2, 82, 81, 82. Gonna be 83, 3. Who to be 83? Gonna be 83, 84, 84, 84, 85. 85. Little money 86 here. Gonna be 86 here. 87. Who to be 87, 77. Gonna be 88 here. Gonna be 87, 88. 87. Little money. Who to be 80, 87. Gonna be 88, 87, 88. All in all done. 87 cents on 203 buy. 3, 203 on 3. Can we get her to spin around? 538, 538. Not that there's anybody here. We got a 3-year-old Highlander heifer exposed to a Highlander bull, if bred, fence trained. 85 cents here. Gonna be 85. 3-year-old here. Gonna be 85. 5 cents. I don't know who. Gonna be 85. 65. Gonna be 85 and 77 and a half. 85, 77 and a half. Gonna be 70. Now 72 and a half. Gonna be 75. 75, 75, 77 and a half. Gonna be 80 here. Who to be 80 now? 82 and a half. 82 and a half. 82 and a half. Gonna be 85. 87 and a half. 87 and a half. 85. 87 and a half. Gonna be 90. Now 92 and a half. 92 and a half. Gonna be 95. 5. Now 97 and a half here. 97 and a half. Gonna be $1. 102 and a half. Gonna be 102 and a half. $1 here. Gonna be 102 and a half. $1 2 and a half. 101. 101, 101, little money gonna be $1 here, and who to be 101, $1 and 101, all in and all done. Gonna be $1 your way, $1 to Ron's way on the 8s. Open cow, buck 25, little money, 125, going to be 125, where little money, going to be 125, 126 here, 125, 126, 127, 128, 128, 129, going to be 130, 130, 131, 132, little money, 132, going to be 133, 132, going to be 134, 4, 4, who to be 134, going to be 135, 5, 5, going to be 136 here, who to be 137, going to be 138, over here, 139, 99, 140, 141, 142, little money, 142, 22, little money, 142, 22, going to be 141 and 2, 141 and 2, 2, 2, 142, all in all done. 141 up top, 248, 141, 248. Open, huh? We were hoping she was going to be bred. How about a buck 40? Buck 40 here. Gonna be 140, 40, 135, 500, 136 now. 135, gonna be 136, 137, 137, gonna be 138, 8, gonna be 139 here. Who'd have been 139? 140, 141, 142, money to 222, gonna be 143, 144, 145, 5, 5, who'd have been 156 here, gonna be 157, money 157, gonna be 188, 88, 159. 159, 160 here, and 159, money 160 where, 159, gonna be 160, 159, 160, all in, all done, 159 right here. Did I? 149 then? Is that where we want to be at? Anybody? Okay, we'll just call it that. 149 your way. 131. I did too. Oh, there you go. There's a good one. 125. One little money can be 125. 120. 120. Little money can be 120. 20. Little money can be 120. 115. Little money can be 115. 110. 10. 10. Little money can be 110. 10. 10. $1. $1 where? They're going to be 85 cents here. And then little money can be 85. And now 87 and a half. Going to be 90. 92 and a half. 95. 97 and a half. $1. 102 and a half. Little 105. 107 and a half here. Going to be 110. Little 112 and a half. Going to be 115 here. 117 and a half. Going to be 117 and a half. Going to be 120. 118. 118. 117 and a half. Little money can be 118 where? 117 and a half. Going to be 118. 119 here. Going to be 119. 120. 121. 122. Little 123 here. Going to be 124. Going to be 125. 5. 126 here. Going to be 126 here. 125. 126. 125 and 6. 125 and 6. Sold her 125 here. 260. Open cow, buck 30. Here, little money can be 130, 30. Little money go 30, 30. Little money can be 130, 120, 20, 20. Little money 120, now 121. Little money 120 here, gonna be 121, 1. Little money who to be 121, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 121, 121, 122, 122, 123, 123. Little money gonna be 124, 125, 5, 126 here, gonna be 127. Little money 128 here, gonna be 129, 99, gonna be 129. Who to be 129, 128, gonna be 129. All in, all done. 128 up top, 248, 128, 248. Here's a bull. What's his number? 730. 730. Matlock. Matlock bull. Remember that show? Here we go. Gonna be 140. 140. 140. 40. Gonna be 140. 140. Gonna be 140. Where? Gonna be 140. 40. 40. Who do we do 135? 135. 5. 136 here. Gonna be 135. 136. Gonna be 137. 138 here. Gonna be 139. 9. 140. 141. 142. Gonna be 143. 144. 145. 5. Gonna be 146 here. Gonna be 147. 148. 148. 147. 148. 149. 149. 150. 50. 50. Gonna be 150 here. 151. 151. 152. 152, 153, needed the money, gonna be 154, 4, 4, who do we 154, 4, gonna be 155, 5, 5, gonna be 154 and 5, 154, 155, 154, and then 155, 5, 5, 5, all in, all done, 154, 34, 154, 34 straight, 40, 34 straight. Open cow. Buck 40, gonna be 140, 40, 135, 5, 5, 135, 5, 130, 30, gonna be 130, gonna be 131, 131, 132, 133, 134, gonna be 135, 5, 5, gonna be 136 here, 137, gonna be 138, 8, gonna be 139, 99, gonna be 140, 141, gonna be 141, 142, 143, 144, gonna be 145, 5, gonna be 146 here, 147, gonna be 148, 8, gonna be 149, 149, gonna be 150, 50, 151, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156 here, 157 over here, 156, gonna be 157, 156, 157, all in, all done, 156 over here, Ron. Charlet Bull, right? Registered. 504. The Broncoma Bull here. I'm looking at his paperwork right here. Born in 22. Yeah, we sold his calves earlier. Yep. He's only 3 years old. Only 3 years old, proven. Here we go. Gonna be 3,500. Gonna be 35 by the head. Gonna be 35, 5, 5. Gonna be 35, 5 by the pound here. Gonna be 150, 150, 150. Now 150, 150, 140, 141. 141 here. Gonna be 142, 22. Gonna be 143, 3, 3, 3, 143 here. 143. Gonna be 144. Gonna be 144, 143, 144. Gonna be 145, 146 here. Gonna be 147 over here. 147. Gonna be 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156 here. 157, 158 over here, 159, 159, 158, 159 here, 158 gonna be 159, 9, 159, 160, 161, 161, 162, 163, 3 gonna be 134, 135, 5, 5, 135, 134 gonna be 135, 134 here gonna be 135, all in and all done. 164, 7X, 164, 7X. Audi Livestock, here's a Rathbun Bull here. He'll get you, watch him. He's a working man there. Here we go. Gonna be 150. 150 where? Black Bull here. Gonna be 150, 50. 50, 50, 50. Gonna be 150, 50, 140. 50. Now 151. There we go. 151, 152, 53, 54, 55, 55. Gonna be 155. 5. Did you say 55? 156 here. 157. 158 over here. 159, 99, 159, 60. 161. 162. 163. 134. 135. 136 here. 135. Gonna be 136. 135. 136 here. 135. 136. All in and all done. Sold at 165. 7 on bulls. One more to go. Is it a little one? Oh, yeah. Buck 40, gonna be 140, 40, gonna be 135, 135, 135. Let's get a good look at him first, huh? 135, going to be 136, 135, going to be 136 here, 135, going to be 136 here, 137, 137, going to be 138, going to be 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146 here, 147, going to be 148, going to be 148, and 149 here, going to be 150, 151, 152, 153 here, going to be 154, 154, going to be 155, 156, 157, 156, going to be 157, 156, going to be 157, 77, all in all done, 156, Marv, 7 on 7X again, 7X. Thank you. That'll do it, guys. Thanks for coming in. Catch you in May.